Well, let's commence the hearing, and just to warm us up, just hand over for a karakia. Thank you.
Kia mea tia tāu e pai ai ki runga ki te whenua kia rite anō ki tō te rangi. O mai kia mātou ai ana he tara mō mātou mō tēnei rā. Muro o mātou hara me mātou hoki e muri nei o te hare hana kia mātou. Aua hoki mātou e kāwea kia whakawaia. Engari whakorangi a mātou i te kino. Nō hoki te rangatiratanga te kaha me te kroria. Āke, āke, āke. Amen.
Good. Right, thank you for that. Right, for those who don't know me, my name's David Hill, and I'll be exercising my discretion on Plan Change 14. It's nice to see a plan change begin and hopefully end within one calendar year. It's an unusual event, but I think this one was notified back in January, so if we get a decision by Christmas, I think we're doing fairly well. I don't know if there are any procedural matters that anybody wants to raise for me to... No? Okay. Mary, can you just do the housekeeping for us before I... Yeah.
In case of emergency, as it is here and there, please don't use the lift, use the stairs. Toilets just across the road. And yeah, hope everything will be all right.
All right, thank you, Mary. And just a reminder to put your phones on flight mode or switch them off or silence them in some way. There's plenty of water around here. If anybody wants to drop their phones into a glass of water, it's be my guest. If they go off, I might exercise discretion to do that, so be warned. We are online. I don't know if there's anybody online at the moment, but obviously this is a very popular event. We do have reserved seats, and those of you who are sitting out there, feel free to take the reserved seats. They're not for anyone in particular. Apparently, council's purchased the sign, so they feel they've got to use it. So, yes, right. I noticed that my seat wasn't reserved, and I'm not sure what to take about that. But anyway, we've set aside today, and if need be tomorrow for this particular hearing, we're anticipating. Even if we sit a little bit late getting through today, but we may not, there's quite a bit of business to transact, so we'll see how we go. I've had a discussion with Mr Muldowney in terms of how Council wishes to respond to today's presentations, and at this stage anyway, he's indicated he's quite happy to do a written reply in a few weeks' time, so we'll hold that for the moment anyway and see just how we progress. Just for the record, we've got 5 tabled statements. So just for the record there, from KiwiRail, Fire and Emergency New Zealand, Kāinga Ora, Transpower and Well Networks, none of whom will be appearing today. But of course, all of them want what they say to be taken into account. So I'll take those into account. In fact, a couple of them even a little bit more strong than that. They actually want them implemented, but we'll see about that. I don't have any other preliminaries. Other than I just for those of you who are not familiar with my background, I've been a full-time commissioner now since 2012, I think it was, and have been sitting on hearings for 6 or 7 years prior to that. So, reasonably extensive experience as a commissioner. I also, and I just apropos of this particular issue, sat on the Auckland Unitary Plan panel, so dealt with natural hazards through the Auckland Unitary Plan, chaired Tauranga's PC27, which was their flooding plan change, sat on PC1 for Whangarei District Council for their natural hazard, and Mr Ricks was also involved in that, I noted. And probably some other things, but at least in terms of natural hazard issues, that's part of my commissioner background. And I might note that 2 of those adopted the approach of non-statutory management, non-statutory hazard plans, so outside the plan referenced, And one of them, the whangarei, in actual fact, included the plans as statutory plans. So, yeah, I guess experience on both of those accounts and both of those approaches. Nothing more from me. So, Mr. Muldowney.
Thank you, sir. I represent Hamilton City Council, the proponent of this plan change, and there have been opening legal submissions provided in advance of the hearing. Before I move to those, I'll just also confirm that there has been a supplementary statement of evidence produced by Dr. Huijun Keira, which is dated the 23rd of October, and that supplementary statement really just wrapped up some further matters that had been identified and then resolved through the exchange of evidence process, and it's culminated in a fresh set of planning provisions, which I think you have a hard copy set of, both clean and tracked.
Yep.
And so that represents the complete and up-to-date proposed set of changes to the operative district plan which are being promoted here today under PC14. So it's evolved slightly from the notified version in response to submitter feedback, and what you have there before you is the final position as we head into the hearing.
And my gratitude to all who've provided material over the last few days and completely wrecked my Labour weekend. So thank you all for that. Yes. But yes, we are starting from the end point rather than from the beginning point. So that's good.
Thank you. So just moving to the submissions again, what I won't do is plough through them. They've been pre-circulated and obviously pre-read. There are a few matters that I do want to just take some time with, so I'll, if I can, with your leave, just work my way through the submissions now.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I'll deal with the introduction. These opening legal submissions are prepared and presented on behalf of Hamilton City Council as the proponent of PC14. Hamilton City faces complex flooding challenges arising from its geographic position in relation to the Waikato River and its tributary system. The city is exposed to riverine flooding, while the numerous tributaries create multiple pathways through which floodwaters can inundate urban areas. As the city accommodates increasing residential and commercial development, more infrastructure and population are concentrated within flood-prone areas. Infill and redevelopment, as well as climate change, amplify the flood risks across the city, while reducing the natural landscape features that might otherwise attenuate flood impacts. PC14 takes a strategic approach to managing heightened flood risks in response to climate change and increasing urban development. It updates the city's approach to flood management by adopting a risk-based planning framework, transitioning from static flood maps to a dynamic mapping tool, and strengthening development controls across multiple flood-related overlays, encompassing flood hazard areas, flood extent areas, depression areas, and overland flow paths, so that new development is more resilient to severe weather events. My submission, it strikes the appropriate balance between managing risks associated with natural hazards and enabling ongoing urban development within the city. Next section deals with the legal framework, which is well known to Commissioner, so I won't read that. I will just pick it up at 12, however, where I note that the Section 32 evaluation refers to the consultation draft National Policy Statement on Natural Hazard Decision Making, which was released in 2023 by the previous government and prior to the notification of PC14. Subsequently, on the 29th of May 2025, current central government released a discussion document on its proposal to introduce a National Policy Statement on Natural Hazards, which was then open for public feedback. You'll be aware, Commissioner, that there was on the 21st of July a memorandum of counsel for a group of submitters who sought that PC14 be placed on hold pending the adoption of the NPS-NH, and that was considered by Council and rejected under delegated authority by Mr. Bocott, and ultimately the hearing was intended to proceed, and I think in direction two, you had noted that the delegation did indeed sit with Mr. Bocott, and that your discretion was confined to determining whether or not to approve the plan change and in what form. So here we are, now hearing the plan change. I note also that the NPS-NH has not yet come into effect, but as Dr. Hui Junqueira has indicated in her primary evidence, there is a very strong degree of consistency between what is proposed in PC14 and what is signalled as the policy intent in the NPS-NH. So the overriding submission on this point is that what is being promoted here in PC14 is consistent with the expected direction of travel, and that's the best we can do given the timing.
I did note, I mean, Minister Bishop gave a press release, I think, on the 22nd of August, yes, where he sort of signalled the way forward on this one, and it's fairly clear that there isn't going to be one before next year. So, no. Yeah.
And so the idea of sitting around and waiting for a policy direction which is broadly intended to achieve what PC14 is setting out to achieve doesn't make any sense, particularly given the strong directives in the RMA about managing natural hazards. At paragraph 16, I've just dealt with the operative district plan provisions relatively briefly, and I think probably that would be familiar to the Commissioner also. And I don't think we need to spend too much time on the operative provisions. We can probably go through to paragraph 22, where in terms of the various identified flood hazard areas and the controls over them, I make the note at 22 that these standards and controls are broadly in line with the level of risk associated with each of these flood hazard areas. The spatial extent of these areas identified in the mapped overlays within the ODP is incomplete, however, and in parts out of date and unreliable, and as a consequence, some areas within the city may be misidentified in terms of risk from the effect of natural hazard, and in this respect the ODP is not fit for purpose, and PC14 addresses this shortcoming.
I think my recollection is correct, isn't it? That I think his Appendix 11 has not actually been touched, right, which is a key point. Yeah. Sorry for those of you who are not familiar. Appendix 11 deals with the well, what does it deal with? Let me just ask you. I can pull it up. I've got it here somewhere. I think that it's the metrics. It's the metrics of the medium, high, and low flood hazard. And some submitters have actually sought to open that up, but that's not on my table.
And I'll get to that in the next section of the submissions, okay, which is going to deal with the provisions that are proposed, but also deal with the issue, the VIRAS issue associated with the non-statutory layers. So we'll deal with that in this next piece. Yeah. So PC14 includes new and additional objectives, policies and rules to manage flood hazard risk in the city. The planning framework under PC14 differentiates between various types of flood-related features, including the existing flood hazard areas, the high, medium and low, as well as depression areas, overland flow paths and flood extent areas. The key features of PC14 include, first, the introduction of new and additional performance-based development controls that vary according to the severity of the flood risk, ensuring a proportionate response across the high, medium and low flood hazard areas. Second, the recognition of depression areas as conditional flood risks with a permissive planning approach supported by conservative mapping assumptions. The differentiation of overland flow paths by scale and risk, with minor overland flow paths excluded from some regulatory provisions due to their low hazard potential and mapping limitations. There are amendments to stormwater management rules and amendments to assessment criteria with the inclusion of a new hazard and safety element. In addition to these planning tools, a key element of PC14 is the removal of static flood map overlays from the ODP as the source relied on to identify the spatial extent of flood hazards. Instead, PC 14 relies on the best available information to inform the spatial extent of flood hazards. The city's GIS-based flood mapping platform, FloodViewer, serves as this primary resource for identifying flood-related data across the city. FloodViewer is a non-statutory web-based tool created by Hamilton City to deliver the most up-to-date and comprehensive flood information. The platform is built to incorporate the latest science and modelling, with updates made as new data is generated. By utilising FloodViewer in this way, Hamilton City Council can refresh flood information promptly without requiring a plan change. This approach facilitates adaptive management and ensures planning decisions draw on the most current and reliable information. This enables accurate and timely assessment of the extent to which a proposed land use or subdivision is exposed to risk from the effects of natural hazards. And while PC 14 establishes a presumption that the best available source of information is FloodViewer, this is a rebuttable presumption and is not a rigid and flexible rule. And I've highlighted in paragraphs 27 and 28 some of the key provisions in PC 14 which are making it very clear to plan users that this is indeed a rebuttable presumption. The purpose section of Chapter 22, the hazard chapter, says that the best available catchment-based flood information produced by Council is currently published on Council's website. This flood information is generally considered suitable for identifying whether a specific property may be affected by one or more of the above flood-related features. However, alternative flood information can be used if Council considers it to be better than the information that it holds. And that general purpose statement is then supported by some further notes which say that Council publishes its best available catchment-based flood information in the GIS viewer on its website. This information will be used as a starting point for determining whether a property is affected by flooding. Details about the flood information modelling methodology, assumptions, limitations and validation, and a more detailed breakdown of information is held by Council. Council's flood mapping does not need to be used if a site-specific flood assessment that includes more accurate flood hazard information is provided to and accepted by HCC. The assessment will need to provide information that follows the category descriptions in Appendix 11, Volume 2, and include an explanation of the methodology used and the nature, extent and effect of using this information. The assessment and information must be prepared by an appropriately experienced and qualified practitioner. And those provisions are then linked.
Particular reason, you haven't identified FloodViewer per se. That's deliberate, I take it.
Yes, I think it is deliberate in the sense that it's just a name of a tool, and if there was ever any change in the name of the tool, again, we'd be stuck with the first schedule process, which is one of the reasons why PC 14 adopts the non-statutory layer. So that may be a question that you can direct at Mr. Savage, who's going to give evidence about FloodViewer. But I think that the general approach was not to get stuck with the naming of a tool, which for whatever reason might change.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I mean, having said that, if the
I wonder whether that leaves something open in the future. That's all. I'm just sort of I'm aware that there are a number of submitters who are suspicious of I guess the open-ended, or what they perceive to be the open-ended nature of the proposal, and whether in actual fact by simply referring to a GIS layer or tool, that just leaves things a little bit too wide.
Understand the point, and I'll listen carefully to those submitters. I mean, I hadn't apprehended that was the concern, that there was a suspicion that it might in fact leave a door open for some other tool to be used. That I don't think was the intention, but I'll
yeah, no, I'm sure it's not the intention.
That.
It's just whether it does.
Yes. The purpose statements that I've just read in paragraphs 27 and 28 are really directed at implementation of new policy 22.2.1a, managing the risks of natural hazards, which includes the following policy: manage subdivision use and development to mitigate risks from natural hazards or minimise them to a tolerable level, including by using the best available information based on the most up-to-date flood modelling where relevant and applying best practice where practicable. So that's the overarching policy directive, and I note it doesn't refer to FloodViewer or presuppose that that would be the best available information. And then, consistent with these PC14 provisions, Hamilton City has produced a practice note dealing with the process of submitting third-party assessments, including criteria for what constitutes better information than that presented via FloodViewer, and then review timeframes and how accepted assessments may inform resource consent decisions or updates to FloodViewer. When an assessment is accepted, HCC can recognise it as the best available information. Although best available information may evolve over time, the activity status of a proposal under the ODP rules remains constant. What may change is whether the relevant site is located within the spatial extent of a particular flood hazard area as defined. Based on this information, activity status can be determined, which anchors the overall assessment of the proposal. This framework offers applicants flexibility to demonstrate their site is not affected by the mapped hazard, while preserving the planning framework's integrity and consistency. A flowchart depicting this assessment process is provided in Appendix C to Dr. Hoi Jun Keira's primary evidence. So I'm not sure if it's convenient just to turn to that, but if it's not turned up conveniently, we can come back to it. But I'll just draw your attention to, so it's Appendix C, and it's a flowchart that explains the process for effectively displacing that presumption around FloodViewer.
So simple on the flowchart, don't they?
Do you have it in front of you, sir? You have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Yes, yeah, that's great. So, I mean, I think it speaks for itself, but you can see that there is a pathway down the left-hand side there where you want to challenge the flood data, you prepare the site-specific assessment, and then you submit it to City Development. If the new assessment is accepted, the question is, are flood hazards still present? And of course, if the answer to that is no, then you proceed with development and the flooding rules don't apply. Of course, if you do proceed with the specific assessment and the flood hazards are still present, then you can see in the left-hand bottom box, it means that those flood provisions would still apply. I think this is one of those cases where I think the flowchart is not deceptively simple. I think it is. I think it speaks for itself. So I would encourage you, sir, to review that.
Just a note, I don't think anyone included the practice note with their evidence, and I actually haven't seen that. So is it in your evidence, Mr. Savage?
Appendix 2, I believe.
Ah, okay, thank you for that.
And Mr. Savage will take you to that in his presentation.
And that practice note is revisable, or that's
Yes, it has been revised since my statement.
Okay.
It's revisable because it sits within the FloodViewer tool, so it becomes part of the information that is provided to any user of the tool, which includes a guide on how someone would go about a site-specific assessment and update FloodViewer in that way.
Okay. Don't know why I didn't see that.
Turning to the question of the use of these non-statutory tools or non-statutory flood maps. So a number of submissions. Sorry, sir, are you wanting to have a look at that practice note?
Just want to make sure it's in my copy, and it is. Yes, it is Appendix 2. So
Appendix 1.
Appendix 1.
Sorry.
Ah, yes, no, I did read that, okay. Yep. Okay. I just saw the heading flood mapping, I didn't see the practice note heading on it. Thank you, yep.
I'm at 33 of the submissions. So a number of submissions on PC14 raise concerns about the use of non-statutory flood maps. Some submitters express support for their use. Fonterra's planning evidence asserts that the approach is ultra vires, asserting that the approach with Flood Viewer enables Hamilton City to change the effect of a rule in the district plan without going through a first schedule process, potentially resulting in a material change in the application of the district plan rules. In my submission, this framing mischaracterises the effect of PC14. The flexibility of relying on Flood Viewer or other best available information does not change the effect of the rule because its application to a defined hazard area does not alter. PC14 simply ensures that as the correct extent of a hazard area is identified, the unchanged rule is consistently applied within it. Accordingly, concerns about the vires of the intended role of Flood Viewer are, for that reason, and as explained further below, misplaced. So at the outset, I note that the use of the phrase non-statutory requires clarification. This term refers to the method and manner in which it is prepared. Compared to a district plan provision which requires public consultation and engagement via the RMA first schedule process, the data underpinning Flood View and the associated output of a spatially depicted hazard area shown on Flood Viewer is not subject to that same statutory process. Instead, it is prepared by HCC in reliance on expert advice, and Mr. Ricks gives an independent assessment which validates the Flood Viewer work. Next, referring to Flood Viewer as a planning layer gives an incorrect impression. Flood Viewer is simply a visual tool which shows the spatial manifestation of a scientifically proven data set. There is no discretion or planning judgment underpinning Flood Viewer. It is a factual account of the natural hazard risks attached to various parts of the environment. The ODP contains the rules which manage land use and subdivision within various defined flood hazard areas, high, medium, low, depression areas, overland flow paths and flood extent areas. These areas are defined terms within Appendix 1 of the ODP. These definitions do not alter other than via an RMA first schedule process. And I've set out, for example, the high flood hazard area, which is at the top of page 13 of the submissions, and that's as I say, an area which is defined in words, embedded within the definitions section of the plan, and cannot change other than via a first schedule process. So Flood Viewer then works with this definition to present a spatial image of where areas meeting this definition are located within Hamilton City. Each of these defined areas is linked to specific planning controls that reflect the level of risk they pose to people, property and infrastructure. These rules, standards and controls which manage the extent and nature of land use and subdivision within the defined areas are set out in the relevant chapters of the ODP, and like the definitions, do not alter other than via an RMA Schedule 1 process. Within this framework, it is for an applicant to determine whether a proposed development site is located in a defined area and is required by Policy 22.21A Roman 9. It does so using the best available information as established by the purpose statement and associated plan user notes in Chapter 22. That best available information is assumed to be Flood Viewer, but that assumption can be displaced if an applicant has site-specific information which is demonstrated to be the best available information. The approach taken in PC14 is conceptually similar to the approach taken in the Auckland Unitary Plan, Chapter E36, Natural Hazards and Flooding, and Section 8D in the Tauranga City Plan, which rely on definitions rather than flood maps in the plans. And both of those examples, they obviously differ as between themselves and also with PC14, but the basic framework, the planning framework is identical. It starts with a hazard area, which is a defined term, words in the plan. There are then rules which apply to a hazard area of that definition, and they will be bespoke in relation to the hazard area, proportionate depending upon the level of hazard. And then outside of that, there is a GIS tool of some sort, named FloodViewer or some other tool. In fact, that they're all named differently. But that GIS tool then identifies the spatial extent of that area as defined in the plan. And importantly, that tool, whatever it might be called, is subject to a rebuttable presumption that it's the best available information, and there is a pathway through that rebuttal. So they all have that same basic architecture, and they differ obviously in terms of how hazards are dealt with. I mean, Auckland, for example, had one layer. It was simply the floodplain and the 1% AP event, and everything was covered by that one definition. That's, however, subject to change. There's an updated plan change which is seeking to give it those gradations of hazard and a proportionate response to sort of bring it, I think, up to speed and probably in line with the incoming national policy statement, I imagine. Tauranga, as you're familiar with, is already there, and Hamilton City Council is looking to get on board. So, I think my point.
I mean, you effectively are saying that it's no different from an activity that might be taking place in a business zone, for example, where in actual fact the nature of the business isn't being determined.
That's right.
But if you step across the line into a different sort of business, then you may in actual fact have a different activity status attached to yourself. Yeah.
And I think one of the criticisms that you might hear during the course of today and tomorrow is the idea that it's uncertain, and so it suffers from a vires perspective. It suffers due to uncertainty, and I think the response to that would be to say that uncertainty. I mean, there are degrees of certainty. There are provisions in the plan which are absolutely certain, and you can determine activity status simply by reading it. But there are at times requirements to go off and do further work to understand exactly what your activity status might be, and it might be that it depends in part upon the development. It might in part depend upon setback requirements, and if it's a noise, for example, a noise effect where you've got to give consideration to the effects on the receiving environment. I mean, there are situations where determining activity status requires some kind of inquiry, and so I think to say as a general proposition that any district plan provision which doesn't give you a sort of an absolute answer just by looking at the plan only and is therefore ultra vires, I think is stretching the argument too far. And so I think I can probably, we can take 43 as read. It's probably your words, sir. But I do want to just highlight that there was an appeal.
It's fascinating when you read your words back.
I hope you like them. I do.
Yeah, I've got quite a few critical comments on those words.
Well, I think the point is that this is obviously not your first rodeo. So the point is that I think that you do. I mean, there is, I think, there is a statement at 54 which I think is interesting, where the report or the decision says we are satisfied that the policy and rule criteria are now sufficiently well wrought and the review process sufficiently well developed that the general public is better served by having the flood maps as non-statutory documents amenable to review and individual expert challenge outside of any plan process. And I think there's something in that. I mean, obviously there has to be, I think, an assurance that, all right, if we are going to move to this model, first of all, is it sufficiently robust? And secondly, what is it enabling in terms of that site-specific review? Is there a process of engagement? Does that work? Is it practical? I think those are legitimate considerations, and Mr. Savage will walk you through some of that information in his presentation. But certainly,
We placed a lot of emphasis in that decision on the review process, because in discussion with council at that particular point in time, we were concerned about the review process. And so they actually developed quite an open, almost cost-free process to start with. And so I'll be interested to hear how that process is going to be rolled out.
Yeah, and I think, so we've got witnesses who can assist you with that. I mean, the other point I would make is that when PC 14 was in its development phase, and side by side with that was, looking at Flood Viewer as a tool, the Hamilton City Council was carefully watching the Tauranga City position and the appeals, and dropping out of the appeals, and I think an important part that led to the consent orders was effectively a practice note which was developed with input from the development community, which met their needs in terms of an engagement process. And the practice note that you will see in Flood Viewer has been developed off the back of that work, and is largely in line with it. So that may give you a degree of comfort that some of the learnings from the Tauranga situation have been brought forward and through into the Hamilton City situation.
That's good to hear, yeah.
At 45, I just drew your attention to a High Court decision, which was a review of the...
We're still sitting on this matter as a unitary plan panel with North East
Oh, you are?
Investments.
Are you?
We have not yet concluded that. From,
All right, well,
from 2016.
Well, I won't draw you on anything in relation to the case, but there is just one comment in the High Court decision which I thought was useful, and again, I think just supports the propositions that I've been presenting this morning. And it's the highlighted section in that first paragraph which says that and this is in relation to non-statutory layers, that the High Court said the rules could stand alone without any reference to or use of the information in non-statutory layers. And I think that's the point. They have to be self-contained in that sense, and it's no different. Flood Viewer is no different. If Flood Viewer didn't exist, the rules stand alone. And this is comes back to the point about not naming Flood Viewer in the provisions. The provisions themselves define the flood hazard areas in words, attach particular rules relating to those areas, and then you just simply have to satisfy yourself that you're in that defined area or not.
So you're saying that in actual fact, if you didn't have the maps, it would just be, the onus would be on every landowner to actually demonstrate their compliance with the rules.
That's right.
In the normal way.
That's right.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it's a self-contained code in the way that the High Court has identified in that observation. It's just that doesn't feel very practical. So let's do something about it. The territorial authority has broader responsibilities in terms of managing flood hazards in terms of the Resource Management Act and the Local Government Act. And so it has gone out there and done the work for the community and presented it in Flood Viewer.
Yeah.
With a rebuttable presumption that it's the best available information.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think probably that covers the ground on that issue, unless there's any questions that we haven't explored.
No, we'll hear more about that later, obviously.
Well, you may or may not. I mean, I've reviewed the legal submissions from some of the submitters on this, and other than simply throwing out loosely the words ultra vires, no one seems to develop the argument that it is in fact ultra vires. So I'll be listening carefully to those legal submissions as well, because I have not seen the legal analysis to support that proposition.
I mean, the interesting observation that I would make is, I mean, even if Flood Viewer was put into the plan as a statutory layer, to be contested in the way that some of the submitters would like to see, the onus is still going to be on them to do the work to demonstrate that's wrong.
Yes.
So it needs to be done either way. It doesn't make any difference. So,
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Can I just, I'll come back on this point, but there is one issue that does strike me as important, and it comes back to that question of why Floodview is not being named in the plan. There is the danger of incorporation by reference. And if an external document is incorporated by reference, it can be snagged by the first schedule commitments. So I think there would be a risk in that manifesting if you were embedding flood viewer and the word flood viewer throughout the plan. But again, I'll come back on that if we need to.
yes.
At paragraph 48, we just turned to some of the submissions, and there is at 49 a run-through of the main themes or topics that came through submissions, and these are dealt with comprehensively in the evidence, but I will just address very quickly. So there's concerns about the planning maps and obviously this non-statutory flood layer. There's issues raised around effluent disposal. There are general concerns around some of the provisions within the hazard chapter 22 around clarity, certainty, whether it's appropriate and proportionate. You'll see that there are some submitters who say that PC14 is too heavy-handed in terms of the constraints it places on development and identified areas of hazard. There are other submitters who say that it doesn't go far enough. And I think the city considers that it has struck the appropriate and proportionate balance. There's issues regarding subdivision, three waters, transportation, some submissions seeking amendments to definitions and terms, assessment criteria, and then there are some out-of-scope matters that I've identified in Roman I, and I think probably the most important out-of-scope matters are those where there have been concerns raised about Floodview itself, and the concern that the city has that this is not the forum to air concerns about site-specific mapping issues or errors. If there is to be a challenge of that nature, it really needs to be redirected at the definitions and the way that those flood hazard areas are identified as defined areas. And there is a comprehensive response to each of these submission points in the evidence of Dr. Huijon Keira. So that's all set out at Appendix A to her primary evidence. And then there's a response that's set out at Appendix B also. So there are remaining issues outstanding, and in the next part of the submissions I've just run through those, and I'll just quickly run through these if I may. Firstly, the Waikato Regional Council has raised some suggested amendments, but is generally supportive of PC14. And at paragraph 54 I note that in response to their evidence, the evidence for the city supports the amendments to policy 22.2.1c, and there is also support for an amendment to policy 22.1. So there's, I think, now a good degree of alignment between the Regional Council and Hamilton City Council. The Well Networks submission seeks amendments in relation to Rule 22.3 execs, which sets the activity status for lifeline utilities and electricity infrastructure. And in her rebuttal evidence, Dr. Huijon Keira acknowledges the operational and planning challenges identified by Ms Brown and proposes that activity status for electrical infrastructure at ground level be permitted in medium flood areas and restricted discretionary in high flood areas as sought by Well. There is concern raised by Fonterra that firstly there was the VIRES issue, but also I think more importantly concerns raised that the Te Rapa Dairy Factory site should really be treated as a standalone site, given that it is subject to regional consents and a bespoke stormwater management system on the site, and so is really looking for exclusion. It's important, I think, just at this juncture to note that site itself sits within one of the areas in the flood viewer which is not fully mapped, so it's incomplete. So there's obviously more work to be done in that area. So in the meantime, I think the city's response to the Fonterra submission would be that it's the perfect candidate for the site-specific assessment to be undertaken to determine whether or not it sits within, one or other of the hazard areas. So,
Is there a timeline on mapping that part of the city?
Not that I'm able to commit to. Again, Mr. Savage might be able to help you with some indications there.
Yeah.
But there's work ongoing. It doesn't stop. The intention is to get the entire city mapped, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think that the general response to the Fonterra position is to say that all of the features and site-specific characteristics that it identifies that make it special and stand apart are all the considerations that one would expect in a site-specific assessment. PB Consultants is a submission which is really pushing in the other direction and saying that it considers that HCC hasn't really gone far enough in terms of managing risk. Between paragraph 64 and 69, I've explored the issues, and I won't necessarily go into them in any detail, but at this point, except to say that there is, I think, a general thrust coming through in the PB Consultants Limited submissions that the city just hasn't done enough to manage hazard risk, and the evidence from the city's perspective is that it considers, to the contrary, it's struck the appropriate balance. Any further constraints start to bring you into this question of proportionality and whether or not you are unduly restricting and hindering urban development in order to manage risks associated with natural hazards, which start to have significant economic consequences if you get the balance wrong. Foodstuffs lodged a further submission on PC14 and then lodged planning evidence from Mr. Badham and engineering evidence. I'll just say at this juncture, there is a question as to the scope of what they're asking for. The further submission was relatively broad in its framing, and it's not entirely clear where in the further submission Foodstuffs points to anchor the relief that it's now seeking. So I do wish to reserve my position on scope in relation to the Foodstuffs submission. At 72, I've set out the proposed amendments, and you can see it includes a new policy, amending activity status, including a permitted activity pathway for development in flood hazard areas where a site-specific flood hazard assessment is provided, and amending an objective by inserting the qualifier unacceptable for adverse effects to introduce a degree of proportionality by allowing some increases in adverse effects, and removing or amending the non-statutory advice notes. And so again, those are reviewed by Dr. Hojun Kwera, who does not support the amendments. Next, there's a group of submitters, the MetLife Care, Argosy Property Number 1 Limited and Southern Cross Healthcare grouping. And they have lodged submissions and evidence from Bronwyn Rind, who's an environmental engineer, and Ms. Rind is seeking a number of changes to the provisions of PC 14, which are set out at paragraph 75 of my submissions, all of which are then responded to by Dr. Hojan-Kera in her evidence. And so I won't go into the detailed response, except to say that I do just signal a note of caution that so much of what Ms. Rind is talking about do feel very much like planning matters, and I would just encourage you to exercise caution relying on an engineer in terms of plan making. I mean, there are, and I don't mean that dismissively, there are valuable contributions, practical contributions that the engineer can offer, and highlight where planners have got it wrong and have produced provisions which are just not practical in the real world. And so there is value, but I do wish to sound a note of caution, particularly when we're starting to deal with policy provisions and higher order provisions.
I mean, I have enough trouble relying on planners with respect to that, let alone engineers. So, yeah.
So then that really just works its way through now to just talking about the proponent's evidence. So we've got evidence from 5 witnesses. The first is Mr. Savage, who's going to give you a run through of FloodViewer, and I understand you are familiar with that, so we'll take that at whatever pace is necessary. Then we have evidence from Mr. Ricks, who has undertaken a technical review of the work associated with FloodViewer and validates it. Then Ms. Liao, who is a stormwater engineer and will give expert evidence on stormwater related matters. And then Dr. Van, who is providing evidence in relation to economic impacts. And then finally, Dr. Hojan-Kera, who is the lead planner for Hamilton City Council and for your information, has taken on the role previously occupied by Dr. Davey. And she has provided, as I said, supplementary evidence, which includes some updates to the final set of plan provisions, which she will talk you through. So that's the ground covered in terms of the opening legal submissions. There's a few matters I'll probably come back to it once I've heard from the submitters, sir, but unless there's any questions, I'm happy to call my first witness.
No, let's proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Savage. And Mr. Savage has presented evidence in a statement dated the 1st of August of 2025, and the intention in terms of the presentation was that rather than simply read that evidence, was to actually just give a practical run through of FloodViewer and then just deal with any questions as they arise, sir. So I'll hand over to you, Nathaniel.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Hill. I do intend to refer to some aspects of my statement as part of a visual presentation of the FloodViewer tool. I do have a set of presentation notes which I'm referring to, which I can tidy up and supply if that's helpful. As a start, Council's FloodViewer related communications firstly direct customers to the flood mapping page on Council's website instead of accessing the FloodViewer tool directly. This is essentially a landing page.
Can I just get you to pause there? Sir, have you got that in front of you or is it behind you? Okay.
This webpage provides access to flooding-related commentary beyond the FloodViewer tool itself. It provides links to ICMPs, the Operative District Plan, and the Waikato Regional Hazards Portal. However, the key reason customers are directed to this webpage is that the Flood Viewer tab contains a summary of flood information layers on Flood Viewer and a set of downloadable guidance and FAQ documents intended to help people use and understand Flood Viewer information. I'll briefly cover each document in sequence they appear. Firstly, we have the how to use guide for the Flood Viewer tool. This is contained in Appendix 2 of my statement. When we get to the Flood Viewer tool itself, I'll provide a step-by-step presentation focusing on those layers that are directly relevant to defined terms in Plan Change 14. I note that Flood Viewer includes some information layers that are not directly used in Plan Change 14. This reflects that the purpose of the tool was to provide a way to access Council's best available flooding-related information, whether it is used for a specific regulatory function or not. The second linked document is the Flood Mapping Practice Note. This is an updated version of the practice note contained in Appendix 1 of my statement, with this version fixing minor typographical issues, but it is amendable as and when required. At this point, I understand there may be interest in the process for responding to challenges to flood mapping and access to models for applicant-driven flood mapping for consenting processes. The challenge process is outlined in paragraphs 22 to 25 of my statement and sections 5 of the practice note, with the latter being outlined in sections 6 and 4.2 of the practice note. I do offer the following summary, if it will be helpful, of those two processes. I do note that while the practice note was developed in response to Plan Change 14 and some of the matters that were coming up in submission, the content of the practice note itself is generally not new. The Flood Viewer has been publishing flood hazard information since December 2020. From that time, we've had a process in place for dealing with these matters. For site-specific flood map review process, which is section 5 of the practice note, there is no charge for this process. Owners may request a review of the flood mapping for their property through a supplied email address. Suitably experienced staff and or external consultants will consider the request, including any rationale or evidence provided, alongside available information as relevant. This may require a site visit and or conversation with the owner, including their advisors, if any. In general, we're looking for localised features or changes that may impact on modelled results. Council staff will advise the owner in writing, usually via email, of the findings, the conclusion reached and why, and actions being taken with respect to the mapping shown on Flood Viewer, i.e. is it removed, amended or retained. Online edits are made approximately every 6 months. Should the owner disagree with the outcome, they may request a meeting between respective experts, with Council's reviewer making best endeavours to resolve any technical disagreements.
So if somebody, let's assume that in actual fact there has been a review and the review accepts that there's changes, is it the case that the activity status then that's attracted doesn't change until the maps are updated, or is it from the point of acceptance of council that in actual fact there is a material difference?
In effect, council has accepted that there is better available information.
So at the point at which council determines that, and that's accepted by the landowner, that in actual fact the change is appropriate, then from that point onwards the activity changes automatically, the activity status automatically changes if that's the case.
The person can rely, I'm answering in a slightly different way because I'm not providing planning events, but
Yeah, yeah.
the information.
Well, I mean, I'm quite happy to flick that across then, because I think that's the critical point. The point is whether in actual fact you have to wait, which would be the normal statutory, obviously, normal Schedule 1 process, but this isn't a Schedule 1. So I'm assuming that in actual fact it bites as soon as it's agreed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So from our point of view, as soon as council accepted something as better than what we have available, that's the best available information that we have, and that's gonna guide the activity status.
Right. That would be usefully put into the practice note, it seems to me, as being clarifying, because at the moment, the last bit of that paragraph there above the bold type simply says, any edits will be made in 6 months. And so that leaves the question, obviously, in people's minds as to whether or not that's the point at which their activity status changes.
Just the point we had there that while the flood viewer might take 6 months to update, I mean, these things, there'll be administrative reasons why a new model, who knows? So there's always going to be a delay.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't change the fact that from a processing of a resource consent
Yeah.
perspective, you get on with the new and best
Yes.
available
Yes,
information immediately.
and that's the link I think we need to see, or we don't need to see it, but needs to be there, obviously, that so that people understand that as soon as that's agreed, then it bites. Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, that's the obvious way to do it. So yeah, otherwise you don't get the benefit of a non-statutory layer. Yeah, good.
Thank you for the question. That's certainly how it's intended to play out in terms of that now being the best available information.
Yeah, yeah.
And I will make the change to the practice note to make that clear.
So what happens then? There's a disagreement. There's a disagreement with the information. What happens then?
If there remains further disagreement, then the owner is invited to refer the complaint to the Ombudsman.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure the Ombudsman will be happy to receive all those. Is that the right way to go? I mean, that's the way it's being proposed, Mr. Modani. You just talk to me about that. Why involve the Ombudsman?
Well,
I mean, wouldn't it be better to have an independent process then, in actual fact? You know, a third-party professional, if you like, to actually review both arguments and make a determination or something like that. I mean, the Ombudsman, as we know, can take an inordinate amount of time to get a response from the busy people. You don't need to answer that now, but
it's interesting because the nothing stops an applicant for a resource consent proceeding based on the information that they consider to be the best available. That becomes the live forum, because if they proceed on the basis that they have got an activity status which the territorial authority doesn't agree with, that will play out in the resource consent application process with appeal rights. So I mean, there is a very direct avenue for this to be resolved. There's a forum. It may not be the what you want to hear, but that's the reality. Nothing could stop an applicant ploughing forward.
Absolutely, but I guess I mean, it really cuts in if you're on the cusp of a change from a discretionary to an RD or an RD to a controlled, for example, because the preparation you have to do is obviously quite different. So it's at those thresholds that makes a difference, it seems to me.
Yes. Well, let me again reflect on that. I mean, as Mr. Savage has said, we can solve this quickly with amended wording to the practice note and have it uploaded this afternoon. So it may be. So we'll reflect on whether or not there is an intermediate step where it's referred to an independent third party. I mean, there's.
I mean, I take your point. Is you can make an application anyway, but that doesn't obviate the fact that the Ombudsman has waved as a big stick here and I don't mean that negatively. I mean, you know, that's fine, but it is quite a big stick to be waving around as if you don't accept it, then that's your route.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that, you know, the more I think about it, the best forum is actually within the framework of the Resource Management Act and considering considering the evidence.
Yes, it's a technical dispute.
It is, yeah, and so it's probably cold comfort, but that's the reality is that's the best place. If there is an underlying debate and there is still a contest, the best place for it to play out would be within that framework. The alternative, as you say, is maybe there's an intermediate step between the way that Mr. Savage has described it, where it then just goes straight to the Ombudsman, which, let's face it, is not the, other than dealing with process-related matters, it's not going to have the ability to resolve technical issues. So let me reflect on whether or not there's an intermediate step that we could introduce.
Okay. Savage, back to you.
Thank you. Our next commentary is just in relation to the provision of updated flood modelling to support a consent process. So that's section 6 of the practice note. So the consent applicants may choose or have to do their own modelling and mapping. For smaller scale, less complicated sites, the applicant may commission their own work, provided it is done in accordance with Council's modelling guidance. For larger, more complicated sites or for subcatchment ICMPs, Council recommends engaging its technical consultant to do the work or peer review the modelling. The practice note in section 6 outlines the process for use of Council models under these options. Section 4.2 of the practice note also outlines how to request access to existing site-specific detailed flood maps, GIS data and the relevant models themselves. The third linked document.
And just, thank you, just before you go there. So how does that information come back into Flood Viewer? You've gone through the process, you've gone through the consent, there's been a resolution of matters. What's the process in terms of taking that information as necessary back into Flood Viewer?
So all agreed changes or changes need to be made to the model. We have for each model a amendment, called an amendment memo. It's effectively a register of all site-specific investigations, assessments that have been done. So that documents the where and the what change needs to be made.
Yeah.
The changes themselves to the mapping can vary. Sometimes it is a case of an earthworks layer being put over the top. Sometimes it's a case of the mapping itself being amended. For example, cutting it back beyond a boundary.
Yeah.
So there are a couple of subtleties there, but the main purpose of the amendments register is in X years' time when we come to do another model update, that register is checked against the new outputs to ensure that issue has not been perpetuated or hasn't come up again.
Right. So that's an automatic subroutine within the model, is it?
That is not automated. It is part of the modelling methodology.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
So the third linked document is a comprehensive set of flood mapping frequently asked questions. There is some overlap with the practice note, but this FAQ covers a wider range of matters that have come up over the past decade of managing flood hazard information. The web page also provides points of contact for Flood Viewer and flood data and resource and building consent related questions. So I just intended to pause there because I intend to open up and then talk through the Flood Viewer tool itself next.
No, that's fine. Yep. I mean, I had a really good play with this yesterday for about an hour, just zooming in, zooming out for different things. So I'm toggling all sorts of things on and toggling them off again. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Upon entry to the tool, we have what we call a splash page. It contains
Just a note, your acceptance box is almost invisible. I kept on hitting the grey trying to get into it, and you might want to make that just a little bit bigger.
I will make a note.
If I finally realised, if I looked on the bottom left-hand corner and ticked that, we were away. So, yeah. If that's the only contribution I can make to this, it's, you know,
I have made a note. This splash page contains guidance on how to search for specific properties, a summary of the types of information layers available in FloodViewer, standard disclaimers and terms and conditions of use for data, and customers are required to accept the terms to move on to the viewer itself.
of course, I didn't read it, I just accepted the terms. How many of us read these things? Yes.
FloodViewer starts off zoomed out to see the city as a whole. Several layers are turned on by default, but not all are made visible at this scale. At this scale, we see named parts of the city and surrounds for orientation. Dark grey areas are either outside council's jurisdictional boundary or where we do not have detailed flood hazard mapping yet. For example, River North and Peacock catchments. We have a brown earthworks layer where land development may have made the hazard and extent information beneath unreliable. These are examples of FloodViewer information layers that are not referenced in Plan Change 14. They are, however, relevant to understanding the information on FloodViewer itself. For example, where we have gaps in specific types of information.
So how have those earthwork areas, or whatever you call them, have they been determined?
The general process is we check every time we are doing a flood model catchment, so doing another catchment model. The easiest way that we check is using aerial photography, which are done yearly to note changes in landform. We also have a process by which, as part of the model update process, we discuss significant changes with development engineering. It's really intended to pick up larger scale landscape wide changes that we get in the greenfield areas.
And I mean, how accurate is the pixelation on those? I mean, is it down to parcels, or what's the unit?
It's done by aerials, then generally clipped to property boundaries.
Okay, all right. Two.
In paragraph 19 and 20 of my statement, I refer to Council's programming updates to flood modelling. As an addition to my statement, I note that the FloodViewer program will be updating the models for Te Awa Okatapaki and Otama Nyingi catchments. So these are the ones up in the north, so essentially brown. And we are preparing new models for the River North and Peacock catchments. These are expected to be completed in mid to late 2026. A note advising that this work is now underway will be added to the flood mapping page on Council's website shortly. This will bring our detailed hazard modelling coverage for the city to almost 100% from 95 to 97% currently.
What happened to those areas now that are not yet resolved in terms of the modelling? How do they progress under PC 14?
So we do have 4 at a citywide scale depression areas.
Yeah.
We do have overland flow paths, and we do have rapid flood hazard mapping, which is not published on FloodViewer.
Right, okay. So you rely on those?
So
in the
they
interim?
are available.
Yep. Thank you.
Moving forwards on the presentation, I tend to progressively bring up and overlay the information layers on FloodViewer that align to defined terms in Plan Change 14. Key layers are automatically turned on by default when accessing FloodViewer. I'll note which Plan Change 14 relevant layers are on by default, but I'm going to start with them all turned off. So people can either manually scroll or zoom to areas or search for and zoom for a property. I am going to go to one that I prepared earlier.
It's not your property, is it?
No.
Yeah, right. I think we should look at your property, shouldn't we?
Right. On this, so I've just zoomed into 315 Puketi Road, which is our wastewater treatment plant, or part of it. So I turn on the 100-year Waikato River flood area. You can see that pop up to the top right. So this turns on the 100-year Waikato River flood area. The medium and high flood hazard area categories used for this layer aligns with the current operative district plan and is used in Plan Change 14, i.e. it falls within the definitions of medium and high flood hazard area, which is noted as a sub set in definitions for Waikato River flooding. Noting that Dr. Hoijun Keira will be providing an update to the wording on Plan Change 14 definitions as part of her supplementary evidence. Upon entering the flood viewer tool, this layer is on by default.
But that change of definition doesn't change anything on flood viewer.
No, that doesn't change the data or how it's presented.
Yeah.
Oh, now turn on. Turned on the 100-year flood hazard. So this turns on the low, medium and high areas for the flood hazard's 100-year rainfall layer. These align with the low, medium and high flood hazard areas, subset 2 surface ponding and overland flow paths categories defined by the current operative district plan and Plan Change 14. So when I say the operative district plan, it's Appendix 11, so yeah. That matrix categories. This layer is on by default. Now just turn on the 100-year flood extent layer. So this turns on the flood extent's 100-year rainfall layer. This aligns with the flood extent area category as defined in Plan Change 14, i.e. the full 1% annual exceedance probability extent of flooding versus the low, medium, high hazard area which does not map depths less than 10 centimetres. This layer is on by default.
I guess the key is the rainfall data that you're using. What's the rainfall data? What's the basis of the of the rainfall predictions?
So Mr. Rex will be able to cover off that,
okay.
but it is
Right.
covered in the practice note
Yeah.
on section. Section 3.2.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mordowney, I'm aware that flood view is not on the table for review here. I'm just getting an understanding of how it's put together. So
Yeah. So
It's not, but at the same time, because it's,
I need to be confident.
you need to be confident if there are any observations that you make which give you a high degree of comfort in terms of the planning provisions, which is within your province, we're interested in those.
okay. In that context, section 3.2 of the practice note contains the key assumptions for rainfall, climate change projections, our hydrologic modelling and hydraulic modelling approach. And there is a lot more information that sits behind that.
Yeah. Yeah.
We also have for each of the models, because there are 14 separate detailed model catchments information sheets that go along with each, which define the key parameters that are used. Just turn on the overland flow path layer. So this turns on the major, moderate and minor overland flow paths for the overland flow path 2019 layer. These respectively align with the major, moderate and minor overland flow path categories as defined in Plan Change 14. This layer is not on by default. I'll now turn on the 100-year flood depressions. This turns on the flood depressions 100-year rainfall layer. This aligns with the depression area category as defined in Plan Change 14. This layer is not on by default either. Combined, these are the flood information layers present in Flood Viewer that align to the various flood-related terms used in Plan Change 14. For completeness, We do have
Yeah.
on Flood Viewer contour and aerial imagery that helps provide context to the flood information that is presented. And that's my picture.
Right. Maybe I wasn't listening. What, depression areas?
Depression areas are the 100-year rainfall layer version.
Right.
So it uses the volume, the 100-year volume of rainfall, but it treats all the primary infrastructure as blocked or unavailable, or there is none.
All right, thank you. Just
Now
seeing-
call Mr Ricks.
Thank you.
What's that?
Morning, Mr. Ricks. Haven't seen you since Whangarei.
A few months ago now.
Yes, right.
But far north since then.
Oh, well, it's good that you come south in that case, yes. Right.
Now, Mr Ricks, you've produced a statement of evidence dated the 1st of August in this proceeding. You have that in front of you?
Yes.
I'll just leave it to you to read your executive summary and then just answer any questions.
Just wondering whether you wanted me to go through the scope first before I do the executive summary. There's a couple of points in the scope in case there's any clarity you want to ask about.
Right.
So my evidence provided on behalf of Hamilton City Council covers a high-level technical review of the geospatial flood layers and their supporting information to meet the needs of the district plan, specifically in relation to flood hazards, overland flow paths and depression areas. I note the date of my evidence was the 1st of August, but my review was carried out in June and July. There have been a couple of changes since my review was carried out. Mr Savage just talked about two areas in particular, where we previously we didn't, where the floodplains weren't shown. They're now shown on the flood viewer as an example.
Right.
Broadly, the review and scope of my evidence is as follows. So, flood hazards, and my review is a commentary of those themes relating to the adoption of the district-wide flood layers across Hamilton City. It builds on the detailed external peer reviews of individual catchments. That's to say, I didn't carry out individual detailed technical reviews of each catchment. I did a review of the overland flow paths and the depression areas. I've not considered the freeboard provisions, and I've not been involved in the development of any of those flood layers.
I have a note here to ask you why those carve-outs?
Just because if you had detailed questions about any of the models, then I'd probably be referring you back towards the organisation that had carried out the peer review.
Right. Okay.
And you just,
But why specifically did you say you haven't considered the freeboard provisions? Why did you tell me that?
primarily, if you had any questions related to freeboard, I haven't
Oh,
considered them at this stage.
You're not implying that you have some issues with that or anything?
No,
It's just,
no concerns, just
Okay.
not considered it.
all right.
My review of the depression areas is based on the definition provided in Plan Change 14. I was just trying to bring to your attention here that the WSP reports sometimes use some slightly different definitions as to what that depression area actually is. So the definition sits in the footnote there. And I have reviewed the information which is provided in Appendix A of my evidence.
I mean, do you have apart from observing that that it's slightly different from the WSP, do you have a comment on the difference?
Well, the definition talks about a 1% AEP rainfall event. The WSP report has got additional overflow depths which have been added, which aren't possible in a 1% AEP event in some cases. I think that's the key difference.
So are you more comfortable with the narrower definition, if you like, for the depression areas?
I'm comfortable with it as in Plan Change 14. Yes, it's clearer. The WSP talks about sustained rainfall and understanding flood risk during rainfall events that exceed the depression area storage capacity. It's a bit unlimited.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think you note later on, don't you, that many of these will be filled at 50% anyway, so you don't need to go any further.
Correct.
Yeah.
So just moving into the executive summary, look, I support Hamilton City Council's approach to shift to a management regime where instead of fixed or static maps which can become outdated, mapping of the city's flood hazards is dynamic and can be updated as new information becomes available. I support this because it is in line with good risk management practice that makes best use of available information, continually improves, and has the ability to be dynamic to changes, both internally and externally. And Hamilton City Council's ability to reflect the latest flood hazards, overland flow paths and depression areas is greatly enhanced by adopting this approach. I support Hamilton City Council's approach to sharing information on FloodViewer and identify a range of opportunities to increase confidence, awareness and transparency of information used and to help users understand differences across the city.
And can I ask, those opportunities that you've identified there, they've been accepted, they've been incorporated?
I don't know the answer to that. That might be best asked of Dr. Hui Nkera.
All right, well, it would be good to know whether in actual fact they have been, since you've identified them as being necessary to increase confidence and so on. So, yeah, okay.
Yep, whilst also recognising that a continual improvement can happen over time.
Yes, yes.
So things like clear identification of the scenario that has been mapped. So you know the land use, the climate change, recurrence interval, potentially the time frame as well. The date that the flood mapping study was completed. The information level, and by that I mean the level of confidence that the reader can have in the flood maps. So property scale, local scale or regional scale. And provide the model build and peer review reports for each of the floodplains. I believe the overland flow path report should be available and the depression layer report should be available. Moving on to the first one, which is flood hazard. Overall, the level of flood hazard awareness is very good, and where flood hazard information is provided, it is generally of high quality. However, there are two locations where flood hazard information is not published, but I can take that comment away now because I think there is information about those on the FloodViewer, even though it says that the information isn't available, and to contact council for more information.
Okay.
Overall, Hamilton City Council have good documentation to support the evolution of the flood models and mapped outputs and the peer review processes. Due to the 10-year programme of works to develop the flood hazard maps, there are understandable inconsistencies between catchments, primarily in relation to source information, the land use information and climate change guidance. I do not have concerns regarding the inconsistencies, although risks relating to perception and inequity are mitigated by ensuring that high quality supporting information is readily available for the flood hazards.
Just run that past me again. You've said there are inconsistencies because obviously things take place at different times and so on and so forth. But you don't have concerns about it because you've looked at the inconsistencies and you've determined that they're not material, or?
The consistency might be an older piece of work might relate to old Ministry for Environment Climate Change guidance, and a newer study might relate to newer MFE guidance, as long as that's transparently recorded. Like, let's say a 2.1 degrees of warming was applied to the rainfall, and now it might be 3.8, something like that. Those are sort of inconsistencies I'm talking about.
Okay, so you're saying as long as in actual fact that information is available, then we can take account of it.
That's right. As I've read through my evidence, I've seen this word consistent and consistency start appearing much more, and we all have slightly different interpretations of what's meant by consistency. So it's actually, since writing this is a term I'm increasingly uncomfortable with using.
Right. What are you choosing to use instead?
I haven't got anything yet. Only last week, MFE said consistency was meaning consistent access to information, which I find quite interesting.
Oh yes. Okay. It's a process term, not a product term. Yeah. All right.
Well, actually, just I tend to think of consistency in terms of consistent outputs, consistent metadata. I think that's where we can be consistent, and there's a lot of other inconsistencies which are acceptable.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Overland flow paths. There are approximately 5,800 kilometres of overland flow paths delineated through Hamilton City. I support the overland flow path identification process documented in the WSP 2023 report, and I support the inclusion of district plan controls for moderate and major overland flow paths. Hamilton City Council's website and flood viewer distinguish between major, moderate and minor overland flow paths, although the notified Plan Change 14 policy and rules treat them all the same. This is despite the risk being lower in the minor overland flow path areas. Overall, I consider that the minimum 2,000 square metre contributing catchment area for overland flow paths is likely too low, despite recognising that some flood risk will still exist for minor overland flow paths and that the district plan can provide a level of protection to activities in these areas.
What would be the consequence of lifting that number? And what would you lift it to?
Well, I'd sort of indicate more something closer to 4,000 might be more in line with what's done elsewhere. The consequence of having it smaller is that it potentially triggers rules unnecessarily when there is no risk.
So why would you go to 4 rather than 2? What's the rationale for that in terms of risk?
Well, I think in the main body of my evidence, I sort of try to balance a few things, some of which are outside my area of expertise as well. I'm just going to look for the paragraph which explains that. Paragraph 57. Deciding the appropriate minimum threshold for the overland flow path catchment area requires consideration of the advantages and disadvantages of a range of factors, not all of which are technical and within my area of expertise. For example, the consenting burden on both council and property owners if the area is too small. If the catchment area is too small, the extent of mapped overland flow paths increase, potentially triggering unnecessary risk management controls. However, if the catchment area is too large, then it may be an unacceptable risk.
But those 2 or 3 points are planning points. They're not so you don't have a technical reason for choosing 4 rather than 2.
No, and the overlap, because it's catchment area defined, it's you can link that to a flow rate, and you can't really link it to a risk. Like, what's the consequence of that flow rate?
Yeah, okay.
You don't know.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I continue on paragraph 22. I've considered the approaches of Auckland Council and Tauranga City Council. And Auckland Council has adopted overland flow path policy for catchment areas greater than 4,000 square metres, and Tauranga City Council have adopted policy that distinguishes between major and minor overland flow paths, where major overland flow paths have a contributing catchment of 2 hectares or more, which is 20,000 square metres.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that just underscores there's a degree of randomness about that particular threshold. Yeah,
that's right. Paragraph 23, my crystal ball. Look, I consider it likely that within the next 5 years there will be significant changes to the way that overland flow paths are managed as the Local Government Water Services Bill is enacted. I consider it likely that depth, velocity and extents of the overland flow path will be needed to provide sufficient hazard information to inform the stormwater network risk management plans, which are likely going to be required within 2 years of the bill being enacted.
Right. But there's nothing in terms of that you think we should anticipate now? Just trying to work out what the import of that is.
No, I think it's probably providing further support to these non-statutory layers, so you have the ability to change them.
Because of the uncertain regulatory environment, you mean?
That's right. That internal and external context that I was referring to earlier. I think this is an example of that external context and the changes which are likely.
Okay, yeah, good.
Depression areas. There are approximately 31.2 square kilometres of flood depression areas identified in Hamilton City. I'm satisfied that the depression area represents the scenario and assumptions laid out in the WSP 2023 report. The depression areas provide useful information to support risk-based decision-making. For example, for maintenance prioritisation, catchment planning, infrastructure design and civil defence teams. However, I consider that critical assumptions relating to blockage, areas with multiple outlets and additional overflow depths mean that approximately 30% plus or minus 10% of the flood depression areas across the city are likely overestimated. This assertion also means that approximately 70% plus or minus 10% of the flood depression areas across the city are unlikely to be sensitive to the critical assumptions. For example, many depression areas with small storage volumes relative to catchment runoff would likely still fill and overtop with 50% blockage, thereby resulting in very similar flooded area to the depression area from 100% blockage assumption. I support the development of flood depression areas using the high-level GIS-based approach adopted as part of an initial risk assessment. The information contained in the GIS layers and reports provides useful information to help triage areas where further detailed analysis is required. The hydraulic models used to develop the flood hazard would be very useful to carry out the detailed flood depression area assessments. Any questions on depression areas?
I guess, I mean, my recollection is that there's not a lot happens as a result of depression areas in terms of, I think there's a lot of permitted activities and so on that go on there, so it doesn't actually cut terribly in terms of individual property owners if depression areas, I think. And I think that, and I guess I'm anticipating here, that might be the saving grace for the fact that, as you say, in 26, many of them in actual fact are, well, just not going to happen, basically. It's, as you say, there's multiple outlets and so on, so it's unlikely that those contingencies would all eventuate. So I'm still thinking about depression areas in terms of how I think about those.
Right, so that's actually the end of my executive summary, so the
Yep.
rest of it would be
Yep.
the body of my evidence.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Just a question that I had on your 55, I think it was, where you're noting the temporal difference between the current overland flow paths and now has that been corrected in the 2023 update that you refer to there?
I don't know the answer to that question. This is maybe one for Mr. Savage. So what we're saying here is there's some refinements documented in the 2023 report that are unlikely to be represented in the published data. I've not carried out a detailed comparison of overland flow path differences between the 2023 outputs and the 2019 published information. And this is partly because I was provided a GIS layer for my review, not the layer that was on the flood viewer.
Yeah. And you don't know whether there's a material difference and what those are. You're just making a comment there.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. There wasn't anything more behind that that comment other than an observation. I think that's. I think I've. Sorry.
I can't answer that question.
All right.
I'll come back on this point, but this is sort of there's a general, as I apprehended, a general inquiry as to the regularity at which flood viewer is being updated.
Yep. Well, there's a 4-year difference there, so it would be reasonable to assume it's been updated in that time, and
Yeah.
if not, why not? Yeah. Yeah.
And again, I'll come back on that point. We'll do some more inquiry and find out exactly what the program for updating looks like.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess the nagging thing in the back of my mind is whether in actual fact the depression areas have been sufficiently well considered at this point in time to have the import that they might otherwise have. Although I think as I indicated a moment ago, if everything is permitted or more or less permitted, it probably doesn't matter too much. But do you have a sense of, technically, would you put your hand on heart with respect to the depression areas as they're currently wrought? I mean, you said 70%
I-
probably okay, but 30% not.
That's right, and I think there's some more work that could be done with that 30%.
Yeah, yeah,
I think that's pretty useful as an initial risk assessment, as a sort of indicator.
yeah. I mean, it's more of an alarm issue, isn't it? Really, it's just signalling a potential. But I guess in terms of individual property owners actually going and having a look and finding a depression area on their land or something, it might create a bit of an issue.
That's right. I mean, you'll see in paragraph 70, the three main concerns I've got with that 30% that I think are probably overestimated. I think that they would reduce as a result of one of the challenges, either because the 100% blockage assumption is too great, or because there's multiple outlets and it seems unreasonable to assume that all of them are blocked at the same time. And some of them have also got additional flow depth which have been added, which means that probably more than the 100-year rainfall is required to create that volume, to cause that additional overflow depth.
All right, well, I don't know what I'm thinking about that at the moment, so that's fine. Thank you for your assistance there. And I think that takes us through, yeah, that's the same issue. Oh, thank you, Ms. Ricks. Appreciate that. Where are we? I think we're at morning tea. Oh, we are. According to my Bible here, anyway. Yes, right. So let's take a 15-minute break, shall we, and come back at 5:02. Thank you.
has produced evidence of on the 1st of August, and you've also produced a summary statement, is that right? Oh, rebuttal.
And rebuttal.
And rebuttal, and you've put together a summary statement, which I think you've just been handed up, sir.
Yep, it's basically just a combination of the executive summary from my main evidence and a few points pulled out from the rebuttal.
All right, and you're obviously at arm's length from the rest of the team, so.
Yeah. Read nothing into it, sir.
Oh, you know me, I read everything into everything, yes. Right, Ms. Liao, welcome and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so my evidence provided on behalf of Hamilton City Council response to submissions on Plan Change 14 concerning flooding and stormwater management in Hamilton City. I have reviewed the submission points and matters in the submitted evidence that require technical advice as identified by Hamilton City Council. I was not involved in the development of the flood layers. My evidence relies on the conclusions of the Section 32 report and the relevant supporting technical reports. I also rely on Dr. Juliana Henquera's evidence on planning matters and Mr. John Rick's evidence on technical review of the geospatial flood layers and their supporting information. On matters related to overland flow paths and depression areas, I support policy clarification to allow modification of overland flow paths, provided the stormwater conveyance function is maintained. However, I do not support amending Rule 22.5.2.c, point Roman 4 and 5, so reducing the capacity or modifying the entry and exit points become a permitted activity if the overland flow path is redirected to road or stream. In my rebuttal evidence, I explained that reducing the capacity or changing the entry or exit points of the overland flow path can shift the flooding to another site or location. Road corridor and streams may be used as overland flow paths, but if there are any changes in flow quantity, direction, or entry and exit points, site-specific assessment will be required to check if there's displacement or an increase in flood risk to the road users, public or surrounding properties. I recommend differentiated management for minor overland flow paths with contributing catchment area up to 4,000 square meter areas due to lower flood risks associated with catchments of this scale. I consider that the potential use of land or effluent disposal fields within depression areas, but outside of floodplain and overland flow paths could be suitable where the probability of flooding is lower. I support Hamilton City Council's approach to sharing the flood hazards, overland flow paths, and depression areas with the public to inform of the potential flood risks. However, I also concur with the comments raised by Mr. John Ricks in his evidence regarding the limitations and conservatism in current mapping methods, and advocate for continual improvement with better information and site-specific assessments to improve accuracy over the longer term. Fonterra Limited seeks the Tiprapa Dairy Factory site be excluded from the provisions of Plan Change 14 and the published flood viewer. I support showing updated flood information in this area when site-specific analysis and or better model outputs become available, but I do not see any valid reasons to exclude the site completely from flood viewer. Although robust maintenance can reduce the likelihood of blockage and associated flood events, it does not eliminate the flood risk. Residual flood risk when the capacity of the primary drainage is exceeded also needs to be considered. Mr. Andres Roa Concha raises concerns in his evidence provided on behalf of PB Consultants Limited that modeling tools for parameters used to assess effects may not be fully compatible with those used by Hamilton City Council to assess risks. I agree with Mr. Roa that setting out the requirements for using modeling tools to align with Hamilton City Council's modeling approaches would give clear direction and guidance for site-specific flood modeling and allow a consistent approach applied across the region. Matters related to earthworks, I recommend deleting Rule 22.5.2.f or amending the rule to limit the free draining requirement to compensatory earthworks only. Waikato Regional Council's submission 48.14 seeks to amend policy 22.2.1c to consider runoff speed. In my primary evidence, I did not support this submission as I consider that the existing rules are sufficient to address runoff speed concerns related to flood risk. Mr. Luis Alejandro Cifuentes' evidence clarifies that the relief sought is with respect to sediment control measures, which is important for stormwater management and protection of the receiving environment. I agree that slower flow velocity would promote sedimentation and reduce sediment runoff from a site. I support adding sediment control measures to policy 22.2.1c and the wording recommended by WRC to minimize sediment runoff from a site by adopting suitable sediment and erosion controls. Matters relating to managing the risk of natural hazards, I support prioritizing non-structural or nature-based solutions for flood resilience, but emphasize the need for flexibility to allow alternatives or combinations of solutions, and that this be supported by specific development, by site-specific development impact. This is addressed by the recommended amendments to Plan Change 14, Chapter 25, Rule 25.13.4.2.e in response to submissions. Flow attenuation can be an effective flood mitigation measures where there is downstream flooding or network capacity constraints. However, I'm jumping a page.
Yes.
Sorry.
Go
Back to my
page
point
5.
15. To be supported by site-specific evaluations considering the site limitations. And my on point 16, paragraph 16, any proposed development or redevelopment cannot increase adverse effects to upstream or downstream neighboring properties without a resource consent, regardless of whether the site is serviced by an independent stormwater system or the Hamilton City Council network. I oppose exemptions for car parks used for flood detention from Rule 22.5.3a.a.1 due to the potential higher flood risks which need to be addressed through site-specific assessment. I consider that setting a maximum impervious percentage in flood hazard areas is a useful tool to manage flood risks, and I support promoting retention and hydrology mitigation as a general good stormwater management practice in upper catchments. However, I do not recommend including hydrology mitigation in overland flow paths and low-lying flood hazard areas due to poor performance and operational challenges. Matters relating to stormwater management measures and consenting, I support allowing larger area thresholds or exemption from site-specific stormwater management plans in areas with established integrated catchment management plans, where the flood risk, catchment constraints, and stormwater management requirements have already been well analyzed. Proposed Plan 2014 covers the hydrology mitigation and water quality treatment requirements, but there is a gap in relation to runoff quantity management for larger storm events, specifically where connection to the city stormwater network cannot be achieved or where there are existing downstream network capacity constraints or flood risk. Development restriction and or over-attenuation for events greater than the 10-year AI may be required on top of the 10 mil hydrology mitigation to manage the development impact. This is addressed by the recommended amendments to Plan 2014, Chapter 25, Rule 25.13.4.2.e in response to submissions. Flow attenuation can be an effective flood mitigation measure where there is downstream flooding or network capacity constraints. However, I do not support applying attenuation to 80% of pre-development peak discharge as the default and only mitigation measure for all subdivisions, as it can make the downstream erosion and flooding worse, depending on the site location. In addition, it cannot address the flood risk within the development site itself if located within the flood hazard area, nor the water quality treatment requirements. In conclusion, I generally support the Plan 2014 provisions for managing flood risks and balancing development potential, although some amendments are needed to ensure clarity, flexibility, and technical accuracy. I support the use of mapped overland flow paths and depression areas as a base for flood risk awareness, provided this will be refined with better information and site-specific data over time. Subject to the minor amendments recommended in my evidence, I support the planning provisions set out in Plan 2014.
Thank you, Ms. Liao. Do you want to make any comments on your other two statements, or are you quite happy just to stay with this?
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you. Your paragraph 8, again, of the executive summary statement. You heard my question to Mr. Ricks as to, with respect to the lower threshold. Do you have a justification for the lower 2,000 square metre
Yes,
threshold?
I in my primary evidence, I did a high-level assessment for looking at the flow associated with catchment with less than 4,000 square metre catchment area. So it's in paragraph 24.d.
Yeah.
So I used the NEVA Hertz V4 rainfall data for the Hamilton region and calculated the flow rate associated with the 4,000 square meter catchment area, and that will be less than 100 liter per second. And if we take an overland flow path of 2 meter wide, then the flow depth will be less than 100 mil, which can be considered as sheet flow and does not pose high flood risk. And also the alignment of minor overland flow paths is relatively sensitive to small changes in topography and may not be accurately picked up by LiDAR data. So in my opinion, minor overland flow paths should be managed differently compared to moderate and major overland flow paths, allowing more flexibility.
And are you happy that that's been reflected in the conditions that are now proposed?
Yeah, in the recommended changes.
Okay. So you have reviewed those conditions and you're...
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There was one... Just looking at your paragraph 14, where you're talking about amendments to 2221C. And and I think it's covered, but I just want to check with you. Mr. Cifuentes, if that's, he can correct me later on in terms of whether that's the correct pronunciation, thank you. He was looking for a condition that actually talked about minimising sediment, and in 22.1c it goes the other way and talks about velocity. Is there an issue there? I mean, I know sedimentation and velocity are correlated, but are you comfortable that that condition should refer to velocity rather than be explicitly sediment-based?
I think it should be sediment-based rather than focusing on velocity, because the velocity, well, the risk associated with this velocity need to be considered in a combination of other parameters as well, such as the flow depth, the vulnerability of the activity, and if it's sediment erosion related, then it will also need to look at the type of soil and the shear force that will actually trigger the erosion. So I think the rule should focus on the controlling the sediment rather than.
All right, well, maybe that's something that we can have a talk about a little bit later on as to whether there's a reason for going one way rather than the other. So thank you for that. And just had an off-the-cuff comment on your 12 when you're agreeing with Mr. Rowe that setting out the requirements for using modelling tools to align with the approach using the same parameters. I guess my question to you is, if you use the same parameters, won't you have the same output? I mean, how do you?
Well, I guess this would depend on the whether it's a site-specific model, a site-scale model, or a catchment scale model. When the catchment scale model is not available, and someone will need to develop a site-scale model, then they will need to consider the same parameters as a catchment model. So, then
So it's in the
consistent.
absence of an ICMP, for example, or modelling on that you're talking about?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
All right. Thanks for clarifying that. Other than that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Yong Van.
Good morning, Dr. Van.
Good morning, Chair Commissioner.
Good. All right.
So, yep, okay, thank you. So, yeah, before I'm going to present the, before I'm going to present the economic evidence, I would like to briefly outline the methodology underpin the evidence here. So, the analysis were conducted using comprehensive modeling approaches to ensure robustness and consistency with the requirement under National Policy Statement for Urban Development Framework, known as NPSUD. First, the analysis applied advanced geospatial modeling technique to calculate flood-prone areas. So these provide an understanding of where the capacity are constrained by the flood hazard. Second, this analysis incorporated mitigation cost study by Becca, and this to provide an understanding of financial implication of mitigation measures on the development costs, which can affect the feasibility of the development. Third, the analysis conducted development capacity impact testing using plan-enabled capacity model and commercially feasible model that sit under the guideline of NPSUD. And this.
So can I just check with that? So in terms of 3, did you use the city's assessments of, you know, housing feasibility and capability, or did you do that independently?
So for number 3, we follow the guideline of NPSUD by assessing the capacity using the planning rule and also the feasibility based on the market indicator, like the market price on the cost and sale.
So, sorry, so was that based on work that Hamilton City has already done in that area, or is that new work that you did yourself?
So based on the entire city, the parcel, the entire city that we had done based on the PC operative discipline.
So can I just add also that Yong has also been responsible for all of the development capacity work associated with PC12.
Oh,
So-
right.
Yep.
Oh, you didn't come before us for PC12. You kept yourself hidden. I wonder why. Yes, right. Okay.
In the background, so there is that consistency.
Okay. All right.
Right, thank you. So we also undertook the selected site investigation using quantitative sampling method to support the evidence. So the analysis used the real example from the cell data to understand the impact of the flood on the property values to support the evidence. So altogether, this form method provides a reliable, consistent result to support the evidence.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I would like to jump to executive summary of the economic evidence. PC14 is critical for reducing the impact of the flooding, enhancing climate resilience, and ensuring community safety. Flooding can have significant economic consequences at both the citywide and individual property levels. So this evidence particularly examines the economic implication of flood hazard and mitigation measures required under PC14, which introduced updated planning rules to manage flooding. The assessment only focused on infill residential zone, while greenfield residential zones are planned with integrated infrastructure solution, addressing the flood hazard. So the evidence is summarized as below. Of 49,200 residential parcels in infill areas, only 2,020 parcels, which is 4.1%, are affected by the medium flood hazard, while 11, sorry,
Sorry, I'm jumping ahead in my mind.
Yep.
And that's with the very, very conservative assumptions that you made with respect to, I mean, if there's a, I think you, later on you discuss, if the medium flood hazard touches a parcel of land, then you don't assume any further development of that land.
no, we don't assume
Yeah,
that.
so they are very, very conservative.
Yeah,
your
very
assumptions.
conservative analysis.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. And while only,
I mean, well, let me ask you the next question. And I guess you probably need some sort of multivariate analysis if you're going to do it. But did you then look at some of the sites, say, well, okay, maybe they can have half the capacity that is feasible if they go higher or whatever it happens to be. Did you look at the what ifs, or did you just say, right, if it touches it?
yeah, so we want to stay conservative as we can.
Okay.
And yeah,
So
so as long as it intersects with the flood layer,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
assume
yeah.
that's not developable.
all right, carry on.
Thank you. So while 11,010 parcels, which is about 22.4%, fall under low flood hazard, but most of these parcels have less than a quarter of their total land area impacted. On the other hand, high flood hazard affect just 580 parcels, which is 1.2%, where the new development is non-complying activity. Integrating flood hazard layers into capacity model has resulted in a 6% reduction in planned enable capacity and 8% reduction in commercially feasible capacity over the next 30 years.
And that assumes no mitigation on those sites.
Yeah, compare with mitigation and no mitigation.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay, right.
And property owner or developer may incur higher construction costs if redevelopment or major renovation occur in the affected areas.
And can I just ask you, how did you, I guess it's I'm trying to get a nutshell answer on this one. How did you assess it for for the commercially feasible capacity numbers? How did you actually go about that? I mean, that's the number we're really interested in because they're commercially feasible, obviously.
Yeah.
How did you go about working out which ones in which parts of the city they were,
So
and under which sort of hazard category they fell, so that you could reduce that? Now, I'm trying to understand how you got to that 8%. Was that simply because that's what the model told you when you put the inputs in, or was there some sort of field testing of that?
yes, kind of like testing scenario. Like, so first thing, we have a model framework which follow the guideline of NPSUD, like how we need to calculate and what specific requirement we need to put into the model. So we run the model without taking the mitigation measure first, and then see what is the feasibility of the city as a whole. And then we run another scenario for the flood hazard by including mitigation measure, put all the variable costs, like from construction to build costs to finance costs.
And did you put a zoning overlay on that?
Yes, so that,
I think that's the key that I was trying to understand, is whether
yeah,
or
we
not
do
you
put
did
that.
it with the high density and the medium density. and you
yes,
did
yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. New developments within the flood hazard zone must comply with elevated finished floor level requirements. The indicative cost range from $513 to $1,044 per square meter, depending on the type of intervention and elevation height. Existing dwelling, which is about 16,800 that not undergoing redevelopment or major renovation, are exempt from these mitigation measures. The mitigation cost for typical new development in the infill area, for example, two-story 125 to 150 square meter attached dwelling with 1,000 millimeter elevation height requirement, can range approximately from $48,000 to $57,000, which is estimated to be about 8 to 9% of the total project cost.
So that's assuming a $600,000 total cost, something in that sort of order?
Yes,
Something in that order. Where did that number come from?
So that number
that's
come
from the Becker stuff?
some from the model itself, like we run entire city based on the dwelling size 125 to 150.
So that's just average? That's just average?
So on the average, yeah.
Okay.
And so the next one, the availability of the existing flood data may influence properties located in the flood
Sorry,
hazard.
I'm jumping ahead again of myself. So that doesn't take into account whether the cost is on a two-story building or an eight-story building,
They do consider
because the
that.
cost obviously going to be quite different.
Yeah, they do. In the model is that we apply different costs to the number of story. So
So for a higher story building, what percentage of cost would be imposed?
for the,
Say for a 5 or 6 story building.
so I don't have number on top of my head.
I mean, I'd be interested in the range, because this doesn't sort of, one of the issues which I guess we're grappling with respect to PC 14 is the extent to which it materially influences capacity required under the MPSUD, for example.
Yeah.
So it'd be, somewhere in your figures, you'll be able to segment those out in terms of just, multiple two-story buildings as opposed to multiple 3, 5, 7-story buildings, and what the cost would be. Because the cost will be proportionately lower, obviously, for a taller building than they will be for a smaller building.
Yes. So for the high-rise building in the model itself, we assume that for apartments, basically like in the CBD itself, we assume that we sacrifice the ground floor wares to respond to the flood. And the cost, I don't have the number on top of my head at the moment, but it approximately ranges from 4,000 up per square meter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I can come back to you.
Yeah,
with
it would be good to see what that range of numbers is, actually. So.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
I mean, let me just finish that thought, because obviously proportionally in terms of what we're trying to achieve in terms of capacity, it's probably better to put the impost on smaller buildings than it is on higher buildings, relatively speaking, because it's the higher buildings that are going to give us the lift in terms of numbers. So that's I'm just thinking that through.
Yeah. Yeah. I can get back to you this afternoon.
Yep.
Thank you. So the availability of the existing flood data may influence property located in the flood hazard area, as insurer may charge higher insurance premiums to offset the uncertainty, which can lead to lower property values. The preliminary analysis of 2025 sale data indicate a correlation between flood hazard levels and reduced house price, particularly in the medium and high flood areas. To reduce the mitigation costs, developers may opt for more vertically intensified housing form with smaller building footprints aligned with the broader goal for sustainable urban growth. Flood hazard impact represent only a small fraction of Hamilton's total capacity. The benefit of implementing flood hazard planning rules, including required mitigation measures, outweigh the potential costs and losses associated with inaction. Despite some upfront...
I guess that's true if and only if the fraction that's affected is not in the medium and high density areas, where it would be more significant or potentially has a more significant impact. Do you have a locational sort of spread in terms of the model, or does the model simply spit the numbers out for?
We have the locations in the model.
And that still holds true, does it? That the impact is spread across the city. It's not concentrated in particular areas?
Yes, the impact spread out the city where the flood layer overlay on the zone.
All right.
Despite some upfront mitigation costs, PC14 promotes early investment in resilient infrastructure to avoid escalating long-term costs from climate-related disruptions. By aligning land use with infrastructure and hazard mitigation, PC14 enhances economic efficiency, encourages innovation, and builds confidence in the housing market. It also equips property owner and developer with a tool to make informed decisions, supporting a safer and more resilient urban future for Hamilton. I think that's what I have today.
That's good. And that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you
for that.
Yep.
And yes, if you can provide those numbers, that would be really,
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I will provide this afternoon. Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madani.
I now call Dr. Huijun Keira to present planning evidence in support of PC 14.
Morning, Commissioner. I have a slide deck just to illustrate what I'm gonna say, just waiting for it
Thank you.
to appear.
Yep. And right.
Okay, so I've been involved on Plain Chain 14 since the beginning.
When was the beginning?
We initially started discussions on Plain Chain 14 around the middle of 2022,
Right, right.
but we are working on planning provisions in parallel while the flood viewer team was updating the maps.
Yeah,
So we needed to, while two different processes, we needed to have now some sort of conversation.
Yeah.
And this is not working.
yeah.
Maybe can just go to the second slide, please.
I've got it on my screen, so I'm ahead of you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, the previous one, please.
Back one to strategic
Yeah.
intent.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of the strategic intent of Plain Chain 14, we work with a tiered hazard overlay system. So as Mr. Maldani stated before, we have flood hazards which are divided into low, medium, and high. We also have the depression areas, overland flow path, and flood extent areas.
It was the confusion I had when I read the flood extent areas. I wasn't sure what that referred to. Is that for individual land parcels? It's not the whole area. It's not the whole flood extent. Because if it is, it assumes all the above, doesn't it? So I wasn't quite clear what the demarcation is between them.
The flood extent area, it comes from really, really shallow and it increases. So it's not hazardous per se. So after it meets the threshold of low flood hazard, it's going to be classified as low. Low.
Okay.
So everything that is
Okay.
in between nothing and low is the
Yeah.
flood extent.
That wasn't clear to me in reading of it at all.
Okay.
So maybe that's something that needs to be looked at. Okay, yeah, So that's effectively non-hazardous?
No, it's not.
flood area.
It's not.
It's not non-hazardous?
It's because it's below 10 centimeters. So it's really, really shallow.
Okay,
We consider in the plan with a more light touch, more in terms of future proofing, the city. But if you see the activity status table and the rules that apply, they are really, really light. So activities are permitted, and even the requirements for freeboard is only 150 mil, which is already applied for the building consent.
right, okay.
Another change is around planning for resilience, so having this map sitting outside of the district plan so we can be more agile when updating the information, particularly if new information comes from IPCC, new climate data or more accurate models, while still meeting the thresholds of the definitions.
I suspect, and I probably shouldn't say this, I suspect we'll actually go the other way with this current government. Probably not going to be following the IPCC. Yes, but for the same issue applies. I mean, it's got to be flexible to count whatever government direction comes through.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
And from my experience, there is so much study, going on around climate change, the different scenarios, that it's good for councils to allow some sort of flexibility.
Yeah.
And also, we work the planning framework to align with the 25 MANA and PSUD, as I mentioned, in parallel to developing Plain Chain 14, we had Plain Chain 12 discussions. So where we try to see, okay, what should we do to make sure that we are still allowing development, but in a sustainable way?
Yeah, yeah.
So one of the key changes is in terms of the previous statutory mapping system and now the best available information with curly sheets in Flood Viewer. So in the ODP, we only had 40% of flood hazards mapped. We didn't have depression areas as they are defined now. We didn't have overland flow path. So these are some improvements that that council was able to introduce. We had another layer called COVID block flood hazard area. This one was superseded by depression area, so depression areas considered this, but it's a little bit more broad. We also managed to incorporate the flood view, flood hazard area into the thresholds of flood medium and low, medium, high flood hazards. And the Waikato River Bank and Gully Hazard Area wasn't part of the discussion of the plan change. So we notified this plan change on 21st of January this year.
This might be problematic. You might have to start dancing shortly. Yes, right.
We received 57 submissions, so most of them around the natural hazards chapter, some minor ones around planning maps. Some of them were quite related to their properties, so council's position, these ones, they are more related to flood viewer. So we sent all of them while not in scope of the plan change. We understand that the submitters needed to have a pathway, so while they're out of scope of the plan change 14 discussion, they were sent to the flood viewer team and a response was provided to all the submitters.
Yeah.
And in terms of a submissions overview, so we have around 60% of the submitters that were either supporting or supporting in part the plan change. As I mentioned before, plan change 14 use a risk-based approach. So we have this tiered hazard overlay system. So depending of the hazard likelihood and all the expected consequences, the planning framework measures that and provides an adequate response. We also allow for site-specific assessments and avoid this blanket restriction. So when we talk about particularly around models, we know that there are some flaws, so this allows to correct this without, needed to change the entire planning framework or going to this entire discussion.
Yeah.
So there are still some unresolved matters. So one of them is around the depression area. So I just put a map exemplifying how much of Hamilton is impacted by depression areas in the 1% AAP, so it's around 40% of the city. As Mr. Ricks mentioned before, there are some limitations on the model in terms of some of the conservative parameters considered. So because of that, we took a proportionate approach, and so the planning framework reflects this uncertainty. As part of the discussion, particularly in terms of the activity status table, we had some conversations with the civil defense team to understand which activities may be more relevant or more at risk if we need to evacuate some areas. Another part of the unresolved matters is in terms of the Hamilton City Council GIS-based flood maps as a non-statutory spatial tool. As Mr. Maldonado mentioned, it does not replace statutory planning instruments, but it illustrates where it applies. So it doesn't bypass RMA safeguards. All hazard areas are defined in the district plan, so not in flood viewer. Flood viewer doesn't define anything. So the definitions are all sitting in the district plan. And so flood viewer, it's a tool to visualize all these definitions to help with implementation and interpretation of the rules. So that's the flow chart that everything seems easy. So this is part of my evidence as well. So it just helps, I think it helped us to guide our thinking while developing the plan change or what happen if it's in a flood area, identified flood hazard area, you know, if people want to challenge or not, so how we proceed. Another unresolved matter is about the exclusion of the Fonterra Terrapa side.
Yeah.
So, again, as Mr. Maldani mentioned, they are covered by depression areas and overland flow path mapping, but they are not covered yet by flood hazard mapping. As far as I'm concerned, there's no plan in the near future to update this area, particularly because they adjoin the Te Awa Lakes area, and there is still a lot of earthworks going on there. So even if council does a model for this catchment, it's going to be out of date quite soon. But this provides them an opportunity to provide a site-specific assessment.
What does it actually mean for Fonterra on that site? What, I mean, with these overlays, what does it require them to do or not to do?
At this stage, there's no flood hazard information, right? And even if we go to the information that we have, which is of 2014's the rapid flood assessment, there is nothing showing their side, so they only have flood depression and overland flow path. So
Yeah.
nothing much changes for them.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought when I was reading it through. I was trying to work out what, what the fight was about, and we'll hear about that later on. What, is, and it didn't seem to me that in actual fact, apart from having it on the site, it didn't seem to me to require anything at all, basically. So, yeah,
It doesn't.
okay, all right. Well, we'll hear later. Okay.
We also got PB Consultants recommended some more stricter controls, including retreat from flood-prone areas. So I think Dr. Young covered that with the commercial feasibility capacity. So we need these areas in order to meet the thresholds to provide housing. So my professional opinion is still that Plan Change 14 apply a proportionate risk-based framework. So there are several parameters that need to be met in order for people to develop on those areas.
I mean, it's not a question which I can really ask you, but I will. If you adopted PB Consultants' recommendations, what effect would that have on, I guess it comes down to capacity and some sort of assessments. I mean, they'll have to explain what the implications are for having suggested it, but do you have any idea what the scale of the effect would be?
What I see is that we are going to lock several areas of the city, right? And these are going to end up resulting in other unintended consequences, such as gentrification, because you're still going to have houses in there, but you don't allow them to build anything else. So, and the managed retreat process, we know that is quite long and quite arduous. So I do think that there is a lot of unknowns still if we consider managed retreat or a more strict approach for, particularly around medium flood hazard areas.
Yeah. Well, that was my immediate thinking was yes. I mean, it would radically change the face of Hamilton. It would seem to me that's the consequence of that, but we'll let them explain what they think the effect will be. All right?
The other unresolved matter is about the ICMPs. So PB Consultant also proposed that we wait to have approved ICMPs before allowing developments on those areas. So I see that ICMPs are really valuable strategic tools for long-term catchment plans, but they shouldn't preclude Plan Change 14 of providing the planning framework to develop on these areas in the absence of an ICMP.
Yeah.
And then there are two additional matters. The first one,
Just on that
Yeah.
ICMP, I mean, when the remaining ICMPs are developed, assuming that PC 14 is in place, they will obviously take that into consideration. Well, I mean, much of it will be based on the same database, obviously. So there's no, or do you see any essential incompatibility between PC 14 and what's coming
No.
down the line?
no.
Yeah.
In terms of additional matters, one of them is that amendment on the
Yes,
medium.
you've harmonised that with Appendix 11.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah. No, I noted that when I read it first. I thought that was a bit strange.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the second one is in terms of displacement of floodwater and structural design.
What, the thing that got me about this one is the 1 millimetre. I
Yeah.
mean, do we really have any idea what 1 millimetre of water looks like?
That's a huge discussion that we've been having. So what happened is that we notified this provision and Hamilton City Council start implementing it. So our engineers realized that it's not possible to require zero displacement. Zero
Yeah.
displacement is,
And I think 1 millimetre is better.
so we had some
Yeah.
research consent applications late, and the displacement was less than 1 millimeter. But there is no, being really honest, no magical number. There are some concerns if we don't consider anything about what's going to happen in terms of cumulative effects, if everyone start displacing.
But is this achievable? I mean, can we actually ensure that the change is less than 1 millimetre? I mean, it's
Theoretically, yes.
clear, but is it achievable?
So
I mean, it just seemed to me a metric which had, well, I don't know what the rationale for the metric is, but it's
yeah, what happened now is that when someone's gonna build a building within a flood hazard area, they need to do it's not a site-specific assessment, but a flood displacement assessment. So where they're gonna calculate the volume that this new building is occupying within the flood hazard area, and then it's gonna split this, within the catchment to see how much they are displacing. So this is how it's being done so far.
okay.
But I agree. I don't think that it's a really tricky provision.
Yeah. I just can't see how it would work. That's my concern about that. I mean, I accept that zero is unrealistic, but I don't think 1 mil is any more realistic than zero, quite frankly. So, yeah, hopefully somebody can clarify that in due course.
And another change on this rule is around removing the requirement for velocity.
Ah, yes, right,
So
okay,
that's the other one.
yeah.
And that's all for me.
Right.
So that presentation was intended to replace ploughing through words.
I appreciate that. Yep.
That's the ground covered in terms of the, like what you'd call the executive summary of the planning position.
I do have two comments that I wrote from the previous experts.
Yep.
So one of them is around the use of the word flood viewer in the plan.
Yeah.
Right now, flood viewer only shows flood information, and we didn't want to link specifically to the name flood viewer, because we know that sometimes it's a little hard for people to, when you talk about natural hazards, go to one platform to see flood information, to another platform to see something else. So it's nothing that is in the near horizon, but there are some discussions that maybe trying to integrate all these data in one single source.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why we didn't use the word flood viewer specifically.
Okay. Yeah.
And the other ones about Mr. Liao, Ms. Liao, she,
Yes, 1C. Yeah.
the overland flow path?
Sorry.
No, the overland flow path.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
as part of the, I think as part of rebuttal, we changed the rules. So the majority of the rules, they only apply to moderate and large overland flow path. So this also came from some implementation issues because REITs asked us to form the overland flow path. So even for really small ones, we are asking way too much. So this is why we revert to consider moderate and major only.
Yeah, yeah, right.
And the final point that I have here is about Mr. Rick's recommendation to improve flood viewer. So all this information that he identified, they are available upon request. I think there is room for discussion to maybe provide them available straight away, but the council's position until now is that everything that is listed there is provided upon request.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Right, okay. At some point, we need to talk about provisions, but I'm not quite sure at what point we do that. Ordinarily, I'd leave that till the last session, but I'm just a bit concerned that the last session might actually take us out. But maybe given the amplification in the square at the moment, we take an early lunch and hopefully that will diminish, and then we can, although we do have, I think, Dr. Joines, I think you wanted to present so that you get away. But that was the short order, but I'm happy to take your presentation if you'd like to come forward and do that now. It's entirely up to you, but you may, but yes, please, if that's okay. Yep, okay. There's a seat specially designed for you. Right. Now, I take it you haven't filed anything, so you're going to be talking to your submission, are you?
Yes, I've made a notes, and I can give it out at the end when I've finished speaking. So you can have a copy of it. Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to make a submission. So I'm Dr. Steve Joines. I am here on a personal capacity. I don't represent anybody or any organisation.
Yep.
I am a flood modelling practitioner. My experience is 37 years in flood modelling type work since my PhD on computational hydraulics.
Yep.
This is what I do on a daily basis when I'm working. I spent 10 years in the 1990s consulting to councils to build flood models before it became the norm it is today. In the past 20 years, 25 years, I've worked for small developers, civil consultants to get consents based on safer water, floor levels and the impact of flood displacement. And in this time, I think I've done about 600 projects. So the thrust of my submission is I support the aim of the plan change. The specific or precise engineering values should be extracted from the document so that it can keep up to date as more knowledge becomes known. The summary of changes needs to better define and provide clarity to ensure council staff and the applicant's professional advisors don't have endless disagreements about, for example, making flood worse really means. I will use the term developer to also include mum and dad developers who either want to replace an old house or subdivide at the rear of a large section. So developers are not defined as multimillionaires who are building big subdivisions. In general, I support the plan change. However, it is my experience that this will impact the city's housing requirements, and I think we've probably gone through that about 3 or 4 times this morning anyway, and it'll have an effect on people. And it will discourage them from doing stuff that would actually be useful for the city in terms of housing development. The basis of my submission as a practitioner is to get more certainty on the rules and parameters when I'm dealing with council development engineers. Some requirements are clear, like the 100-year storm, but some are just open-ended, like blocked culverts. What does that really mean? What percentage? 100%? Is that realistic? Is it reasonable? And if it's in the rules, then it's hard to discuss the practicalities with development engineers in the council. That is my experience. I don't want to list everything, but I respectfully suggest that the council get right up to speed on flood hazards' latest methods. The arbitrary 0.3 metre depth and 1 metre per second velocity is out of date. Low, medium and high flood hazards is out of date. The Australian Rainfall and Runoff, a Guide to Flood Estimation, Chapter 6, Section 7.27, uses a flood hazard curves approach. It explicitly says what the hazard really is in the real world, depending upon the combination of velocity and depth. And I've got a figure that I can provide you with. And to summarise the figure, they have 6 categories. 1, H1 is generally safe for people, vehicles and buildings because it's less than 100 millimetres deep. Yeah. And then we go up through to category 4, which is unsafe for people and vehicles. And we go to category 6, which is unsafe for people and buildings, and structural damage probably will occur. So there's 6 categories, and it tells people exactly what will happen in a floodplain at the worst case scenario. So this is what the Australians are doing, and I can say that Auckland Council are now starting to use it as well. And in my submission that you'll get is a picture of a typical flood hazard map with the 6 categories. So a job I did for somebody in Waiheke Island, they want to rebuild their house, and my map shows exactly where the flood risks are for their grandchildren playing out in the paddock or where they may park the cars safely. So that's getting up to date. And I've used this method for about 2 years, and it helps to understand the risk, its location for structures and people. Auckland's development engineers, as I said, are starting to use it and ask for it. And I do it anywhere in every project I do. It's a great communication tool in the real world. Moderate risk doesn't mean anything to most people. It's just a word. Another example is the impact of floodwaters on neighbours due to development. It needs context and preciseness, so me as a flood modeller can assess a solution to mitigate the impact when it's above the predetermined thresholds. For example, a 20 millimetre increase for flows from a large catchment is well within the bounds of rounding error and uncertainty when the flood depth is 500 mil, which brings me back to this 1 millimetre stuff. It's ridiculous. It's engineering imprecise, it's just words, and it's impossible to actually achieve. Even the models won't even round up to 1 millimetre properly. And on that, I can argue with DEs in councils arguing about a 7 millimetre rise in the corner of a field, and it just gets ridiculous. And DEs will have a different opinion, and it becomes a lottery, depending on who you talk to. Next is the required freeboard allowance. This is presently arbitrarily 500 millimetres for vulnerable habitable buildings as per the building code. However, in some projects I approved that a 1,000-year storm may only raise the flood level by a further 60 millimetres. So being 500 millimetres off the ground is very conservative and can be expensive for people, especially when you have driveway implications that you have to lift so people can actually park their cars in their garages. And then you'll get the flood displacement because people got to lift their driveways by 250 mil for absolutely no reason, really. And on this positive note, Auckland Council have recently adopted, I think it was February this year, a freeboard for Auckland Regional Guideline Document GD13, which allows some flexibility on freeboard and it's more practical. So we're not fixed into it. As a general point, I believe mapping water depths less than 100 millimetres is ridiculous. What's the point? It's just another thing to put on. And I think it's the flood extent on the flood viewer. As you question, what does flood extent means? Anything between 0 and 100 millimetres. Well, most people's driveways will be on the flood extent. My driveway has water running down from the street down to a very safe area in my garden every time it rains. Will that be on the map? Will everybody work it out? It seems superfluous and ridiculous and can be probably disturbing to people to go, why has my property got a blue line running through it? Council should ensure that Plan Change 14 is completely, 100% consistent with the Regional Infrastructure Technical Specification, which is called RIPS. Otherwise, council planners, development engineers, flood modelling consultants and client planners will have contradictory requirements. Then who decides which requirement overrides which? This is why I believe the precise engineering design requirement should be removed from the plan change with reference to an engineering document. And I've dubbed it the Hamilton City Council Flood and Stormwater Guideline. So the idea is all this preciseness about 0.3 metres of depth, 100 millimetres here, 1 metre per second. It can change over time as we learn more things over time, because once this plan change gets put in, it's not going to change for a very long time. So any engineering specifications should be removed from it and referenced to a document that, like Flood Viewer, which is supposed to be updated with the best information, so should a Hamilton City Stormwater Guideline based on the latest and best information available. It means that the engineer can focus on the guideline and the planners can focus on Plan Change 14 for compliance. In my experience, developers have been stopped by flooding of roads when developers' land is completely safe from floodwaters, but is not easily consented because of access issues. Where is Hamilton City Council's responsibility to relieve road flooding and ensure major culverts are maintained to work as they should? Some jobs I get, and it says you've got to assume the culvert is blocked, and I say it's 2.1 metres diameter. Why have we got to assume a big culvert like that is blocked? Isn't it your job as the council to make sure it's maintained and open? Why are people being responsible for building houses higher than they need to because the council is not maintaining culverts? This is my experience of working on these projects. Flood Viewer should be updated regularly, and as it says so, every 6 months. No surprises. I've worked on projects where the Flood Viewer, other councils' flood viewers, and even Hamilton, is not showing the latest information. I get on with my work, and then during the consent process, I'm been told, oh, we've updated the results. Well, I'd say that it's actually a requirement that whatever's on Flood Viewer is the best and latest when you do the work and when you make the application. I'm actually doing screenshots of Flood Viewers just in case over the 6-month period of trying to put the consent together, new information comes to light that you don't know anything about. And therefore, you've got to redo the work, and you go round in circles. I've done a table, and I'm not going to read the table out. It's in a summary to the responsive changes document. I've basically gone through particular items and asked specific questions, and I'll just give an example. Item 10 of the summary of changes document, I've said is too restrictive. Why can't you build on piles? In response of not building in a flooded area. Why can't you build on piles and water just goes under the house? There's no big deal about that. It's an engineering solution. Otherwise, you can't do houses, and people just accept that and say you've got to build on piles. And I've noticed in the last 5 years, most people are very happy to build on piles to make sure they're out of the flood area. And I've done a table of that you'll see. So, in summary, I believe the specific engineering design criteria stated in the plan change should be removed and reference to a Hamilton City Council flood and stormwater guideline not yet created. This allows council flexibility to change flood risk design as knowledge becomes available and the guideline can easily be updated. Auckland Council are on version 4 with 2 upgrades in the last 4 years. So they're very flexible when the idea of climate change changes and the engineer knows, right, I've got to do this now, and I do not have to refer to the Auckland Unitary Plan. I can refer to the guideline as the engineer. If it is stated in PC 14, it will be fixed. And I know that Auckland Council are having issues with sea level rise at the moment because the Auckland Unitary Plan states that sea level rise of 1 metre must be allowed for in the design in coastal inundation areas. Well, NIWA and the Ministry for the Environment is saying sea level rise is probably going to be 1.6 metres. So therefore, you have got a contradiction. And the planners are saying 1.6, but the consultant planners are saying, no, AUP says 1 metre, that's what the engineer has to do.
I think you were summarising, Dr. Joines. I'm going to move you on, please.
Hamilton City Council need more up-to-date information with the latest flood hazard thinking. As it is, Plan Change 14 is already perhaps 5 years out of date engineering-wise. Finally, any reference to subjective criteria should be better defined so everybody knows the preciseness of the requirement. So that's my submission I've written that I can give you. But because I've sat here all morning, I've made some notes on what people have said as well that I'd like to raise.
I'll give you 2 minutes because then we're going to lunch. So, thank you.
Yeah. So, as I think Mr. Savage on the flood viewer said that if it is shown that flooding doesn't occur or is not as bad, then it will be changed. It would be good to have a log of these things because it means that somebody like me can say, you know, have we got the latest information that's been changed? Because it might not be up to date. So there must be a log system. Will reports that have generated the flood maps be available online so I'd be able to reference to find out how the work was done? Although we say that the flood viewer is not statutory requirement, I know that the engineers will believe it's sacrosanct and there's no flexibility. And I've already talked about the 1 millimetre and I've already talked about, why is that on? No, and I've also talked about the flood extent is a completely meaningless thing. 50 millimetres of water on the road is completely meaningless. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joines. Appreciate your input, and do leave me a copy of your presentation. And if you just supply that to Mary in the corner there, that would be helpful. Thank you. Right. Noise is gone. 45 minutes enough? Yes, sir, that's fine. Yes. Okay, let's be back at 1:45 in that case. Thank you very much. session. Any report? No. Right, we're with foodstuffs, aren't we? Yes, Alex, thank you.
Sorry, Sarah, I'm just trying to connect to the Zoom because I might share something. I think it's working. I think so. It was showing me before. Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he will let you know now.
Okay, amazing. So, good afternoon, sir. So I'm here today on behalf of Foodstuffs North Island Limited. I have with me Mr. Konstantinos Fokianos, who is a water resources engineer, and he has prepared evidence for Foodstuffs in this hearing. I also have with me online and up on the screen there,
Yes,
Mr. David Batten,
Yes, right.
who has prepared planning evidence for Foodstuffs in this hearing.
Yeah.
I prepared a set and circulated a set of legal submissions.
Yep.
I'm assuming you've read them.
You absolutely have. yes,
Excellent.
thank you. Yep.
So, with that being the case, what I propose to do is just sort of touch on some of the key points, set the scene,
Yep.
respond to one of the issues that Mr. Maldoni raised in terms of scope, and then I will pass over to the two experts to speak to their
Okay.
statements.
Yep, that's
and
fine,
answer any
thank you.
questions.
And you're doing it to a musical interlude as well, so.
Yes. Thankfully, a bit quiet at this time. I think they may have lost the crowd. Anyway, so in our submissions, we identify, or Foodstuffs identified two key concerns with the provisions, with the approach taken in PC 14. And the first of those I address at section 3 of the submissions, and that is the use of non-statutory maps. And I think there's a recognition from Foodstuffs that there are benefits to this approach, and those have been canvassed this morning in terms of the ability to, update them in response to new information when development happen on the site, that sort of thing. But on the flip side, that ability to update them easily, frequently, without public input is of concern to Foodstuffs, and that is why at paragraph 3.4 of the submissions, I have set out a number of suggested changes to the provisions that we say would go some way to addressing those concerns around the ability to update the maps frequently and without public input.
But your submission doesn't go as far as to say that the approach per se is ultra vires.
No, sir. I would say we are not expressing an opinion on that at this stage. I think Foodstuffs is taking a pragmatic approach where they recognise that it's probably going to be the way this falls, and if that being the case, these are the changes that we would like to see.
All right, thank you. Yep.
So in terms of those three changes, I guess they're sort of at a high level, but it's a clear pathway to challenging those non-statutory maps, an acknowledgement of the limitations of Flood Viewer, and one element of that I will come to shortly is the ability to rely on those Flood Viewer maps where you are shown as being outside the floodplain. And then lastly is a clear pathway for provision of third-party assessments and a provision of a permitted activity pathway for certain activities in certain circumstances.
Yeah.
And these matters, we say, are also necessary to address the second issue that Foodstuffs raises in the submissions, and that is addressed at section 4, which is the accuracy of the mapping.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Fokianos' evidence records a number of concerns with the model build and with the resulting model outputs. And I think to crudely summarise his evidence, his view is that the council's adopted a fairly conservative approach, and he has illustrated this with reference to Foodstuff's portfolio, where he has identified a number of discrepancies between what's shown on the maps, particularly in terms of the inputs like the LiDAR data and assumptions that have been made and what's on the ground. And I think there are a number of submissions that also identify discrepancies between what's shown on the maps and the on the ground real life experience. My submissions touch on the impacts of overly conservative mapping for landowners. I don't think I need to talk you through that today. You'll be well familiar with those arguments. So with that said, I will now turn to section 5 of the submissions, which is the relief that Foodstuffs is seeking to address those two issues. I'm going to touch on these fairly briefly because I will get the experts can talk to them in more detail. What I will do though is respond to the issue that my friends for the council raised in terms of the scope for the changes that Foodstuffs experts have recommended, and I will address that as I go. So I'll talk to at a high level what Foodstuffs is seeking, and then I will take you to the submission that we say provides scope for those changes. So in terms of the first key piece of relief, I guess it's updates to the flood viewer to correct the inaccuracies that Mr. Fokianos has identified. And my submission to you in terms of scope is that is provided by a number of submissions which raise issues with the accuracy of the mapping. I am just going to attempt to share my screen so I can... It's been a while since I've used Zoom. I'm very used to Teams now.
So are you going to the submission itself or to the summary?
I'm going to the submission itself.
Yeah. So what number are we looking at?
So I am taking you to the Tainui Group Holding submission.
You got a number?
Oh yes, it is 46.
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, it's throughout the submission really, but there are here we are. The executive summary. The submission raises concerns about the reliability and accuracy of the flood mapping. TGH is concerned that the flood hazard modelling used to define flood hazard areas and the resulting rule framework is not being properly analysed for their accuracy. Not sure I...
Yeah.
What I can do, sir, is I'm doing this a bit on the fly here, but I can sort of record the specific submission points if that would assist.
Well, you don't need to. I mean, I've got it here and I'm making a note of it, and I'd already assumed you're talking about 4.1 in this one, so... Yep.
Great. So I will move on to the next topic, which is the activity status. And here, so this is the relief or the recommendations that Mr. Badham has made in terms of what activity status should apply to new buildings or alterations to buildings in the high flood hazard area. So at the moment, I think they're identified as non-complying, and his recommendation is that they should be discretionary. And then also the activity status that should apply to retail within the high flood hazard area. And again, I think the council's recommendation is for non-complying, and Mr. Badham's view is that restricted discretionary would be an appropriate status for retail. And the relief or the submission point that we are relying on there is Te Awa Lakes, which is submission number 32. and the specific point is at paragraph 6 of the submission, where it seeks that activities generally should be provided for as a restricted discretionary activity.
They've got 2 sixes, I noticed, so it's a second six.
Oh, second six,
It's a
yeah.
second six, yeah,
So, yeah, page 4.
page 4. Yep.
Both Mr. Badham and my submissions get into the merits or the rationale for that. I'm not sure I need to take you through that now in the interest of time, but I have responded to the council's rebuttal in paragraphs 5.5 to 5.7 of my submissions. And I mean, the points I'm making there is primarily to do with why I say that retail is a different category with very different characteristics to the other activities that have been identified as particularly sensitive to flood hazards.
Yeah.
So now we are turning to the permitted activity pathway, and that is the relief that Mr. Badham has recommended, which essentially involves certain activities, having a report prepared by a suitably qualified expert which confirms that that activity is highly unlikely to create any flood hazard risk on-site or off-site. And
I had the had the advantage of Mr. Batten running this argument at Whangarei. We accepted it up there.
yes, well, you would have seen, sir, that I had referred to Whangarei in the submissions as an example of where it had been accepted. So I don't need to take you through the merits then. What I will do is take you to the submission that we say gives you scope to grant this relief in Hamilton. And that is, I'm going to call them the Minter Ellison group of submissions, but it's the Stride, the Argosy, the Southern Cross, they all largely reflect one another. So I will take you to the Stride submission, which I think is 29.
So can I just perhaps assist with this? I mean, if it assists my friend, I'm happy for, rather than keep diverting to the submissions and to establish the scope, if my learned friend is happy just to provide me with a table that summarises each of the relief points that are sought by your client and the reference to the original submission and the relief claimed in the original submission, I'm happy to just work with that, and maybe if I just reserve my position to respond to that, it may then assist my learned friend just to get to the substantive argument rather than justify why she's here. So I'm happy to run with that.
Yep.
Happy for that. Do you want me to address, I was just going to refer to the Albany North decision in terms of the scope and the test that should be adopted?
As you wish. I just thought I'd just add that if it's of assistance
That
to
is
you.
of great assistance. Thanks, Mr. Maldowney.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll quickly, I don't think the laws, I will take that suggestion if that's open to me.
That's fine, and I too am very familiar with Albany North. So,
Okay,
yeah.
well, yeah, I don't think I will not take you through that, then I will leave the reference in the written, into the future written submissions that are to come then.
Yep.
So in terms of that permitted activity pathway, I'm not going to get into the merits of it. I will leave Mr. Badham to add any comments that he might have. You're very familiar with it, sir. What I would like to talk to is the next point, which is the accuracy of the maps shown outside the floodplain. And this is, I mean, from FOSBUS perspective, if the non-statutory approach is to be adopted, it considers that it would be desirable for somewhere in the plan to record that the council accepts the accuracy of those maps for land shown as being outside of the floodplain. And FOSBUS says that would reflect the council's acknowledgement that the mapping is conservative, and it would provide landowners with a level of certainty that they don't currently have. Because, and I address this at paragraph 5.16 of my submissions, but in practice, the maps will serve as a guide as to whether or not an inquiry needs to be made regarding whether a site is in a flood hazard area. So if the site is in the flood hazard area, in practice, the landowner's either going to accept that and apply for consent, or they're going to spend money to demonstrate that their map is in error and the site is actually not within the flood hazard overlay. So while I accept Mr Muldowney's points that the maps do not technically determine planning status, they are in practice likely to trigger expense. And in contrast, a landowner whose site is outside the identified area will be able to avoid such a process and a cost, provided that the council accepts that land shown as not being in a flood hazard area is not in fact within those definitions. Because in my submission, absent such an assurance, the map will be in effect worthless because the council can use it to trigger compliance or an investigation for land shown within the relevant area. Yet officers will also be free to insist that a landowner with a site that is not shown or that's shown as outside the identified mapped area needs to prove its status, notwithstanding the notation on Flood Viewer. And the council submissions referred to both Plan Change 27, which I understand you're familiar with, sir, and also the Auckland Unitary Plan as two examples of plans that had adopted non-statutory mapping. And I would note that in both cases, those provisions include a note which records that effectively the accuracy of the maps is accepted where you are identified as being outside the flood hazard area, but you have an ability to challenge them if you are shown as being within them.
Right, yeah, yes. Okay.
And in my submission, that provides certainty for landowners and that council won't just change the target. And I say that that's the appropriate balance in terms of section 32. The rest of the submission or the relief points in my submissions are addressed in detail in the evidence, so I won't talk to you about them now. What I will do is just respond to a couple of points that came up this morning in the council's presentation. Now, Mr Muldowney referred to the maps as being a rebuttable presumption, and my suggestion to you is it's really only a rebuttable presumption to a degree, and this is one of the key concerns of foodstuffs, and it's sort of illustrated by the discussion I've just had regarding the accuracy of the maps outside the flood plan. But I would like to just illustrate it with reference to the provisions themselves. So if we turn to Chapter 22 and 22.1, which is the, I assume it says purpose, but the text box is in front of it. So 22.1I, which is on...
Yep. Emergency services.
The best available...
22.2.
22I, Roman...
22. Yep.
So that's the one talking about
best
the
available
best
catchment.
as
Yep.
published on the council's website, and it's generally considered suitable for identifying whether you're affected by the flood-related features. However, then it goes on to say alternative information, flood information can be used if the council considers it to be better than the information it holds, and that wording is the wording of concern to foodstuffs, because in my submission that suggests that council can basically decide whether or not they want to use the flood viewer information in any instance. I'd also note it's slightly inconsistent with the notes, which seem to provide a bit more clarity that it would be, well, I'd say the notes are more supportive of my friend's submissions that it's a rebuttable presumption than that we just looked at, because the notes talk about effectively an applicant using a site-specific flood information that includes more accurate flood hazard information, and they sort of allude to it being more in the applicant's control about whether or not they challenge that mapping rather than the council's.
Do you have a substitute form of words?
I would probably just strike out that last sentence of, or after however, an I, but I also think that I think it's in Mr. Badham's evidence, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but in relation to the wording that we've suggested around relying on the
His
maps.
permitted pathway.
He'd also suggested some wording around relying on the maps if you're shown as being outside the flood hazard overlay.
Right.
And if my recollection is correct, there was also some wording around the pathway for challenging or changing those maps.
Right. Well, that's enough of a signal to Mr. Badham to be thinking very
Yes.
carefully and quickly, isn't it? Yes, right.
Regarding the process for contesting the accuracy of the mapping, I'd echo the concerns you raised regarding whether or not the Ombudsman is the appropriate forum for that. Mr. Muldowney's response is, well, that can play out in the resource consent process. And I think the point that you picked up on, but I'm going to make the submission to you anyway, is that the difficulty that creates where, it might, particularly where the applicant's view is that they should be a permitted activity because they're not within the mapped area, whereas the council is of a different view and saying you do need consent. It's that, at that point, that I think there needs to be some other forum for determining that, and I just simply don't think the Ombudsman is the correct person to be resolving those issues for a number of reasons. I'd also, just to finish, I'd like to make one observation regarding the use of the council's definition of flood hazard areas. And I acknowledge my friend's submissions around the definition setting the parameters of whether you are in or out and the rules being standalone in that sense. However, I think he referred to noise as an example of or a similar approach. But I think the distinction there is when you're assessing noise, there's a standard which determines how everyone assesses noise. So the output of that will only differ if the inputs are different, but if you have the same inputs, you'll always get the same outputs because there's a standardised way in which you model noise. The same doesn't apply here because you're going to be having an argument over whose model's better or whose model's more accurate. And it makes it very difficult when there's no guidance provided in the plan or indeed in the council's non-statutory internal practice note about what are the key considerations. How do you resolve a debate between whose model is better? And
Yes, which was the conversation we had as to whether it's an independent expert or whether you just go to court and fight it out.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just trying to make, there are some other examples in the plan where it's just, I'll leave it there. I think that was all I had to say, so I will pass to Mr. Fokianos now, and then Mr. Badham can finish.
Good afternoon.
Right. Welcome, Mr. Fokianos.
I will read my presentation because I'm not a very good public speaker.
You're not going to read. Sorry, you're not going to read all of it.
I'm sorry?
You're not going to read all of it.
Just a very, very brief presentation, not the
That's fine,
evidence.
just making sure.
I'm also half deaf, so I'm sorry if I talk too loud, but that's me. So before I begin, I'd like to make a brief clarification for the record. In paragraphs 4.2 to 4.8 of my written evidence, I refer to Plan Change 14 applying uniform rules across all flood hazards categories. To clarify, Chapter 22 does include 3 flood hazard area bands, low, medium, and high, with progressively more restrictive activity status in higher hazard zones. My concern remains that this three-tier system is coarse and not linked to activity, vulnerability, or detailed hydraulic intensity, particularly when compared with frameworks such as the Australian ARR or the British UKFD 2320. Also, where my evidence cites rules 22, 214.1 and .2, the correct references are rule 2252 and rule 2255A. Apologies for that. These clarifications do not alter any of my technical opinions or conclusions. Regarding the purpose of evidence, my evidence examines how the proposed flood hazard overlays and rules in PC14 affect several Floodstuff's North Island sites across Hamilton. It draws on flood viewer data, aerial imagery, and supporting topography, combined with PBO's experience in hydrological and hydraulic modeling. Key technical findings are several mapped areas overstate actual flood risk due to assumptions such as 100% culvert blockage, has already been mentioned by previous presenters, no minimum ponding threshold, and reliance on older LiDAR in some places. The plan applies identical rules to all depression areas, regardless of size, depth, or duration, capturing features that are shallow, short-lived, and hydraulically insignificant. While the three flood hazard bands are a positive step, they remain broad and not risk proportionate, without reflecting activity vulnerability. The mapping is dynamic. It changes with best available data, which improves accuracy but reduces certainty for landowners and developers. This has been discussed previously. In short, the current framework is a little bit too blunt, and we should not end up consenting puddles. Regulation must focus on genuine flood hazards, not harmless surface ponding. I also include some recommended improvements regarding adopting risk-based differentiation of overland flow paths, distinguishing minor from major flows using measurable hydraulic criteria as depth, velocity product, and catchment area. Introduce minimum thresholds for depression areas. For example, depth greater than 300 millimeters and area exceeding 100 square meters to exclude trivial ponding. Create a formal expedited pathway for verified updates where survey or modeling shows the flood viewer mapping is inaccurate, and allow flexible conveyance design where equal or greater capacity is provided, maintaining protection while enabling practical redevelopment. My overall position, and I will close with this, is in summary, Plan Change 14 is sound at a citywide scale, but remains too uniform and conservative at the property scale. The refinements I've proposed would maintain strong controls in genuine high-risk areas while reducing unnecessary regulatory burden in low-risk areas. The aim is simple: protect people and property from floods, not to consent puddles, and achieving that balance of technical accuracy, practicality, and fairness will make Hamilton's flood management framework both credible and enduring. Thank you.
Thank you for that very brief summary. Not sure, but I'll put the question anyway. So, do I conclude from your concerns about the modelling and flood viewer and so on, that you're less relaxed if Mr. Badham's permitted pathway is put in place than if it's not? Or are you saying that in actual fact it is so wide of the mark that it shouldn't proceed?
Personally, as a professional, I would prefer that there is more detail in the modelling.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that's more important.
Okay, all right. All right. And in terms of the more detail,
yep.
What are the sort of priority details that you'd be looking for?
I'm going to make some examples. LiDAR. LiDAR has an accuracy, usually, on this kind of scales and levels that we're talking about, of about 150 millimeters. That's not taking into account any mistakes happening when you filter out grass, vegetation, and all this. You can understand that 1 millimeter of maximum threshold is something that is quite small. When we have this kind of very rough LiDAR information. And also the LiDAR has a 1 meter grid, so it's 1 point for every 1 meter. So it loses a lot of information in between, especially all the drainage and stormwater infrastructure.
But that can't be cured, can it?
It can be cured when you import surveys.
Yes, yes. So
Survey
that means
information
you'd have to physically survey the whole city.
Not necessarily. When you survey the roads, though, or even in the LiDAR, you have the raw LiDAR.
Yeah.
And maybe you can increase the intensity of the grid in the areas where matter, where let's say the secondary overland flow paths are, roads, where you have curb and channels.
Yeah.
All this information is quite critical, and usually if the model and the digital terrain are not accurate enough, you lose all this information, and you are driven to very wrong conclusions. One more thing that I think it needs to be mentioned in the flood viewer is that overland flow paths, depression areas, and flood hazards come from 3 different processes. They are not results of the same model. The flood hazards comes from a hydraulic model. The other 2 come from geographical system analysis. They have nothing to do with modeling. I think it's important for people to understand that. So when you see the overland flow path, it's just an exercise, of a GIS exercise, calculating slopes, filling all the sinks, and finding the shortest path for the flow. It's not necessarily a product of hydraulic modeling that takes into account various.
So why should we be aware of that?
Because we have to understand that the overland flow path as shown there is not 100% accurate. It's based on some assumptions and has nothing to do with the results from the flood modeling. It could be irrelevant in some places.
Okay, all right. So you're saying there's greater uncertainty with respect to the GIS-based stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And one last comment. As a professional engineer, that with my experience asking for information from the council regarding flood viewer, I heard Mr. Savage saying that there is a process of acquiring all this information from the models. So far, every time that I have asked for information from the models, the only thing I get from the council is printed PDFs. Pretty much what you get from the flood viewer in a PDF form. I don't get model output, I don't get model input, which is also quite important, because everyone who works in models knows that garbage in, garbage out. It depends on what you put in your model, and that's quite critical. We don't have access to all this. And as an example, none of the culverts from the city are anywhere available in any of the city's GIS. So when we say depression zones and where these happen because the culverts are going to be blocked, we don't even know where the culverts are.
All right. I guess I might hear some more about that. Thank you, Mr. Fokianis. So we're with Mr. Badham, are we?
Mr. Badham, now I've just asked, Mr. Badham had a short presentation in the interest of time because I spent so long talking. I've asked him to just touch on 2 things, which is the changes that he's recommending to Objective 22.1 and then the issue that we were just discussing before around wording that could be added in to make clearer around the changes to flood viewer or reliance on flood viewer. But by all means, please obviously ask him any questions that you have.
Don't worry about that. Yes, right.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me okay? First of
Yeah,
all?
no, you're fine there, Mr. Badham.
Thank you. And can you see my screen? Has it got a presentation shared up?
Yep.
Just double checking that.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, so as Mr. Vine alluded to, I have got a short presentation, which I'll scoot through. In the interest of time, I will probably jump over a few of the aspects a bit quicker than others, just because Mr. Vine has covered them quite extensively in her legal submissions.
Okay.
So what I plan to cover really was my evidence in terms of some of the key provision changes that I've recommended, in particular relating to the policy framework, using the best available information, the permitted activity pathway, but also the activity status for retail. I will plan to talk in a little bit more detail on the first 2 points because Mr. Vine has covered off the permitted activity pathway and activity status. But as she outlined, I'm happy to take any questions as we go or at the end of the presentation.
Okay.
So the policy framework, I did want to talk to this point, and this is the objective 22.2.1 for the natural hazards chapter. So basically, I had in my evidence highlighted that there was current wording in clause 2, which means that no increase of adverse effects, even minimal, are acceptable. I'll come to the wording in the next slide. And I really highlighted in my evidence that I don't think that that is the intent of the objective, and in fact, the policies, as alluded to in that second bullet point, the policies must be consistent with the direction and the objective, but currently you have policies within the natural hazards chapter which refer to terms such as managing, where practicable or tolerable level. Now I think that there is a disconnect between the policies and the objective, and I think that the way that the objective, how the objective is worded is the issue. So I haven't recommended in my evidence an amendment to that to include the term unacceptable. I'll show you that in the next slide. So here is the wording. I have added in the clause 1 that the council officer had recommended in rebuttal. That's to avoid the creation of intolerable levels of risks. I don't have a concern with that. Obviously, when you see the word avoid, you generally are looking at that to say, well, that's quite a strong term, but I think it's qualified by intolerable levels of risk. So it's a qualified avoid, not a straight out avoid. But if you read subclause 2, so read the leader sentence, risks from natural hazards are managed in a way that, now if you don't include the word unacceptable, you have subdivision, use and development does not increase the potential for adverse effects to people, property, infrastructure and environment. Now, the way I read that term, does not increase the potential for, is a zero. It does not increase at all. So I did attend earlier this morning and heard the council officer talking about, there was a conversation around 1 millimetre, for instance. Well, if you read that objective, it says it does not increase. It's not just the actual, it's the potential for adverse effects. I do think that some level of acceptability or unacceptability needs to be applied there. Otherwise, it's a zero. It's a zero-sum game. If you increase it even by 1 millimetre, by 10 millimetres, half a millimetre, then technically under that objective, that's not allowed because you're not meeting it. And I argue that you see the terms in the objectives and policies which also utilise terms such as manage or acceptable as well. So I do think that this is a disconnect between the objective wording and the policy that needs to be addressed, and I have suggested that is addressed by the inclusion of the term unacceptable adverse effects.
Yeah. Can I just make a point in passing on this one, which I picked up when I was reading it? These are objectives for natural hazards. They're not just objectives for flooding. and I'm not sure that some of these corrections to the objectives for natural hazards are in actual fact, well, I'm not even sure they're in scope given the breadth of the implications of this, because it doesn't just relate. I mean, PC 14 is the natural hazard flooding. The definition of natural hazards actually includes all natural hazards. So these objectives actually now apply to any natural hazard, not just flooding. So just address me later on that matter, will you? Because I'm not sure whether this should be qualified as a flooding natural hazard issue, not a natural hazard issue. Sorry, that was a sidebar. Carry on, Mr. Badham.
Yes, sir. So that's the change I've recommended there. The next point I wanted to touch on was the best available information, so it's a term and a concept that is used. Now, just to shortcut this, I won't go through this in massive detail, but I had recommended a new policy. The council officer has come back and said that there's already an existing clause of the policy 22.2.1 2.1a regarding the use of best available information. So just to shortcut it and make it simpler, I've agreed, yes, if you're going to change the wording, then it should be the wording in the policy that's existing rather than creating a new one. So what I have done there is I've utilised the wording. Now, actually, taking your point that you just made, sir, about the natural hazards topic, you might not want to insert the term flood modelling information. But however, what I was essentially saying here is that using the best available information, be it flooding or not, to identify and assess land that is susceptible to flood risks. So the alternative wording recommended by the Council Office was using the best available information, based on the most up-to-date flood modelling where relevant, and applying best practice where practicable. I just thought the wording I have suggested here sort of cuts to the chase. I don't think the term "and applying best practice where practicable" is particularly good language, and I think that really the crux of it is you just want to make sure that you're using the best available information when you're looking at flooding risk and managing risk on a piece of land. So, but yeah, notwithstanding the point on natural hazards, whether that doesn't, I would be comfortable if it doesn't say flooding modelling. It could just say using the best available information to identify and assess land that is, and it could be not susceptible to flood risks, it could be to natural hazards. But I think that change is helpful when it goes to the crux of what we're saying in terms of Mr. Fokianis' evidence and also the discussions around flood viewer. When you make your decision, you want to be using the best available information.
Okay.
I put this little slide up here. I saw it, this was in the original council officer evidence, and I saw it in the presentation earlier this morning. It was just around that whole flood viewer information. I thought this was helpful because it says you've got a development plan, you check flood viewer. Is flooding present? Yes, then you can challenge the data. Then if you go to no, it says proceed with development, flooding rules don't apply. Now the reason I put that in is because in my evidence, and Mr. Vine touched on this as well, I had suggested adding some additional terms to the definition of best available catchment-based information. I won't read through all of this at length, I don't think we have the time, but one of the key points, one of the key concepts was to say if you're not within the flood viewer area, e.g. you're outside of it, then that should be sufficient information for you to determine that that the rules don't apply. And I would argue that based on the flowchart before, that seems to be what's been suggested, but it's not in the plan, and it creates, in my opinion, it's unclear how you apply these rules. And I think that's one of the fundamental issues with this and the approach taken is, are you in or you're out? Do you apply or not? Now I know this was a matter well familiar with by Plan Change 1 in Whangarei District. I'm not disputing that non-statutory maps are unavailable for managing natural hazards. They are, but I think there needs to be a clear link in here, and this approach that I've suggested here aligns with and is very similar to the Auckland Unitary Plan, for instance. So that's the change that I've recommended to the definition of best available catchment-based information.
Yep.
The permitted activity pathway, I'm just going to scoot over this because it's a concept that you're very familiar with from Plan Change 1 in Whangarei, and also the changes are quite extensive. So I really just wanted to touch on just some of the very high-level merits. I think the issues are quite clear, and from Mr. Fokianis' evidence is the maps appear to be quite conservative and cover a large area of Hamilton City. I think I saw a figure earlier, possibly for the depression areas, that was 40% of the city. The rule framework requires resource consent for a wide range of activities, so there are a number of activities that trigger it, and again, it's picked up in my evidence in my Section 32AA evaluation, there are large consenting costs associated with that that will be high and are not fully understood. My argument essentially is that I think a permitted activity rule framework should be considered. The concept is permitted where a site-specific assessment concludes the mapping is incorrect, so it could be based on the mapping actually being incorrect, or it is highly unlikely to result in increased flooding risk. So that's to be actually based on an assessment of that flood risk. Again, the requirement for it to be undertaken by a suitably qualified professional and assess all risks. And also had the component about the advice notes. So that's going to the component Mr. Vine raised about the advice notes and in the introduction section, which Sue you questioned on. I had recommended the deletion of advice note 4 in my evidence. And it's precisely that reason is there's actually a bit of inconsistency within the introduction section and the definition. So I haven't got the provisions up there. I'm happy to answer any specific questions on the permitted activity pathway, but it's just to say that I think this is an idea could and should be explored for, given the breadth and extent of the mapping that would apply in Hamilton City. I'll let that ponder for a little bit. The last point again, which I'll just touch on briefly, was retail and buildings. So really this fundamentally comes down to retail activities and whether they should be treated as hazardous sensitive land uses. And the reason I had the inclusion of the terms like residential activity or healthcare service is that they are referenced in the applicable policy. So if you look at policy 22.2.1D, it says hazardous sensitive land use, and now it does say including but not limited to residential units, visitor accommodation, childcare facilities, community centres, schools and healthcare services. Now those are the types of activities that I would agree and typically anticipate to be considered a hazardous sensitive land use, or the other more commonly used term that I've seen through other plans throughout the country is a vulnerable activity. And the way I see that works best is if you have a very clear definition of what is a vulnerable activity, what is a hazard sensitive land use, and then you list the things that are in or out, and then it's very clear if you're not. In my opinion, within my evidence, I don't think that a retail activity has the same level of sensitivity as these other ones, just by the very nature of what they are. And if you look at other plans around the country, most recently Plan Change 1, Whangarei District Council, a vulnerable activity does not include a retail activity. So that then follows on to a non-compliant activity status. So there's a non-compliant activity status that applies, and I argue that that's inconsistent with the policy framework, and it does not support a proportionate approach to managing natural hazard risk. So I sought to reclassify retail activities to land use less hazardous sensitive, so they're not a hazardous sensitive activity. Also, I had the changes in there that I'd recommended in my evidence regarding the activity status for new buildings and also retail activities. So I'm gonna stop there. It's quite a bit to run through, but I'm just in the interest of time, I'm happy to take any other questions or comments you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Badham. No, I don't really have any questions. I mean, at the back end of your statement, you've helpfully included wording propositions, which, yep, I mean, it's very clear what you're suggesting there, and we'll have discussion on it later. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Vine?
Table with scope. Mr. Muldowney, would sort of end of Wednesday or Thursday be okay for you?
I think he was thinking 4 o'clock today, I think, wasn't he?
No, that's fine. I mean, there was a signal that I would potentially close.
Yeah.
So as long as I can get it this week, that would be helpful.
Yeah, there's no hurry. Well, there is a hurry, but not that, not hurry, yeah.
The answer's easy, it's all in scope.
Well, if they're not, we don't have to worry, do we? So that's fine. The sooner I know that, better.
All right, thank you very much.
Right, thank you for your stuffs. And thank you, Mr. Badham.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Right. Regional Council, Mr. Cifuentes. Now, somewhere here, there's a piece of paper. Where did that go?
Tēnā koe, Commissioner Hill. Tēnā koutou he hoa mahi I te kanihera o Kirikiriroa. Tēnā koutou katoa. Hei te mahi aho I te kanihera arohe o Waikato. He kaituki policy implementation, ko Alejandro Cifuentes toku ingoa. Thank you, Commissioner, my colleagues in Hamilton City Council and everyone in the room. My name is Alejandro Cifuentes. I'm the team leader for policy implementation at Waikato Regional Council. Today with me, to my right, is Brooke Swanson. She's a policy advisor in my team, and she's been assisting me in the preparation of the documents for the hearing.
Okay, welcome both. Yeah.
With your permission, I'll just use my summary statement of evidence to quickly take you through the main points of my evidence in chief, and I'll make a few comments just from notes that I've gathered through the course of the hearing today. The main thing to start with is two things that are not quite in the summary, but is an acknowledgement of Hamilton City Council staff to work with stakeholders in the pre-notification stage. So that is always the invisible part of the work. And we did manage to resolve a significant number of issues raised by Waikato Regional Council at this stage, before even the public notification. And the second one is just to reiterate the support of Waikato Regional Council for the use of non-statutory mapping. The main thing to note in this space is that changes in hazards sometimes go way faster than we can change a plan. And to use a metaphor, the fact that there's not a slippery floor sign when somebody mops doesn't mean that you're not going to slip and fall. So it's often what we don't know what tends to be the main source of hazard and risk. With that out of the way, I'll just note that Waikato Regional Council made some recommendations for inclusion on the definition of depression area, being something that is unique to Hamilton City Council, and to include a definition of the floodplain. We agree with the officer, Section 42A officer's recommendation, Dr. Ryujun Keita. However, I did wanted to note in my evidence that our agreement for the exclusion of floodplain rests on the existence of a definition for the term, mainly in national instruments related to freshwater management and in the regional plan. And I noted this in my evidence in chief. Further, we made some recommendations in Chapter 22. And
Let me just check. But you're happy with the recommendation to reject it, even though you note that it's used in higher order documents?
Correct. On the basis that I consider that it can be just used by reference to those higher order documents.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
In terms of the Chapter 22 recommendations, we noted the need to include some provisions to align this with the new Section 106A of the now enacted Resource Management Consenting and Other System Changes Amendment Bill. So this received royal assent on the 20th of August 2025 and commenced on the 21st of August 2025. The Section 42 officer noted that this approach was already reflected in policy 22.2.1A, which I agree with.
Can you just help me by pointing to which of those ones that you're referring to, which ones of 22.1A? Just all of them, or a particular one that's been recently added?
Or
the general suite?
In the general suite, correct.
Okay. All right. Thank
you. Further, Waikato Regional Council made a submission point on including runoff speed. So there was a point in disagreement from the evidence presented by Dr. Ryujun Keita. However, as noted by Ms. Liao, based on my evidence in chief, I was able to ascertain that we're talking about the intersect of management of natural hazards and fresh water. Therefore, it's just the management of that sediment and the ability of those suspended particles that if they run too far through the stormwater infrastructure is more likely to overwhelm it. Therefore, I suggested examples from Tauranga City Council Plan Change 27, now fully operational, and the district plan for Wellington City. I presented two recommendations. One of them was just to simply include mention of in the earthworks rule that was 22.2.1C, reading as follows: so manage earthworks to slow the velocity of runoff, and, so that was a part that I asked to be included, not reduce flood storage capacity or that rate to concentrate stormwater discharges. I suggested a second one, which is the one that I consider might be the most appropriate given the conversation we've had today, which is to add to the original provision a part after the word side, to minimize sediment runoff from a site by adopting suitable sediment and erosion controls. This is also compatible with the changes recommended by Dr. Rio Junqueira for Rule 22.5.6AI in the additional evidence that was presented.
Right.
In terms of activity status, Waikato Regional Council made a number of points about modifying some of the rules that would apply to certain areas. But the main point that I made in my evidence in chief was essentially the need to include a specific level of stringency to areas related to what is called depression area, which is unique to Hamilton City, as I noted. I did not give any specific recommendations from other plans. However, I noted that this could be addressed by including the considerations for depression areas or things that happen in depression areas, and that's in relation to provisions 22.5.5A and 22.5.6. The main point to make this recommendation is that, as you can see, so provision 22.5.5A is about fences, walls, and structures. So these are things that can impede water passing through, same as new buildings. So as the other proponents have noted, the main thing that we're looking to do is to not impede water conveyance. So it's only logical to think that even if we're thinking about depression areas being overwhelmed under the worst case scenario, which is a 1% exceedance probability, and assuming nothing works, which is really worst case scenario, is only prudent to assume as well that if you put something in the way of water, it might change the calculations that you make regarding where that water goes and how fast it goes, which is the reason why I suggested initially just those two changes, because it seems like if you're just going to place something, you want to make sure that the design is responsive to where you want to get that water.
I mean, I guess I need to observe, given the plot that we saw earlier with respect to depression areas across the city, that's a substantial change to include buildings in depression areas, if that's what I'm understanding you to be recommending.
New buildings and putting fences or walls.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Right.
And lastly, the point raised by Waikato Regional Council submission and expanding my evidence to include the avoidance of new and trouble risk. This is on the basis of the Waikato Regional Policy Statement requires, through a number of policies and methods within the natural hazards chapter, that new and trouble risk be avoided. There's sufficient case law to send a clear direction that when the direction is to avoid, this should be taken into account. At the moment, and as how the plan reads, it does a very good job at looking at risk thresholds and managing the activities accordingly. However, it's missing one of the key components of that risk management triangle. So you could say that you adapt where you can, you mitigate where you can the hazards, but you also need to be mindful of those that you need to avoid. And that's where you need to make those judgment calls in some areas. So I suggested a specific warning for the policy that would include the direction to avoid.
And the RPS policy that's relevant there is which one?
Correct, if you give me a second.
I don't think you've cited that in your primary statement.
So, bear with me for a second. So that is policy 22.2.1.
No, I mean the policy in the RPS.
Oh, in the RPS, it's policy 1 of the RPS, so that's HASP 1, 1 and 3, to direct, so in terms of what it is, sorry. Yeah, that is the one that I'm reading. Ensure that the risk from natural hazards does not exceed an acceptable level and avoiding the creation of intolerable risk. And in terms of methods, it's method number 1 of the regional policy statement.
And where does it say to avoid?
In policy 1, so that would be HAS P1 of the regional policy statement.
Just read that to me because I didn't hear that.
Correct. If you don't mind. Oh, you have it there? Perfect. So HASP1 is a natural hazards risk management approach. I'll read it verbatim. Natural hazard risks are managed using an integrated and holistic approach that 1, ensures the risk from natural hazards does not exceed an acceptable level. 2, protects health and safety. 3, avoids the creation of new intolerable risk. 4, reduces intolerable risk to tolerable or acceptable levels. 5, enhances community resilience. 6, and so on.
Okay. Right. But that's intolerable risk.
Correct.
And I
So
don't,
new intolerable risk.
yeah, new intolerable risk. And I don't, PC 14 doesn't talk about intolerable, does it talk about, doesn't talk about intolerable risk, does it? And what's the activity status then for an intolerable risk? I mean, effectively, what Regional Council's saying is that it should be a prohibited activity. That's effectively what they're saying.
If you see the definition of intolerable,
Yeah.
it makes sense of avoiding activities in there, you know, that produce intolerable risk.
All right, we just need to go around that circle and make sure that if, well, I'll reconfirm the policy in due course, but yeah, if it's clear, it's clear. And that policy was developed when?
This is on the regional policy statement that became operative in April 2016.
2016.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. That's it.
Perfect. Yes.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Right. Messrs. Crisp and Scott for Fonterra. And anybody else who happens to be associated with Fonterra? Yes, I recognise them. Yep.
Speaking of intolerable, how are you holding up with this
It's rather annoying, but
background noise?
But
2 p.m.
I live in the viaduct. Enough said.
But
No, I try to conduct it live. Yeah. You can hear all right, can you? I mean, I've got a degree of screening.
The concentration drifts a bit. But,
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I'm just checking in because if
Yeah.
anyone feels
No,
like
no.
they're in any way being compromised,
No,
then
no,
we
as you
should-
know,
we should
I-
pause.
We're okay.
You're okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
fine.
I mean, you know, I find these things riveting, so my focus is. Right. Okay, who's leading off for Fonterra?
I'll just kick off, sir. Good afternoon. So we'll start with Mr. Scott, and then I'll follow him. And, sorry, Mr. King. I knew that would happen. And Suzanne O'Rourke here from Fonterra, who you know is available if there's any questions of a corporate nature that needed to be asked, but otherwise she'll just...
Yes, why are you selling off?
How long have you got?
Right. Okay. Right. Okay, Mr. Scott.
Thank you very much. I'll be speaking to my executive summary with some additions based on the information I've heard at the hearing so far.
Sorry, it's Mr. King, isn't
Mr.
it? Not
King.
Mr. Scott. Scott's your first name. Sorry about that. Yeah.
My evidence relates to stormwater management matters associated with the PC14, in particular the flood viewer tool. The intended use of the flood viewer tool in regards to PC14 has potential impacts on Fonterra's Te Rapa dairy manufacturing site. The concerns I have with regards to the flood viewer information align with those previously presented by Mr. Fokianos and other technical submitters. From a stormwater management perspective, the manufacturing site is effectively split into 2 catchments. The first catchment contains the majority of the manufacturing site, serves only Fonterra-owned land and is self-contained and discharges immediately to the Waikato River. The The second smaller catchment drains separately via underground stormwater gravity pipes and also discharges directly into the Waikato River. In my professional opinion, the manufacturing site is less likely to flood or pond due to stormwater system failure, as its maintenance systems are considered to be of the highest standard in place across the general HCC jurisdictional area. As such, and in light of concerns raised by other submitters on the conservative nature of a number of the assumptions underlying the flood viewer information, I support Fonterra's request that the manufacturing site be excluded from HCC's published flood viewer information. And that summarises my evidence.
All right. Mr. Crisp, I'll question you at the end.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case, sir. So just sort of picking up from where Mr. King left off, when you look at his plan on page 3 of his evidence, in section 4.1, you can see that, well, you might not be able to see, but I'm telling you from my knowledge of the site.
Believe me,
believe me,
yes,
I'm very very familiar with the site, having worked on it for over 30 years. Basically, stormwater flows into the site and then out of the...
That must raise questions about your independent status, Mr. Crisp.
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't have another crack at me about that, sir.
Carry on.
No, that just shows that I've got a lot of experience on this particular site. Basically, in terms of the 3 landward sides of the property, stormwater flows into it, not out of it, but where it flows out of it is to the Waikato River. And the site is elevated approximately 15 metres above the level of the Waikato River.
Yeah.
As you can see on that picture, it has 2 natural gullies, which we refer to as the northern gully, which runs parallel with the northern boundary, and the southern boundary, into which the wastewater, the treated wastewater is discharged, which then also flows to the Waikato River. Yeah. And as Mr. King stated, the site has probably got the highest standard of stormwater management probably than anywhere in the city. It's not only in terms of managing flow and volume, but also quality as well. So it has NTU monitors and automatic divert systems. And you can see just sitting sort of centrally in the site to the eastern half of it towards the river, you can see a sort of rectangle, which is a 6 million litre stormwater diversion pond. So if there's any excessive flow or there's any stormwater that is out of spec because of maybe a spill of something, it is automatically diverted to that stormwater pond where it can be managed and then subsequently discharged. And that can include the stormwater being put through the wastewater treatment plant, if for example, in the case of a spill and things like that. So that's sort of, I guess, the site, if you like. It's probably unique in the city in terms of its the quality of its and the sophistication of its stormwater management systems. But we're coming back to sort of from a planning perspective. I've had a couple of discussions with Mr. Muldowney about this, or more particularly, he's had a couple of discussions with me about the question of fire aids, and I'm backing away from that as a platform, if you like. It's more from a practical planning point of view. If I am assisting Fonterra and they're wanting to do a development on the site, and say we wanted to put a new dryer in there, something like that, I can easily go to the balance of the district plan, and I can, as a planner, I can work through that, and I can say, yep, this is how the proposal stacks up in terms of all those relevant performance standards, and I can be able to advise the client as to whether or not they need a resource consent, until I come to the issue of flood hazards. And basically, so what there is you'll see when you go into Flood Viewer, there's a big gap covering the Te Rapa site and I think land to the north, which is Te Awa Lakes as well. And so the problem is that I'm in a position where, and I don't think anyone in the room is in a position to be able to advise as to whether or not a resource consent is required. And the supposed answer to that is someone needs to go out and find the information to determine whether or not it meets certain definitions. And if that was a simple and easy task and not overly expensive, I imagine the council would have already done it as part of the preparation of this plan change. But I think the reality is it's probably going to be completely the opposite. So I was quite and so the relief sought in Fonterra's submission is that the Te Rapa site be excluded from those rules that are not covered by the viewer, which is consistent with the position I just heard Mr. Badham say, that if you follow the flow chart, if you're outside the scope of the model, then the rules don't apply. And if that's the case, then that's a happy position, because then you don't have to worry about it. But the situation we're in at the moment is I've got no way of determining whether or not a resource consent is required, and somehow someone's got to go out and spend a whole heap of money, and I don't even know if the answer could be determined or even agreed to. I'm dealing with a situation at the moment for another client where Regional Council has a model, and we are serving up actual data, and they're saying, no, we want to rely on our model. And the two don't match up. So this is now resulting in a knock on the door of this Chief Executive's office. And sir, you were mentioning before about the prospect of if the parties don't agree, you go off to the Environment Court. Well, from a practical planning point of view, that's not a very good way of if the rules are that open and arguable, then that's not a very good way forward in terms of providing the sufficient certainty that you'd expect a district plan to have. There needs to be a self-contained code. So, yeah, so our solution is that the site be excluded from those rules that are not covered by the model. And if we get to that point, that's a happy outcome. And there's a table at the end of my evidence in chief, which sets out a range of other matters, which are the ones that have not been accepted in the staff recommendations, and can sort of, if the primary relief is granted, those other ones don't matter so much, obviously.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
All right. And do I take it from what you're saying, the other proviso is if I was minded to accept Mr. Badham's permitted pathway, that would be a halfway house for you as well?
I think so, because that would mean that the Te Rapa site would be excluded from the rules that are not, for which information is not held in the model, which is essentially the flood hazard rules. The other rules, there is the information there is the ability to challenge it, that if you have better information on hand, but it doesn't require us to run away and do a whole lot of work in terms of trying to just figure out what the status of the activity is before you even get into the assessment of it.
Yes, but you may not have seen Mr. Badham's information requirements that attach to his recommendation, which are extensive.
Yeah.
So let me not gild that particular.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. It's just a case of, because as I noted even in my summary as well, is that the intention is to fill the gap, but that's in a 5 to 10 year sort of period. So that leaves us sort of what happens in the interim in terms of how do I advise my client as to whether or not they need a resource consent, because I can't answer the question and I don't know if anyone else can.
And can I ask, is that an imminent prospect? You don't have to disclose anything, it's just...
No. What I can tell you is that the Te Rapa site has always been arguably the best site in terms of any potential for expansion, because it's got land available in terms of vacant land. It has its own water supply in terms of taken from the Waikato River. It has a tertiary wastewater treatment plant. It has the flashest, or what I refer to it as the flashest entrance to any piece of private land in the country in terms of a grade separated interchange. I don't know any other private piece of land that has that. And basically, and those factors were sort of, and it also has and had planning for the ability to bring the railway line into the site as well. So all those factors combined, and this is all as a result of a lot of planning work and physical investment and infrastructure that's occurred over a long period of time, means that it is, in terms of just the site alone, is a great site for potential expansion. But what's happened around it is seriously compromised probably the likelihood of things like that happening when you've got residential activities in close proximity.
I think I've heard that argument
You might
before.
have heard that one, so I didn't want to go too hard on that one, sir. You'd asked the question, so...
Yeah, right.
Can I
Yes, Ms. Ross.
respond to that
Yeah.
further?
Yeah.
If that is working.
Yeah.
I guess the response I would provide to that is Fonterra is always considering the best products at their sites. And so recently the two dryers at Te Rapa were closed. And just last week, those dryers, dryer 1 and 2, were reopened. So there is a lot of milk that is being processed at the moment, and so Fonterra needed to look at alternative options. And Te Rapa is a very important site for excess milk across the North Island, the supply chain across the North Island. So that just goes to show that we are constantly needing to change what is happening at the site to respond to the changing milk flow that's out there. And so that flexibility to be able to do that is very important to us, and frameworks that mean we're having to seek consents for minor activities, as we know, add a significant burden to the site, and that becomes really unworkable for the future.
Yeah. No, thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the schedule is Mr. Bowcut. Is Mr. Bowcut here or is he gone? He was here earlier, I understand. Mr. Hardy?
Hello. Hello.
Is that the Almighty, is it?
Hello. Apologies.
Somebody online, you might want to mute them. No, you carry on. I wasn't aware. I thought he was... I don't know.
Before, Mr. Hardy.
Just ask Mr. Boker to hang on, and we'll take him next. I hadn't realised he was online. Sorry, that was my mistake. So, Mr. Boker, if you wouldn't mind just standing by, we'll just take Mr. Hardy first. Thank you. You might need to... Is your microphone on? It's not lit up, is it? Just press it and... yep,
How's
now
that
you're on.
sound?
Now you're on, thank you.
All right. Can you see that? I've shared it, but...
We're getting a lot of feedback. Is the audio on the laptop?
There we go.
Yeah.
And
Stay muted.
let's check the sharing.
Is it sharing?
Sorry. Getting all on your grill. There we go. There we go. You should be able to go full screen now and it will share.
Is that full screen for you? Yeah. All right. You ready? You're good?
I've been ready for a while.
I am where you are, okay. Okay, so Plan Change 14, unfortunately I see it as another attempt by the Hamilton City Council to take property rights from owners without proper review, consultation nor compensation. Not that I'm
Yeah,
seeking
okay, well,
that.
having made the political statement, let's get on to what you want to present to me.
We'll go through that. But.
Yeah.
So, hang on, let me just get rid of this little wee thing up here that I can't see. In less than 12 months after the SNA attempt, HCC is again trying to inappropriately take property rights from individual landowners through slack application of tools and review. I'm a busy business owner. Why should I have to spend precious time and effort defending against something that I'm not asking for? If I want to request a building consent or seek a resource consent, I have to provide the details of proper design, sign off and demonstrate mitigation of adverse effects. Here the Hamilton City Council again slams a plan change notice to inhibit my property rights, and I have to defend against their actions instead of them proving to me good design and mitigation of adverse effect. Why is this the case? I just tired of it. Is this just going to be the norm? Post-Ardenism and Trumpism, where a democratically elected body assumes that they have the right to impose what they want without due diligence, consultation or thorough review of alternative thought. I'm sick of it. Do your job properly, don't waste my time and effort by forcing me to defend my property rights for your bogus plans. Okay, let's have a look at the flood mapper, Hamilton Council flood mapper. Hopefully this will go there. And I'll just All right, let's look at the area in concern. Chartwell Pirate Stadium. It's, what have we got here? Let's just minimise that. Where's our aerial imagery? Grab the latest. Okay. All right, so this is the catchment concern here between Chedworth Ave and Crosby Road, the flow of water heading this way out to eventually the Waikato River. And so behind here is the, I'll call it just the Pirate Stadium catchment, it's probably got a different name, and then beyond that. So the, if we show here, if I put on the, I think this shows the 100-year flood plan, or proposed one, or whatever they want to call it is, and there's a 10-year one as well. I think that's even more nonsensical. So this is where it shows has been here, but it's really, it's hard to understand how they've really got to this. And I'll talk through this a bit more and perhaps come back to this, because there's several things in here. If we put this overlay in here, I don't know if it's been AI generated or how they've created it, but I'll talk through a bit more. So if I go back to my, no, not that one. We'll go back to the, we don't need that. How do I get to the, back to here. So the challenge is where the mythical 100-year and 10-year flood levels are claimed to be. If I look at it, I see areas in the blue lines. They go through dry gullies. I know it's a flow path, but for the 10-year, it doesn't match up, and I'll have a look at that and explore that with you soon. The cesspits from Sussex Street doesn't seem to have been picked up. There's non-return flap on the private culvert by the tennis court, which was put in the 1960s, where there's a land bridge formed, so it can't actually backflow into that area. Yet it shows there's been a 10 in the 10-year and in the 100-year flood. And the main creek's in the wrong position on the plan change. And at best, the flood view is a crude desktop or AI attempt seems to justify mythical flood levels that simply have not been fact-checked, or I believe expertly reviewed. The empirical evidence. Over the last 20 years since I've been at 65 Crosby, I've witnessed several what I'd call flood events or high intensity rainfall. And we've seen estimate in the order of about a 0.3 of a metre rise above the current top of the creek bank, out to somewhere between 3 to 5 metres from the creek edge. In the last 60 odd years, thankfully my neighbours, who in fact both of them, one's just recently left for Wellington, but have been there that time since the first when the subdivision was first created in Crosby Road. And my understanding from then is they've seen about a 0.7 metre rise above the current top of the creek. Again, a bit further out, 5 to 7 metres from the creek edge at west locations. Hard to say, but maybe less than historical, as the creek has now been cleared a bit in the last couple of years. So less restriction of flood flow and lower levels expected, and probably, and honestly, I've seen it a little bit low in some of those intensity events in the last couple of years. Improvements of late, including council removal of a natural Punga bridge, have seen flows improve and levels not as high. So the area, the creek going through my property is somewhere in the order of 1.5 metres wide, and typical flow about a foot. At flood events, it'll rise up to probably 1 metre above that. And then in high intensity events, I'll see it go across the edge of the creek. And like I said, since I've been there in the last 20 years, but over 20 years, it seems to be about a foot above that. Hasn't really gone far, and just nowhere near these mythical top of bank 5 metres high type thing that the council's suggesting. Improvements are late. Like I said, there was an old, well, I won't say old, there was some pungas that had fallen over into the creek, I don't know, 15, 20 odd years ago. I used to walk across the creek I can jump across the creek, it's that narrow. But, and that was cleared out, I don't know, a year or so ago, and that seemed to improve the flow, so we don't get as much banking up either. So I was suggesting to actually work through the model, you really need to, I'm not sure who did the model, but they need to go back and identify over the last 60 years any of the flood events, high intensity flood events, and identify what the return period for those were. And if they can identify the worst case scenario of that, then apply that to their model. And if that's already a 100-year return period or 50-year return period, then back engineer it to identify what the 100-year return period is, because the 10-year and the 100-year on your model is just fundamentally wrong. It's just not there. It's just not correct. And I guess an important note is it's not the overall rainfall volume that causes the flooding. It is, and I'm sure you know this, it's the high intensity rainfall that causes the peak. And the resultant peak flows from these events that cause the flooding. Okay, so it's not the total volume of water as such. So I'll explain a little bit more before I go back to the map. Why is the flood mapper so wrong in this area? I think the map model does not adequately take into account the effect of the Crosby Road culvert on the downstream catchment. And in this case, I'm just referring between the catchment, because this is where my property is, between Crosby Road and Chedworth Ave. Effectively, the Crosby Road culvert ensures that the flow going into the gully is severely restricted to the pipe flow. The pipe is never known to have crossed over Crosby Road in the 60 plus years it has been in place. So effectively, we have a dam or storage effect behind the upstream of Crosby Road in the what I called before the Pirate Stadium area. So if you can imagine a 20,000 litre tank, water tank on say on a farm or rural property, and you take the top off it and you dump a whole lot of, maybe it's at, I don't know, a couple of feet above the bottom, and you dump 5,000 litres into it. You get a high intensity into the tank, but out of the bottom you've got a 50 mil tap and pipe going out, and so that dump of 5,000 isn't going straight out the pipe, it's just what's going out that out the 50 mil pipe at the bottom. So we're not getting that impact of the peak flowing through into that sub-catchment. And that seems to be empirically what we've seen in the last 60 years. So to have those extremely high 5 metre plus levels or whatever's in the model is just fundamentally wrong, and because we just don't get that. And so the effect of limiting the flood effect attenuates the peak storm flow. So you get this, and like I said, it's never, in the last 60 years, hasn't gone over Crosby Road. Sometimes we get some flooding in the dip in Crosby Road, but that's because the cesspits, the truck who sweeps the leaves doesn't seem to go anymore, so every so often I go down with the shovel and clean the leaves out. That's the only reason we get a little bit of surface flooding there. In fact, in the worst case, I've had a look down there, and I know this was several years ago now, and I'd estimate probably the worst case I've seen is close to a metre above the top of the culvert. So we're just not seeing those that flow going through there. I've seen the pipe full flow, but bear in mind the pipe under Chedworth Ave at the other end of this catchment has the same size pipe. So effectively we've got the same flow coming in and out. There's a little bit of minor other inflows coming in, but it's not really that significant. And a lot of that area there is it's a sand. It actually soaks up the water quite well. But having said that, we're really just having an incoming and an outgoing the same. And so we don't see the flood marks on trees, high up in trees, or caught up weeds, because it just doesn't happen. The flood mapping levels, unfortunately, are just, or fortunately because I'm the property owner, just don't happen. So how could this culvert, so the next question is, okay, well, if they can't have that much water going in there, then the potential, I'm just trying to think of reasons of why they would have the level they have. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, you've only got this amount of water coming in, you've got the same culvert going out, then that's pretty much an equilibrium, a little bit above, and we're seeing that with a little bit of localised above the edge of the stream bank. So then what else could happen? You say, oh, well, the culvert at Chedworth Road could block, and maybe for 2 weeks you don't do anything, and the whole thing gradually builds up until either Chedworth Ave disappears down the gully or whatever, I'm not quite sure. But the challenge with it, you haven't got the momentum, you haven't got the energy force to push a tree of any substance that's actually going to block that culvert. You know, it's not a small culvert. You've only got the flow coming through the upstream culvert. You know, it's not like you see in these floods, recent floods, or other floods as well down Southland, West Coast, or wherever, is you've got unimpeded flow carrying trees down down the floodwaters and smashing into bridges and into culverts. We don't have the material, but we just don't have the momentum. You can't physically move it, so it's just it becomes nonsense. Say, oh well, that culvert will block, and you say, well, how the only other thing I can think of is maybe a car goes off the edge of the road and blocks hard up against it, but you just lift the car out. So I just can't see how there's a mechanism to block that.
Mr. Hardy, I've got the picture. Got the picture very well, and I think, I mean, obviously, I'll need a response on the particular issues that you're raising from council. I'm not sure we can go terribly much further than that today, but we will get a review well, sensibly would be a review of that section that you're talking about as to precisely how it's got
We actually see that impact, you know, if you go up further up Snell Road, you see these restrictions. So it's not an open channel that comes down and goes right through. And empirically, it's just showing that that's the case. We're just not seeing that. You know, if I, in the 20 odd years, and asked me, if they'd seen things way up in the trees or things like that, I'd think differently, but we just don't see that. So that's really the, if we look at that, I mean, I can show you on the plan, but it's,
well, no, I mean,
I don't know if I can add much more to it.
That's right. No, I mean, you've explained your perceptions of what's going on there, and the longer term neighbours' perception, so we'll just get some sort of...
Is there any other questions? Is that
no, I'm just waiting to see if Mr. Ricks was coming forward to say something, or you just wanted a conversation.
I was actually just having a look at the catchment reports for the area. Probably an example of why I think it'd be helpful to have this information on Flood Viewer. But there was a model build report updated in April 2025 by Catchment Engineering Solutions, and a peer review carried out in 2023 by Becker. So
right, so that's the basis.
There'll be some more information, maybe to answer some of the questions that you would sit within
look,
those reports.
I'm happy. I mean, you know, I've done a little bit of hydrology in my time, so I can understand things to it. I'm just not seeing the evidence there of what the mapping's shown, and I think, unfortunately, I think they've potentially said, oh, here's a block culvert, this is the backup would happen, but I just don't physically it can actually occur.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Thanks for bringing in material. Appreciate that. And I think we're going to Mr. Bocott online now, are we? Or is he? If he's not online, we might take the next submitter and come back to him if he's not already online. Yep. Okay, Ms. Campbell and Co. PB Consultants. Sorry? Can we admit him?
We were actually starting about 3:30, so that's why he might have been a bit waiting there.
You actually start when I start. That's the reality. I'm the clock.
That's right.
Yes, right.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Is he online?
You actually start when I start. That's the reality. I'm the clock. Yes.
Oh, that's a dreadful line. Can we improve that at all? Sorry, Mr. Bocott, I feel there it's pretty hard to hear you. There's echoes and things going on at the moment.
We improve that. Hello? Sorry, Mr. Bocott, I feel there it's pretty...
Maybe he's listening to the live stream as well.
Mr. Bocott, I'll get staff to talk to you directly, or whilst we try and sort out a better line, and we'll take the other next submitter next, I think. Can you? I mean, if necessary, we'll put them on a cell phone in the middle of the room, but the current line isn't going to work. Okay. Ms Campbell, let's accelerate you and your team. Thank you.
That we were supposed to be after the afternoon tea break, so don't want you to be undernourished before our...
I'm at my most critical when I'm undernourished.
Well, that's exactly why I don't want to run that risk. So, are you sure that you wanted to, you're happy to take us now?
We're absolutely fine. Yep,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
I've got with me today Mr Senior, and...
Yes, Mr Senior, have you got my decision on 107 or whatever it is yet, which I actually released some like 6 weeks ago but never got out of council?
Not yet, sir. It hasn't made its way out of the machine.
Okay.
I'm in a similar situation on a different plan change where I know that the
decision's
chair has...
been made, I know.
Yes. There's apparently a problem because the website is being upgraded, and in the meantime we can't do anything, which would seem to pose something of a problem.
There
for
have
Plan
been some
Change
terse
120.
exchanges, might I say, between myself and council on this matter, so yes. Okay.
So I have Mr Senior.
Which puts HCC in really good light, I might add, yes.
I also have Ms Dines, who's given planning
Yes,
evidence.
Dines,
and,
well, I haven't seen you in a long time, so yeah, welcome. Yeah.
and Mr Rower as well, who
Right.
has prepared some
Yes,
stormwater
Yep,
evidence. Have you had an opportunity to have a look through the material that we've
I had
provided?
a productive Labour weekend, shall we say, yes. So I have, yes, I've read the material.
That's very much appreciated, and if it's any solace, I was reading things that were much
No,
less
it's no,
well
no
drafted
solace at all.
than my legal submissions over the weekend myself. Something that might have looked like 2 new statutes or some vague vestige of new statutes in due course. What I'll do then, sir, is just pick my way through the submissions, seeing as you've had an opportunity to spend some time with them. I think really the first paragraph there, that this is an opportunity to address flood risk in Hamilton in a comprehensive manner. Really the importance of this task can't be overstated. We've had, and I know you know, really significant and serious flooding events in this country in recent times that have resulted in people's deaths, and those flooding events are still the subject of coronial investigations, with the role of councils in those deaths being looked at. So protecting public safety is really the most important consideration under the Resource Management Act, and I've given you in my submissions at footnote 1 the Westview case, which was about the old Sunday school building, which was derelict behind the St James Church in Esplanade Road in Mount Eden. And Judge Smith there, acknowledged that there were significant heritage effects, which ran pretty smack into an avoid policy in both the RPS and the district plan, but nevertheless overturned the council decision to decline the consent for demolition because, as he said, this was, what did he say? He said, put another way, having quoted the High Court, we consider the application of the well-established legal maxim salus populi suprema lex esto, which I'm very familiar with. The highest purpose of the law is the safety of the people. In doing this, we do not say it is the only purpose of the RMA, as clearly heritage and amenity values also impact upon the welfare of people. But public safety is one of the highest imperatives that we are given to manage. So we're here today for PB Consultants who say that there are 2 component parts to this. Firstly, changes are needed to provisions relating to areas susceptible to flooding, and that's dealt with in section 3 of my legal submissions. And then secondly, changes are needed to uphill areas of catchments that might flood, and that's dealt with in section 4 of my legal submissions. So broadly, the problem that we see with this plan change is that there's no actual risk assessment. We've got an improvement on the status quo, but that is not the same as creating a situation where risk for local communities is tolerable. Ms Dines' proposed changes should be assessed in that context, and her evidence is based on the evidence of Mr Rower. So looking at that first group, the proposed changes within flood areas in section 3 of my submissions, in short, the plan change proposes new risk thresholds, high, medium and low risk thresholds, and it's drawn on work that's been done by Auckland Council. But that still underestimates risk, particularly for vulnerable people who are attempting to evacuate when a flood happens. And at paragraph 3.5, I've quoted from Mr. Rower's evidence, situations that Plan Change 14 currently categorises as low or medium hazard may in practice present high life safety risks. So there are really two choices that are presented here for you, sir, and that's to recalibrate the risk thresholds or recalibrate the consenting thresholds, or I suppose a combination of both. So looking at the recalibrating of risk thresholds, my submissions talk about the need to avoid, not just mitigate, flood risk at a policy level, because the policy goes currently straight to mitigation. And the evidence suggests that we mandate nature-based solutions, which might include retreating from flooding, and more stringent activity statuses for vulnerable activities. So non-complying activity status in medium flood risk areas, whereas the plan change proposes restricted discretionary activity status. A resource consent as a restricted discretionary at a minimum, and in 3.7, which is where I'm drawing from, 3.7D, having minimum freeboard requirements for habitable floors of 500 millimetres. So it's my submission that those proposals are the most appropriate, given the primacy to public safety. In 3.9, we should prefer a cautious approach. In 3.8 and 3.9, I talk about non-complying activities are reserved for activities needing the highest level of scrutiny. It's my submission that that's appropriate for vulnerable activities in medium flood risk areas, because I'm not sure that there's any effect much more serious than a potential loss of human life. In terms of restricted discretionary activities at paragraph 3.10, really the tool allows the council to take an active role in the consenting process and to set consenting requirements, matters of discretion, assessment criteria, etc., which allow it to respond perhaps more precisely than just standardised permitted activity standards might. So broadly, that's the nature of the concern in relation to areas that flood. In relation to areas that don't flood but contribute to it, section 4 of my submissions addresses that concern. And fundamentally, this comes back to something not terribly much more technical than the fact that water runs downhill. And currently, under the plan change provisions as proposed, land use on uphill areas has no management response under this plan change. Over at paragraphs 4.5 and 4.6, I've set out a couple of paragraphs of Mr. Rower's evidence where he talks about the existing planning tool that Hamilton City has, which are these ICMPs. And Mr. Rower says these are a fundamental tool in stormwater management planning, particularly where urban intensification is proposed. They enable the assessment of cumulative effects and coordination of infrastructure responses over time. And then towards the end of Mr. Rower's paragraph 8.3, he says flood risk and hazard management is not limited to flood-prone land, but requires coordinated action across all land within the catchment to achieve the most effective outcomes. And with all respect to Mr. Rower, who is just speaking such common sense, I mean, this is the thing with common sense, is it's just not that common. it beggars belief that the council would just seek to put the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff in the floodwaters rather than also deal with the upper catchment. So, council's evidence is that the latest modelling does take a whole of catchment approach, and the evidence of Mr. Rowan and Ms. Dines consequently disagrees. The ICMPs ensure better integration between uphill and downhill catchments, and Ms. Dines has suggested provisions to, first of all, encourage the council to complete this important work with the ICMPs to close the loop, and until then, to take a more cautious approach. In section 6 of my submissions, I've looked at how the approach recommended by PB Consultants experts accords with the statutory and planning documents. The RPS says that development should be directed away from identified significant natural hazards. That's my submission. The plan change as notified does not give effect to that policy as required. At paragraph 6.6, the NPSUD, objective 1, requires people and communities to be enabled to provide for their health and safety, and this plan change does quite the opposite in that it enables people to develop land in a way that will not provide for the health and safety of those who are using the dwellings or facilities in the bottom of catchments. So, and this is actually quite an anomalous situation, I thought, sir, because when you look at those cases like View West, you've got a contest of policy imperatives. You've got heritage in that case on the one hand and safety on the other. And here you've got a duty and a responsibility to look after public safety by not making places unsafe through flooding, with almost no competing policy tension. Yes, there is an obligation on the council to provide for housing and intensification, but not necessarily in these locations. There are other places where houses can safely be
And it's also subject to the well-functioning urban environment precept.
Yeah, correct. So I apologise for the fact that our submissions did not closely enough read your first minute, because we've addressed you in the royal plural we terms as commissioners throughout this. But I think, and this is a criticism of the council and not yourself, obviously, but the fact that last time Mr. Senior and I were here in a plan change about enabling development, there were 4 commissioners, and this plan change, which actually impacts on matters of public safety, now has the weight of all of this responsibility resting just on your shoulders, one person, I think is indicative of the sort of undercooking that this plan change has been given. I'm not suggesting that you are not up to the job. I know
yes,
you know I'm
careful.
not saying that.
There's a gin trap here. Yes.
Yeah. Need to walk this line. But that's not what I'm saying at all.
No.
And I know you know that. But it is a really serious plan change that has real consequences, as evidenced by the ongoing coronial inquiries. And my client's really concerned that the council hasn't invested the time that it should have or taken this matter seriously enough. When we suggest, as my submissions do and Ms. Dines' evidence does, that the whole catchment should be managed in an integrated fashion, that is a recognition of the equity involved. It is not sufficient, and we've just heard from a submitter complaining about the cost being put upon him as someone whose land has obviously been identified as subject to flooding. It isn't equitable. That's not, doesn't satisfy Section 32 test to only have those ambulances at the bottom of the cliff when there are tools that can be deployed to prevent people developing their land in the upper catchment in such a way that contributes to those outcomes. So I commend to you the evidence of Ms. Dines in terms of the stronger avoid approach that she recommends, along with changes to policies, rules and standards. And it's my submission that that approach is most consistent with the genuinely weighty matters that this plan change needs to grapple with to give effect to Part 2 of the Act. So those are my submissions. If you have any questions about the limited amount of law in them, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll ask Mr. Roa to give you a summary of his material.
No, it's a good planning paraphrase, so thank you for that, yes. Mr. Roa, I mean, certainly understand the case that PB Consultants, is it? PB
Yes.
Consultants is actually putting forward. And it's an integrated case, so I mean, I can hear the witnesses, but really,
Absolutely.
really it's
still
a
here.
matter, I've got to make a call basically on well, it's an option or it's not. And I guess that's the call I have to make. And just in terms of the planning evidence, Ms. Dines, that you put, it can't be moulded to fit the current plan change. It is an alternative in many respects. So interrogating it is probably not productive. And by that, I'm not dismissing you or the argument. Basically, it's something which I'm going to have to wrestle with, obviously, and we'll get a response from council, of course. So, I mean, I don't know. It's up to your witnesses as to whether they want to say something or nothing. I'm in your hands.
Well, I've brought these witnesses down with me. I think that we should give them at least 5
I'm sure he's had a wonderful
minutes,
day, yes.
to do a brief summary of their evidence. And then if there are any questions that occur to you, then they're here to answer them.
Mr. Rowe.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm happy to read through my executive summary from maybe point 1.3 onwards, just to summarize the position. So, in terms of PC 14, Plan Change 14, the proposed hazard classifications and controls include non-complying status for new developments in high flood hazard areas, which I support. However, development in medium and low flood hazard areas, including earthworks and intensification, is still permitted with mitigation in the specific development areas. The provisions also lack specific reference to integrated catchment management plans, or ICMPs, which are essential tools to guide stormwater planning under intensification. ICMPs provide a structured framework to assess and manage cumulative effects, ensuring that stormwater measures are aligned in both their design approach and timing. In Hamilton, many ICMPs are still in early stages of development or have not yet commenced, leaving significant areas without a coordinated catchment scale strategy for stormwater and flood management. Allowing earthworks and intensification in flood risk areas without a comprehensive approach to flood protection undermines the precautionary principle, which is a recommended approach for natural hazard management in New Zealand, and risk incremental encroachment and associated cumulative effects. Additionally, PC14 does not explicitly prioritize protecting or restoring hydrology and floodplains as a core guiding principle, relying instead on engineering solutions. In medium and low flood hazard zones, it assumes site-level measures are sufficient to manage flood risks. While these may work individually, piecemeal mitigation across multiple developments over time is unlikely to address cumulative catchment scale impacts. Other provisions of concern include subdivision rules which allow for hazard-free areas to cover only parts of newly developed lots or land, which may result in future encroachment and unsafe access during floods. And this relates to a further point, 1.12 that I'll read in a minute. That's relates to the misalignment in terms of the proposed flood hazard classifications with current best practice, such as what's been recently developed in Auckland, as for example, as a response to the 2023 floods, Auckland anniversary events. So I'll read that 1.9 again. Other provisions of concern include subdivision rules which allow for hazard-free areas to cover only parts of developed lots, which may result in future encroachment and unsafe access during floods, and reduce freeboard allowances which conflict with standard recommended practice minimum freeboards in New Zealand, e.g. 500 mil above flood level in flood-prone areas or locations. My evidence includes an example east of Hamilton Lake where flood viewer shows homes already exposed to flood risk sitting directly downstream from sites primed for future intensification. So uncoordinated upstream development in these properties could amplify those risks, creating potentially significant cumulative effects. And this goes back to Mrs. Campbell's point around having a catchment-wide approach when looking at flood management or flood controls or stormwater management. This is only one of potentially many examples across Hamilton where in order to manage potential cumulative impacts, stormwater measures must be managed and coordinated to ensure alignment in both design and timing of implementation. Additionally, I note that the low and medium flood hazard classifications set out in PC14 are not well aligned with recent work undertaken by Auckland Council following the 2023 flood events. That work has shown that flood depths and velocities within the PC14 low and medium hazard bands can in practice pose high risk to life and building stability. As an example, half a meter of depth at 1 meter a second may present high hazard for children and elderly people evacuating. And 1 meter depth and 2 meters per second can present high hazard for all people and compromise building stability. So just for reference, that first scenario, half a meter depth of water and 1 meter a second is defined in the PC14 classifications as low hazard. Well, indeed, it could pose a risk to vulnerable people. And the 1 meter depth and 2 meter a second flow velocity is classified in the medium classification. And this could, in fact, pose a risk to anyone wanting to evacuate their property or potentially building integrity. So it's out of sync with those requirements. So this indicates that PC14 may understate actual risks to life, safety, and structural stability. So as a recommendation, a few recommendations in terms of my evidence. The first one is to adopt and avoid mitigate offset hierarchy with a strong preference for avoidance in all flood hazard areas, overland flow paths and depression areas, unless negligible residual risk can be robustly demonstrated. Now just talk to this a little bit. I think this comes back to to the importance of recognizing the natural properties of hydrology and topography and behavior of rainfall and runoff processes during very large storm events. And that natural hydrology is absolutely, it's a key thing that needs to be accounted for when planning any project in flood-prone area. In terms of protecting those areas, it's important to protect, in some cases, enhance the ability of those areas to function as flood storage or flood conveyance areas or systems. So often the approach is to modify it automatically and provide offset to those modifications instead of sort of stepping back and actually looking at what the natural hydrological attributes of the land might be and trying to work with those and protect those. Second recommendation there is to address cumulative flood impacts at a catchment scale, especially for earthworks and intensification activities, and ensure development proceeds only when it can be managed in accordance with a comprehensive catchment-wide framework. Going back to the reference to ICMPs. So prioritize the use of ICMPs as a key planning tool to coordinate stormwater management, assess cumulative effects and guide development sequencing under urban intensification. So many ICMPs in Hamilton remain in early stages or not yet developed, as I mentioned. So development in these areas should be limited until such plans are in place, or should only take place, I think, taking a very precautionary approach to things that are yet to be determined in terms of planning for stormwater. Reconsider the low and medium flood hazard definitions in PC 14 to ensure consistency with the post-2023 Auckland Council flood recovery framework, which to my knowledge is probably the best practice currently available in New Zealand when it comes to managing flood risk. So when looking at this framework, it does highlight that this high risk to life, safety and building stability that is currently recognized in the PC 14 hazard bands. Mandate protection and restoration of natural hydrology features, e.g. floodplains, overland flow paths and wetlands, and their integration to development layouts. Require nature-based stormwater solutions in preference to engineered systems wherever practical. And I think that should be a core guiding principle as a very first step of any development, looking at that blank canvas, or blank hydrological canvas, if you could call it that. Ensure all new lots are entirely flood hazards free, including safe access routes, and apply minimum freeboard standards consistent with accepted New Zealand practice. PC 14 currently allows for partial flooding within residential land that could be problematic and pose unacceptable risk to people. And finally, standardized modeling tools and parameters to align with Council's frameworks and incorporate conservative climate change assumptions, e.g. RCP 8.5. I guess, I think that summarized my points, but I'm happy to take any questions.
I think the only question that comes out of my head at this point, Mr. Rower, is so even in those four areas where ICMPs have been completed, and I'm not sure how long ago they were completed, so I don't know what the currency happens to be, but even in those areas, it's your view that PC 14 should not be applied as it stands. Because as I read your evidence, it is that in actual fact there should be no development in any of the hazard areas.
I think the angle that I'm taking with my evidence here is that any development should be planned in a holistic way. So having those ICMPs in place will definitely help with that planning. But so that's one of the boxes ticked. But I guess the things that are missing in what I can see in Plan Change 14 is the need to recognize the natural attributes of the land and plan accordingly. And that's not explicitly stated, as far as I can tell, in the provisions. So it's kind of a philosophical approach to the planning that is missing there, in my view.
I understand that part of it. I mean, have we got beyond that point in terms of the built environment here?
In what sense, sir?
In terms of either enhancing or recreating natural hydrological options.
I'm not aware of any situations where that enhancement has taken place in Hamilton, but I have seen it in other parts of New Zealand. And one example is an area in the South Island in Wanaka where there was a recognition that there was a flood hazard downstream of a specific site, and what was done then was everything that was characteristic of the site in terms of hydrology and any natural depressions or flood storage areas or conveyance channels were actually completely fenced off and ring fenced, if you like, and development was planned around it, in such a way that they weren't modified. And it was a very successful way of, and it wasn't obviously protecting the environments, but it enhanced those hydrological properties of that land, because a lot of those areas were actually turned into soakage basins, for instance, or the capacity was enhanced as well. So it can be done. I haven't seen any specific cases in Hamilton, but I know that it can be done from a sort of a purely technical point of view.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Irons, I don't know if you want to...
I'll be brief, sir. I think you understand where our client is coming from, and
I just want to know why, but that's not a question I should be asking. Yes.
I'll leave Ms.
No, it's not
Campbell
a question.
to deal with that.
It's not a question.
Yeah. No. So, and while I think, I mean, you could say that plan change 14 should be thrown out and start again, but I appreciate there's been a lot of work gone in. And so with the changes to the provisions that I've proposed, I've tried to be pragmatic and kind of make changes that work within the framework of the plan change that exists now. So while you said earlier that you have a choice to make, the answer is there if you choose to take it. Potentially not ideal and not...
No, I mean, mix and matches often aren't a good idea in plan sense.
Yeah. So that option is available to you, but I think the key thing really is that what you're dealing with is a tension between the development aspirations, implementing the development aspirations of the NPSUD compared with those potentially adverse effects, which in this particular sense, as we have seen in Hawke's Bay and Auckland in very recent times, are very significant, or can be very significant when you're talking about potential loss of life. It's probably not lost on us that we're all from Auckland and we were all there at the time, and it wasn't, it was a very sobering event to live through. But I think at the end of the day, what Ms. Campbell has said is that the health and safety of people is paramount, and that's what needs to be addressed in this case. So those are the provisions that we're looking for, and also, so that's both avoidance of new activities, new vulnerable activities occurring in those moderate and high risk flooding areas, as well as taking a catchment-wide approach, which can be dealt with through the use of the ICMP process and taking a holistic view of the catchment.
Yeah. I mean, one of the issues, obviously, and others have commented on it, is the extent to which I buy into the argument that there is a hierarchy of activity status. And that in actual fact there is a top of the tree called non-complying, and there's a bottom of the tree in this case which is restricted discretionary. I mean, I don't buy that argument personally. I mean, I know there's a public perception that hierarchy operates, and that if you're going for an RDIS, then you're more likely to get it, or you should expect to get it, 80% of the time or whatever. But as long as the criteria in actual fact are well developed there's no reason to think that there's any difference in terms of an outcome possible in each of those activity status. So it may well be, and I'm just thinking aloud here, I haven't got to a point yet of determining that, but that the idea of medium, high, low, for example, is actually giving the wrong impression in terms of hazard. And that, those might be the wrong characterizations for what we're actually talking about. Because it does, there's a difference between talking about a categorization of low as opposed to moderate and high, rather than the risk to life, as you put it. I think Mr. Rowe has well made the point that people are vulnerable at lower levels of hazard because of their infirmity or whatever. I mean, that's just a fact, which isn't necessarily captured by a label called low hazard. So I'll think those things through. And I thank you for putting a polar opposite option. I mean, that's always very helpful for us when we're sitting around the room. And by polar, I don't mean cold. I mean, the opposite end, or a different end, I should say, not necessarily an opposite end. So, yeah, thank you.
To that last point, Sir, I don't disagree with you. A properly crafted restricted discretionary activity criterion can be just as hard to meet as a non-complying activity status, and much more focused and targeted on the issue of concern. So I don't disagree with you in relation to that. I'm also minded that although not everyone's a believer, I do think that reform is coming quite soon, and I'm minded that non-complying activity status is probably not long for this world.
Yep.
So I think what's important is, as you say, that whatever status is afforded, that the criteria are set appropriately, standards are set at the right levels so that we don't have little kiddies or even short people washing away in depths of floodwater moving at 2 metres per second. You know, those are setting the standards right is probably the key thing, and then backing it up with really strong objectives and policies, as Ms Dines suggests, because a strong objective and policy framework and clear standards will give you should give you a good answer. So, and as to your natural curiosity about our client, that's what our client is after, is a good answer. The client's really concerned generally about outcomes for Hamilton and about people's health and safety, has some involvement in those sorts of issues, and wants to make sure that we don't, in an attempt to move things along, that we don't inadvertently make things worse along the way, because these sorts of controls, you know, it's not perhaps the most exciting looking thing on your calendar to go down and attend a hearing about stormwater management, but actually perhaps it's one of the more important things I'll do this year.
No, I mean, it's laudable. I mean, not enough professional groups actually take an advocate position on
That's
these
right.
sorts of issues, so
Yeah.
it's certainly laudable. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I'm glad that I didn't get any questions that I had to pass to Mr Senior, because they were too tough for me.
Oh, no.
So,
No, he just comes along for the ride, I know that.
oh,
That's,
don't you believe that for a moment. I know you don't think that for a moment. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Well, we might take a short break in that case now. Oh, no, Mr Bokert. We should take Mr Bokert if he's available, because he has been waiting, so yes.
Good afternoon. Sorry, we've just popped up. We're on behalf of Southern Cross and Argosy No. 1 Property Limited. So I just got a notification asking us to unmute, but we're not until after Mr Bokert, I don't think.
No, I think that's right. If you just hang on there a second, we're just trying to see whether Mr Bokert's available.
No problem. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's not online yet. No, not his.
Okay. Well,
Hello. Hello.
so who have we got now? Is that-
Hopefully Harry, but
Ah, Mr Bokert, are you there, are you?
I hope so. I'll just hold on, I can start sharing my video. Yes, hello.
Right. Excellent. Thank you. And apologies for putting you off on 2 or 3 occasions already. So the floor's
Very
yours.
happy that he told me to mute my YouTube channel.
Yes, well, I hope you're not recording this to put it on later on. But anyway, I've received and read your not just your primary statement, but also your summary. So just address that, and away we go.
Okay, and last night, I had an accident a couple of weeks ago. So my first submission was the body of my report. This report that I emailed last night had the executive summary here, plus diagrams added in that might help you understand the body of my submission better.
Yep, no, I appreciate that, Mr Bokert. Yes.
Okay, so from my executive summary, my name is Harry Bokert. I'm a chartered professional engineer involved in stormwater design and assessments. I'm a Hamilton City resident, living here since 1994. I help developers with consents and construction. I am concerned with what appears to be an unnecessary increasing of standards and the effect this has on people's ability to afford a home, rental accommodation, and what appears to be an increasing number of people that can't afford these things. How large of a flood do you want to have? For there can always be a bigger flood. How much land do you want to declare as a flood hazard? For when it rains, everywhere gets wet. How much land will be devalued or unable to be used because we deem it to be a flood hazard? What will be the costs to mitigate or insure against your deemed flood hazard areas? And who pays these costs? The more and more land you deem as a flood hazard, the less liability council will have if a property is actually flooded, whether that flood be caused from an extreme storm event or maybe from a lack of maintenance to stormwater infrastructure. What ARI, or average recurrence interval, should we use? New Zealand law, Building Act, says if you comply with the New Zealand Building Code, council must grant consent. The New Zealand Building Code uses the 50-year event for flooding. NIWA version 3 produced rainfall design data for the 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, all the way up to the 50-year. They also produced the 100-year data. Some councils started to use the 100-year in their district plans. Was this due to failings of the New Zealand Building Code, such that we needed a higher standard? Or was it seen as NIWA produced 100-year data, we should start using that too? Talking with an old ex-council engineer experienced in stormwater, I asked him why the change from the 50 to the 100. He said it was more the latter. NBIE still uses the 50-year storm event for its flood levels. 100-year certainly sounds, sorry, I'll just try and share a screen. If I can see that on your Zoom, share screen. All right. 100-year certainly sounds more impressive. 100-year certainly sounds more impressive, as too does Hamilton City Council's runoff coefficient used in RITs. You see there, Hamilton City uses 0.8, where the rest of the country and engineering practices uses 0.65. It's as if the whole of Hamilton were covered with asphalt. As to with Hamilton City Council's freeboard heights, where it is measured to, where it is measured to. So in Hamilton, we can get floors 665 mil higher than the flood, as compared to the building code's 150 mil. And I see in Tainui's presentation, they also had that, they mentioned about the Building Act, Building Code. Sorry, mucking around here. Go back to my share screen. In the Q&A session for this Plan Change 14, I asked why Hamilton uses the 100-year. The response was that America does it and that it was recommended. America has much larger catchment areas compared to Hamilton, where the longest time of concentration from, say, Grandview Heights to the Waikato River would be in the order of 2 hours. America uses a modelling method called TR55, which has a 24-hour rainfall depth within its methodology. Bill Shaver, from America, has gained the ear of Bay of Plenty Regional Council and Waikato Regional Council, writing their stormwater guidelines. Bill, in his workshop presentation to Hamilton surveyors and engineers, stated that our rational method doesn't give volumes. However, Bill is wrong. Rainfall depth times area equals a volume. Or if we integrate flow with respect time, we get a volume. The outcome from the Engineering New Zealand workshops I hosted was that Engineering New Zealand Waikato did not support Bill's guidelines. Since 2018, NIWA has updated their rainfall design data, now version 4. The data now includes for the 250-year event. Why not use this 250-year data in your flood hazard modelling? I have assessed Auckland Anniversary's 2013 weekend event, the anniversary weekend event in 2023 as being greater than a 1400-year event. I've called this biblical. Why not use a 1400-year event if it occurred in Auckland? Again, the New Zealand Building Code has and still uses the 50-year event for flooding. Is it council's intent to tell someone who complies with the New Zealand Building Code that they can't have consent because this is what they do in America, or it was recommended that we use a higher standard than the building code? Is there any else where Hamilton City Council considers the New Zealand Building Code to be inadequate? Will you be contacting NBIE with your advice and concerns? This is slide 2. The stormwater modelling uses a 24-hour nested storm, which is a transformation of NIWA's rectangular design storm. This transformation increases the intensity in the middle of the 24 hours and decreases the intensity at the start and end of the storm so that you get the same rainfall depth. I can do the same transformation on a 2-year 24-hour storm of 70 mil and turn it into a 10-year 2-hour storm. So that's the NIWA blue rectangular storm. Increase in the middle, decrease at the ends and start. But I can take a 2-year and turn it into a 10-year. Similarly, I can take that 70 mil of water over a 2-year, 24-hour period and turn it into a 30-minute, 100-year storm. So if I can take a 2-year storm and increase its ARI to 5 or 50 times that of the original 2-year storm, what has this nested storm done to the original NIWA's 100-year design storm? 5 times 100 is 500 year, 50 times 100 is 5,000 year. If we look at the nested storm from a different angle, the concentrated 10 minutes at 169 mil per hour for 10 minutes, that red part that you can see, that's a 100-year event all by itself. Yet with the nesting, you have added on rain before and after that 100-year event. Adding rain to a 100-year event creates a design storm greater than 100 years. So in concentrating a NIWA design storm's duration, what do you expect will happen? If you take the volume of rain from a 24-hour storm, concentrate it in the middle of your nesting form, then dump it on a catchment designed for a 2-hour time of concentration, of course you're going to get flooding. You're basically filling the ponding areas and then dumping a 100-year event on top of it. Of course you're going to get flooding. The modelling limits flow into the catch pits to that of a 225 diameter pipe just flowing full, about 25 to 30 litres a second. However, as the water rises in a catch pit, the extra water level will create extra driving head and will push more than double the amount of water into the pipes. We have had flooding in Hamilton before. 1958, there was an event deemed to be the 100-year event for the Waikato River. NIWA's web pages reported houses inundated in Story Ave, so localised flooding not due to the Waikato River. In the 30 years of living in Hamilton, the properties in Whatawhata Road on December the 2nd, 2018. Neither of these events appear in the Plan Change 14 flood report recorded flooding. The Whatawhata Road flood, I believe, was due to lack of maintenance on the catch pit at the local low point. The catch pit doesn't show on council's GIS. Talking with the landowner, the catch pit was upgraded in size following this flood. That's the one that you can see there. However, only a single catch pit was installed. Normally on local low spots, we install double catch pits. lack of maintenance on catchpits was mentioned by the Deputy Mayor of Auckland following the Auckland anniversary weekend floods in 2023, and also by the Mayor of Dunedin following the floods in South Dunedin in 2015. Did anyone notice the little blue dots appearing above catchpits around Hamilton City Council, around Hamilton City following the Auckland anniversary 2023 event? Prior to this event, I'd never seen these dots, and I'd only seen a catchpit being sucked out once. Flooding above catchpits is the most common form of flooding I see around the city. That and detritus blocking culvert inlets. Maintenance of drainage systems is an important activity, as stated in Auckland Council engineer that wrote the original guideline for urban stormwater design for IPENS back in the 80s. I also recall the Paeroa Mayor talking on the news about their recent flooding. Pipes are only designed for the 10-year event, she proclaimed. I thought, well, you're lucky to have 10 years stormwater infrastructure in the ground. And then I thought, who is advising the Mayor such that he thinks 10-year pipes is a bad thing? Who is advising her about primary and secondary flows? So that's the slide about block catchpits and poor maintenance. The last flood modelling originally had about 28,000 homes being sent a letter advising that they were in a flood risk area. Obviously, a lot of people were upset and likely complained, either denying or wondering how they could be considered a flood risk, or maybe not wanting to have their property devalued. This was toned down to around 6,000 homes, I believe, not by recalculations of the hydraulics in the flood model, but by introducing the white zone in the 3.1 flood hazards graph. By deeming that 100 mil of water ponding or flowing through a property isn't really a flood, a lot of homes will be removed from the low, medium and high risk zones. The computer model would still have up to 100 mil of water ponding or flowing through it. So what depth of water is deemed a flood? Each of us will have our own definition of how the water would, of how deep the water would be before we say it's a flood. Would people with 90 mil of water think that they are better off than people with 110 millimetre of water? Probably yes, with regard to property value and insurance premiums, but not with regard to the 90 mil of water flowing in the property. I'd like to steer away. I noticed, sorry, I didn't put it into my presentation, but a bit about the flood displacement, the 1 millimetre in a flood displacement zone. I'd just like to address that for a minute, please. Unfortunately, digging a hole doesn't fix flood displacement. I call that Archimedes flow. However, Archimedes was sitting in a body of static water. He wasn't in a flow of water. So imagine Archimedes' bath, and he fills it up. He's not sitting in it, and he fills it up with water, tap over. The bath overflows, you get, what, 5, 10 mil of water overflowing. Second scenario, bath is empty, Archimedes sits in it, and he turns the tap on, and it still fills up with water, but it will still overflow only at 5 or 10 mil. So it's more about the hydraulics, the wear stuff happening at the tipping point, as opposed to trying to dig a hole. A similar scenario is, imagine the Waikato River, and if you dig a 5 metre cubic hole in the bottom of the Waikato River, the floodwaters will stay the same. But if you put a 5 cubic metre weir across the width of the river, then you're definitely going to alter the flow. So Archimedes hydraulics doesn't solve the displacement, and nor can we get the 1 millimetre accuracy. So please choose wisely as to how much land is deemed a flood hazard, whether you base that decision on New Zealand law and the New Zealand Building Code, or something from America, or something recommended by those that might think the rational method doesn't give volumes. Whether that flood comes from the NIWA-derived design data, or if you want to transform that storm and gather a larger volume of water for a 24 or 72-hour event, concentrate it, dump that on a city with 2-hour time concentration. Whether you want to start using maximum 250-year design data, because it is now being presented for the last 7 years by NIWA, or will that create too many complaints? Is the size of the flood you choose influenced by the desire to reduce council's liability against flooding? Hopefully what is chosen, we and our children can afford to build, buy or rent a home, because in the end, we need our children, we and our children need to have shelter. To those that will eventually make this decision, you will be presented with a whole host of information. Some information may fit with the sense of your sense of the real world and with what observations of the world you have. Some information may not. Perhaps a quick reality check is to review what properties in Hamilton have actually flooded or been inundated to gain an opinion as to if the current stormwater infrastructure is working satisfactorily, poor maintenance aside. And noting that in the flood report, recorded rainfall section, the information presented dates back to a 1923 event, so more than 100 years ago. Also compare what you think would occur in a flood against what the computer model says. Does the computer model accurately reflect real-world hydraulics? Does the model have the whole of Hamilton covered with asphalt? Have they calibrated their model using an historic storm event and the actual flood levels that have occurred from that event? I.e., are the hydraulic parameters that were chosen correct? Do they match the real world? Such that when you extrapolate that model out to the 50 or 100 years, it doesn't compound any conservative assumptions. And if you choose design floods and freeboards higher than what the New Zealand Building Code, be sure to write to MBIE and the Minister advising them where you believe the current codes are deficient. Also, I'd like to add in a bit about the sediment control. I noticed over in Tauranga City Council, at one point in their district plan, they had that the stormwater quality was to control the 10-year, 10-minute storm. Now, stormwater quality uses the third of the 2-year design event, in the order of 8-10 millimetres, some people have worked out, not 135 millimetres of water dropping out of the sky every hour. So, stormwater quality is all about trapping sediment most of the time, but in extreme events, it can't. All right, I'll just try and find my back to screen view. So that's my submission. Any questions? Oh, sorry, one last point. I noticed about the health and safety. Yes, I realise some people died in some flood events, but I also do traffic, and I noticed that 350 to 400 people die a year on the roads, and we still drive. So yes, with everything, I don't think we can protect everybody all of the time. People will suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowcutt. I guess my one question to you is, you've posed a lot of questions for me, but do you have any answers? What is it that you really want out of PC14?
I think I would like the district plan to reflect New Zealand Building Code.
Yeah, okay.
We've got 2 different standards out there, and some are, I can't believe how they've made it up.
All right, that's nice and succinct. So thank you very much for your time, Mr. Bowcutt, and for your perseverance.
Thank you, and thank you.
Right. How are people feeling? Like a break or carry on? Carry on. All right, let's carry on. Then we've got Southern Cross, I think, and next in line. Yep.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Yes,
right.
We're proceeding.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. So I'm Olivia Pahulu. I'm appearing as counsel today for Southern Cross and for Argosy. And with me here is Mr. Zeb Worth of CKL presenting stormwater evidence.
Right.
Sorry, you can introduce yourself if you like.
Right, thank you, Ms. Pahulu. Now, I've seen, I think we've got submissions from you somewhere, haven't we?
Yes, you've got legal submissions
Yep,
from me, sir,
yep,
and you've also got
and
a
from
summary
Mr.
statement
Worth.
of evidence from Mr. Worth.
Okay,
So we're in
right.
your hands as to whether you would like us to read them, speak to them, or whether you would like to go straight to questions.
Just speak to your submissions and the statement of evidence. Thank you.
Perfect. I'll go first then, and then I'll let Mr. Worth follow. So as mentioned, I'm appearing for Southern Cross and Argosy this afternoon, who both have an interest in Plan Change 14 to the Hamilton District Plan.
Yeah.
Both parties have property interests in Hamilton, but both quite different land uses and activities on those respective sites. Southern Cross being a hospital and Argosy being an industrial site. Both parties, both submitters, are broadly supportive and have been broadly supportive of Plan Change 14 since notification, and both submitted submissions in support. Support the approach taken by Plan Change 14 to manage flooding hazards, and in particular have been supportive of some of the changes put forward by Hamilton City Council through the Section 42A report with respect to their particular land uses. Summarise those at paragraph 32 of my submissions. For Argosy, it was the change to Rule 22.3 GG, changing industrial activity from discretionary to restricted discretionary in a medium flood hazard area. And for Southern Cross, Rule 22.3 BB for hospitals, from non-compliant to discretionary in a medium flood hazard area. And the reason for that support is that it represented a proportionate level of control with respect to the particular land uses, recognising that more stringent controls are needed for more vulnerable land uses, and that some land uses, such as industrial, are more resilient or tolerant of flood risk and can be designed to manage the risks associated with flooding in a more capable than the more vulnerable land uses. In terms of the points made in my submissions, they generally go to some further technical clarifications or amendments that could be made to some of the Plan Change 14 provisions, simply to better achieve or enable the outcomes sought by Plan Change 14. If I could just broadly summarise, the submitters generally consider that the Plan Change 14 does make use of best available information by seeking to implement the Flood Viewer tool. But as Mr. Zeb Worth will expand on, there is some further clarification that could be made as to the process for submitting third-party assessments or site-specific assessments, and then how that's reflected in the Flood Viewer to represent the most up-to-date information. But that control itself does enable best available information. The controls, as mentioned, do generally represent a proportionate management of risk relative to the relative land uses, and recognising a distinction between tolerable or hazard sensitive land uses. And just generally is the provisions do achieve the intended outcome to manage flood risk. So I might hand over to Mr. Worth there just to speak to some particular technical adjustments or points of clarification that the submitters do feel could be made to the provisions to better achieve those outcomes, but otherwise maintain their broad support for Plan Change 14.
Thank you, Ms. Pahulu. Mr. Worth.
Yes, thank you. So if I may pick up at paragraph 10 and start from there. The rest of it I think we've covered off. Broadly supportive of Plan Change 14 and what it seeks to achieve, and the methods by which it seeks to achieve it. My opinion is that there could be some amendments to various clauses and policies just to help the implementation of that and to ensure that the outcomes are achieved. So specifically, with regard to the flood viewer and under policy 22.1I, and provision for independent flood assessments, I believe that clarification is needed to outline how that process works, and the means by which a landowner or a third party can commission their own flood modelling, site-specific, recognising the limitations of the flood viewer being more of a catchment scale model, and being able to outline that process and the requirements going into that, methodology requirements, technical inputs, which aren't referenced but are important to get consistency, and also how that is then fed back or accepted by Hamilton City and fed back into the flood viewer, so that over time a higher quality mapping is available. So that probably speaks to everything under that policy, so paragraphs 10, 11 and 12.
Yeah.
Really summarising, recognising the limitations of the flood viewer and outlining the process by which third-party site-specific flood assessments can be undertaken, and how that is then folded back into the flood viewer.
Is there anything in particular that your clients are looking for in terms of that process?
I think just clarity on the process. So, for example, what modelling guidelines or specifications should be adopted so that everything is consistent. The issue being if that process isn't outlined clearly, then you'll have potentially a whole lot of different third-party flood models being fed back to the City Council, and of varying approaches, various types, and they won't necessarily be consistent. So making sure that there is that consistency. So whether it's adopting the national stormwater modelling guidelines or council-specific methodologies and guidelines could be an option.
And are you comfortable for that to be in the sort of form as it is now, which is a practice note?
Yes, I think practice note would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Thank you. So the next point under paragraph 13 was relating to a suggested wording change around managing risk under policy 22.2.1A4. It's a bit of a mouthful. And the phrase in there is currently giving priority to non-structural solutions, but we consider that it should be reworded to considering the use of, for the reason being that it makes it clear that where structural solutions may be the most appropriate, that non-structural solutions are not given a higher weighting in those assessments, and it just makes it clear to anyone who is reviewing those assessments, anyone within council, that the hierarchy is best for project or best for outcome, rather than giving a definitive hierarchy that puts one above the other, where non-structural may not be the best solution for mitigating flood risk. And so it's, it gets, where you've got high risk things or critical activities or essential services, a structural solution might be the best way to actually get the risk down to a tolerable level, rather than trying to rely on non-structural solutions as the priority.
Yep.
And the next one was around depression areas and the definition of tolerable level. I feel that's quite a subjective phrase and hasn't been given definition within Plan Change 14. And I feel that having clarity on how that definition comes about, or how you define tolerable within a given framework, within a defined framework would be useful, again, both for land users and landowners and for council officers who need to assess these things. That just takes that subjectivity out of it.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the next one was around emergency services and hospitals under 22.2.1. We feel the policy should be amended to apply only to new emergency service facilities and hospitals. Plan generally addresses the location of future critical infrastructure through policies explicitly aimed at new development, and they specifically address new regionally significant infrastructure and essential services, requiring them to minimise adverse effects if they cannot practicably be located elsewhere. But applying that avoidance mandate only to new emergency facilities and hospitals then aligns the scope of 22.2.1I to the other clauses or the other sections, and with the same management approach used for other regionally significant infrastructure and essential services.
Can I just check with you, when you say new, do you include alterations to existing facilities, or is it these new standalone you're thinking of?
Well, the other policies, the policy, for example, 22.2.1J specifically addresses new regionally significant infrastructure, so I read that as new standalone. And I think applying it to existing, where there may be minor alterations that don't fundamentally change the flood risk, would be unnecessarily burdensome. If that flood risk can be managed, then the avoidance mandate doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking of where the break point is between a minor alteration and, say, a new hospital wing, for example, on an existing building.
Yeah, I guess in my view, if it didn't change, if it was the same land use and the same infrastructure, and the flood risk could be managed, or it didn't fundamentally alter the flood risk to that existing land use, then that I think would be the threshold. As if it changed that flood risk to that land use or to other neighbouring properties or neighbouring land uses, that can be managed through other mechanisms, but having the avoidance apply to all doesn't make sense in my view.
Yep. Okay.
And then just closing out with a few specific changes to some of the standards and rules. So firstly, the impermeable surfaces under standard 22.4.1. I believe a clear, measurable justification needs to be provided for limiting the effect of impermeable surface within a hazard area. And if that justification cannot be established, the standard should be deleted. Because impervious coverage within a flood hazard area doesn't really change the flood response. So if there is for example, take a concrete line channel, not that I'm in favour of concrete line channels, but as an example, then that's actually going to manage flood risk probably better than, in terms of hydraulics, than a grass-lined channel. So the impervious coverage, limiting impervious coverage within the flood hazard, to me doesn't make sense, and I can't understand the justification for that. So I think you may end up with adverse outcomes or unintended outcomes.
Okay.
And then under standard 22.5.5a, this references back to my earlier point. So this is for buildings and overland flow paths, and references back to the earlier point about acknowledging the limitations of flood viewer and the mechanism for doing site and process for doing site-specific assessments. Overland flow paths mapping is often based off LiDAR, which may or may not be accurate or current, depending on how it was flowing, when it was flowing, things like that.
Okay.
And then for the application of freeboard under standards 22.5.6 and 22.5.6a, again, there is wording in there around site-specific flood risk assessments, but I feel that should be brought to the forefront to remove the ambiguity in applying the freeboard requirements if the flood hazard only affects part of the site and doesn't affect the part of the site where the building is. So doing that site-specific assessment to understand what the risk is, I think is accounted for under those two standards, but it's not clear. There's a bit of ambiguity about how that works. I think that bringing that to the front of those standards would help remove that ambiguity.
Yep.
And then water sensitive techniques under Rule 25.13.4.2c. I believe it's very prescriptive in the way that it's written, and I think justification is needed as to why that rule should apply as a blanket rule across all non-residential zones. Water sensitive techniques are appropriate in the right place in the right location at the right time, but I think as a blanket rule, I don't see the justification for it. It doesn't sort of make sense to me.
Yep,
And
carry on.
then under impervious surface area thresholds, so this is Rule 25.13.4.2f, it's not clear what the 1,000 square metre threshold refers to, and whether this is the total combined impervious surface across the within that land holding, or whether it is just the new impervious area or just the new plus redeveloped impervious area. I think it just needs a bit more clarity as to what that refers to, what that 1,000 square metre threshold refers to, just to make it more workable, again, for the engineers who are designing these systems to manage these effects, and for the council officers who need to review them and approve them. Having that ambiguity removed will be helpful. And then finally, for the runoff retention under Rule 25.13.4.2g, similar to the previous rule, it's not entirely clear to me what the new impervious area, what the threshold applies to, whether that's new plus redeveloped, or all of the impervious area on the site. And so firstly, what does that 10 millimetres of runoff retention apply to? And secondly, justification of the 10 millimetre depth as it is inconsistent with regional council requirements for retention, and there doesn't seem to be a technical basis for it that I can find. So 10 millimetres seems to just be a number that will add cost to everyone that has to implement it without understanding where that comes from and what benefit that's actually deriving. And again, it's inconsistent with regional council's retention requirements.
That's it?
Yep.
All right, well,
That's the end of it.
Ms. Pahulu, do you want to say anything more?
No, I think that covered everything off. Just as I noted before, just to restate, the submitters are broadly supportive, and the technical points of clarification that Mr. Worth has just spoken to in the submitters' view would just further provide clarity to the provisions and enable Plan Change 14 to be better workable.
No, and thank you for that. I mean, shopping lists are always useful, and so that's helpful, Mr. Worth. Thank you very much. So, yeah, thank you. Right. Okay. We then move to Property Council. Oh,
Your best friend.
I didn't see you sitting there. Yes, right.
No, that's all right.
Let me just grab your legals up first of all.
No, there's no legals today. I'm here as a
Oh.
committee member. Yeah.
Oh,
So
right.
do I get more lenience or?
Oh, okay. Right.
But we I also just checked. We've got Bella from Property Council online and Preston from BCD. I can see you. Hi, Bella.
Hi, Charlotte.
Right.
And I'll just
Yep,
check if
I'm
we've.
here.
Oh, hi, Preston.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. All right. So, yeah, in my capacity today, I'm a Central Property Council member, and Property Council Central is Waikato and Bay of Plenty, and they did a submission on PC 14.
Yeah.
And I guess one of the benefits of it being a central committee and being across the Bay of Plenty in Waikato is that there are a lot of people with a lot of expertise on Plan Change 27, which happened in Tauranga. And I know that's been subject of some of today's discussion, and it's also been the subject of what formed Property Council's submission for this plan change as well. Yeah. So there's definitely parallels between that. So there's 3 points that we want to raise and speak to today. The first of those is the non-statutory flood mapping. The second is insurance and financial impacts. And then thirdly is the implications for housing supply and development capacity.
Yep.
So we will start with the non-statutory flood mapping. And I understand there has been some discussion today, and really where that's sitting for Property Council is they're not opposed to updating flood information. But there is an urge towards council to either retain the flood mapping that is within the district plan or create that cost-effective way for landowners to challenge. And I know that we've got this flowchart development plan that goes through and talks about how you're able to, I guess, challenge those non-statutory maps. But I think some consideration needs to be given to then what happens if that site-specific assessment changes the neighbouring properties, which are other developers, because stormwater can't be looked at as a one site. And I think it would be a bit of a stretch to be able to get a one-site answer for stormwater. So what does that mean in terms of notification for neighbouring properties who also might be looking to develop or might have the burden of having to create less developments on their property because one developer got in first or something like that? And that's the benefit of having flooding in a district plan where it is in concrete, so to speak, and there's notification of when that changes. And I mean, that speaks to the intent of the RMA as well.
you know, a clear process. It talks about public participation. Everybody knows what happens, how to do it. And this is quite a quasi process that's being introduced. And I understand that it's not unique to Hamilton City, but it doesn't mean that it's right. So I would urge caution around that. And I guess another way to look at it as well is what happens when council wants to change that information. There seems to be no process, or whether the site-specific assessment applies to them, how they can go about changing those non-statutory flooding maps. And so what that would mean for a developer is 1 week it could appear flood-free and the next week be classified as high risk, worst case scenario. And that would completely throw out any feasibility studies done or any pre-consenting work that has been done. And that also leads into the development process of how developments are undertaken. And, you know, the starting point is a surveyor or a planner comes in and does a site feasibility of that development land. And it's quite helpful for those consultants to be able to look at the district plan and know exactly what they're dealing with. So the proposed method, I guess, is suggesting a two-step approach to consenting. So first you might need to do your site-specific flood assessment and work out whether flooding actually applies to your property or not, and go through that council process. Because if you're doing development, how would you then put in your resource consent, put in your site-specific assessment, and all that other information that goes with flooding, i.e. how big will the sections be, or how high will you build, etc. So I don't think it's quite clear how this is going to be all wrapped up in one consent application to start with, because any developer is going to be, I guess, really struggling to create two scenarios of if the flooding does apply, if the flooding doesn't apply. Whereas the statutory plans, which are more concrete, at least you go into that premise knowing exactly where it stands, so to speak. And I guess one of the other comments I'd like to pick up on was whether it's avoid or mitigate on some of these provisions. And it did briefly come up, I think, in PB Consultants' presentation or submission today. So if the Commissioner is inclined to lean towards avoid, then, you know, Property Council's submission would be that then there needs to be more care in this mapping and more data put into that, because that's creating a really high onus and a real, I guess, acknowledgement that this development cannot happen in this area. But that would completely conflict with this development plan, which suggests that you can, in fact, get around it. So I think there just needs to be some care taken into how that all plays together, and whether some of that is through advice notes or how you're going to deal with that. Unfortunately, it's not in my hands, but yours. And I guess Property Council would like to see how the council will then deal with that if they decide to change. You know, is there going to be a provision in the district plan or some form? I'm not saying this is the right form to say that council cannot change the non-statutory maps. It has to use the Schedule 1 process. The only ability to change these maps is from a landowner or a consultant or someone.
It's interesting. I mean, I was thinking that as you were talking, as that's one route. Yeah.
Any questions on that part? Otherwise, I'll move on to.
No. So let me be clear. So, Property Council is it saying you shall make them statutory or not at all, or is it saying we would like you to think about making it statutory?
Yeah, it's kind of an or. So if preference is to retain statutory maps, if you're going to change it to the non-statutory, then a lot of work needs to be done with that. Okay. And then I guess even further, if you're going to have a void, then perhaps restart.
Yes, well, I'm not even sure if I was going that way, whether I've got the evidential basis to do anything other than decline, basically, at that stage. I mean, the avoidance would have such a wide-scale impact, and I don't think I have the information before me at the moment that would tell me what that impact would be. So
well, that's reassuring.
Yeah. Anyway.
And I'll just check in with the team, Bella or Preston, if you had any comments on that first point about the non-statutory flood mapping.
I'm very happy if you don't.
No, I'd just probably like to reiterate what Mr. Boket said earlier, just around the depression and how those are being modelled. I know currently New Plymouth District Council is going through the flood mapping for their district, and what they found is that if you were assuming that all the any pipe network coming out from depressions was blocked, it was actually overly conservative, and what it was doing was actually potentially showing flood impacts on existing properties or potential development areas that didn't actually exist. So that was one comment there. And then the other comment was, I know earlier in the year when we caught up with HCC, just around how would we effectively challenge any of these models, there was some discussion around if the current models could actually become like a shareware that could be shared to consultants to speed up that process. And yeah, that's probably all I have to say on that matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add either.
Great, thanks both. So the second point is insurance and financial impacts, and this goes back to the Section 32 report and here, and there is a high concern from the Property Council on the proposed provisions for managing low and medium flood hazards, because what that inevitably does is raise insurance premiums and financing costs, which does affect the affordability of housing within the region. And it's Property Council's view that this report understates that impact on what that would be. So at the end of the day, we don't think that there's been an accurate assessment as to what has been included as to costs on developers, and that would be high, particularly in that option A on the non-statutory maps, and moderate to high, the preferred option. So we would seek that the council assesses the wider economic and insurance impacts on Plan Change 14, so that it has all the information in front of it, in a correct and accurate Section 32 report.
Yes, I mean, Dr. Yong was very clear that he did not or could not do that part of the economic assessment. Yeah.
But I think it still begs the question then on do we have a true understanding of the impact of this plan change and what that means?
And let me just ask, so Property Council has no even ballpark figure on that sort of thing?
No, it hasn't done that research in particular, but just experience, and Bella might have more information on that.
Well, you know, I mean, we all know that premiums always go up, they never go down.
Yeah. And I think that kind of also speaks to, well, then what happens in this site-specific flood assessment, or what happens when the maps are changed through a process where landowners are not told? Are they then in breach of insurance because they should have known that the district plan, quote unquote marks, did apply flooding to their property? Will letters be sent out to owners? It's not quite clear at what stage is a landowner notified about that.
Yeah.
Which is
and I mean,
problematic.
parallel with upzoning or downzoning doesn't apply, of course, because that's a statutory process that people can get into. That's your point, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then point 3. So there's been an acknowledgement that in the analysis that it could result in 5,500 fewer homes over the next 30 years, higher construction costs and additional consenting delays. And therefore, Property Council is urging that there is more development or intensification throughout Hamilton that doesn't face flood risk and is around the central city or key transport nodes to be able to offset those homes that are being lost. So there needs to be some sort of balancing act here if we're going to take out so many properties because of flooding, and what that looks like, especially because housing is in dire need. And it becomes difficult, I think, when you're avoiding flooding, you know, in a 1 in 100 year event, and a house could be there for 80 years with no problem. So we want to see some offsetting done with either rezoning or upzoning in somewhere else in the city to allow for that shortfall of housing.
Sorry, let me just, so when would you be looking for that? Because I mean, in the normal, you know, plan cycle, obviously, as capacity gets squeezed, you'd be looking to actually upzone areas as that went through in a 10-year cycle or something. You're saying that you think something different should occur? Because I mean the MPSUD requires monitoring on a whatever it is, a 7-year basis or something, and upgrading to meet demand. So doesn't that take care of that issue?
Yeah, I think it does, but I don't think that there's been enough in the Section 32 report to reflect that, or to say this is how many houses are being taken out and this is why it benefits the community more. Yeah, I don't think the two have been balanced quite right. And I can appreciate that that is because, you know, the plan change is only about flooding, and this is what happens when you do plan changes outside the whole district plan, is you only look at one portion. But I do think that there is room to consider how are you going to offset that mitigation there, because you're taking out valuable land, well, valuable in developers' eyes, to housing and probably homeowners or, you know, affordable housing, and replacing it with something that on the face of it appears to be not too accurate at this stage.
Okay, right.
And I'll just check in with Bella and Preston if they've got any comments to that last point.
Not specifically, but actually it just popped into my head, just going back to the modelling and the requirements. Just with the overlay and flow paths, it's saying that the entry and exit points need to be maintained. I feel that that's maybe a little bit too general to apply that to any development, because it's, in the case of it being next to like a reserve, a stream, or any other sort of open area, it wouldn't actually make a difference if you do slightly adjust it, but then it would impact the development greatly if you had to strictly adhere to those entry points. So I don't know if that's something that also is being considered or should be considered within the plan change, that if there's some sort of, if it can be a bit more better defined.
Well, my recollection, and I'm happy for council to answer that, my recollection is that it isn't prohibited, it's simply a trigger for an application at that point.
Can I add something?
Yes.
And also, I think as part of rebuttal, we changed this to only consider moderate and major overland flow path, so it doesn't cover the minor ones. But it's also only a trigger. If you don't meet this rule, you trigger a resource consent, and then you can prove all the points.
Yeah. Right. Anything else?
No, I don't think so.
That's it for me.
I'd just quickly like to add, we did do a little bit of modelling on the impacts of Plan Change 14, and we do think that it will result in 5,550 fewer houses over the next 30 years, and a 6.5% increase in the cost of a new house. As well as coming into those things, we have the natural hazard status placed on the property limb report, which will affect the saleability of houses in the region, increased insurance payments, which was already mentioned, and in general, due to the uncertainty of the non-statutory element of the hazard mapping, there's likely to be time delays to projects, and you know, it will impact the feasibility of projects. So we think there'll be quite a time delay in the project pipeline of a lot of Hamilton. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, well, that's all on behalf of Property Council.
Thanks, Margaret. That's good. So, well, looks like we got to the end of the day after all. Mr. Modoni.
Thank you, sir. I guess the question is whether or not you want to hear further from Dr. Huijin Kira in terms of some of the planning provisions. There was mention earlier this morning about wanting to explore some of those provisions with her. So there's an opportunity to do that now, and she may have some further comments in response to some of the submissions that have been heard. So there's an opportunity for that now. And then in terms of the closing, as indicated, my preference would be to present something in writing to you. My calculation, if we pushed it out for a fortnight, it would be the 11th of November, if that works.
That certainly works for me. Assuming that council wants a decision by Christmas. Yeah. Which I can't promise. I can't promise. We'll see. We'll see about that. I think in terms of provision, I think I'd like to see the next round of whatever comes back. You'll be doing supplementaries presumably through reply. So if we have I don't know whether you're going to make any changes at all as a result of today, but if there are some changes made, I think it'd be then helpful to actually have a conference on the provisions once I see the final text.
So,
Because then I can go through it forensically, which I don't want to really do now.
no.
Yeah.
So would that be, I was thinking about the practicalities, so would you want to do that before we close formally? In which case we'd have the update of any provisions, so anything further from the witness.
That
plus
probably
the
makes sense,
provisions.
doesn't it? Probably makes sense to get those in first.
Yes.
And then let me have a look at it and then make a call on how we want to do that. And then you can close finally after that, I think.
Yes.
So, I mean, if we can get something in the next couple of weeks on whatever, you have a chat about what's happened today and how you're going to deal with some of those issues if they relate to the provisions. I mean, I'm in no hurry, as I've indicated earlier. I've got a basket full of decisions at the moment, so I'm in no hurry. But if you want to just have a chat afterwards and let me know what the timing would be on that.
And then would it be, I think, shall I think about, I'm just thinking about whether or not we adjourn now just for 15 minutes to talk about that and then come back and agree some directions. That might be efficient if we're all here, if that would work for you, sir.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So if we could just take a 15-minute adjournment and then come back.
Okay, all right. Just let us know when you're ready. Yeah.
And then the legal submission or the closing submissions could then just follow a week after that, which would be the 12th. So it would be the 5th for evidence, and then the 12th for the closing.
Right.
And then I guess that the only question I have is whether would that window between the 5th and the 12th give you an opportunity to have any conferencing on the provisions with?
Yes, it will. It will. I mean, fortunately, my last hearing for the year is back end of early next week. So yeah, no, the 5th, between the 5th and 11th is fine.
12th.
For 5th and the 12th. Sorry. Yes.
So would just be in your hands as to when it suits you to, and would that, I mean, that needs to be on record, does it? So that,
I think it probably does.
That would need to be.
So we'll do that online.
Presumably an online. Would give notice through the hearing manager.
Yeah.
And then it can be online, and anyone who wants to view it can.
Yes. Yes. I mean, I don't think we're under any requirement to give days of notice or anything.
No.
I don't think so either. No. Okay.
But I think the sooner you could indicate a time that suits you, we'll make it work, and then we can get the notification up on the website.
Yep. Well, I mean, let's do that now then. Let's make that for Friday the 7th. So put some pressure on myself to do something. No. I just saw that coming. Yes. Okay. Well, Thursday the 6th might be too tight for me if I'm not getting it till then. So it'll be the Monday, which will still give you a couple of days to finalise.
Yeah, that's fine. So Monday
So let's.
It's the 9th, is it?
Mary, let's get a booking done for say 10 o'clock on Monday the 10th, an online booking, and we'll just aim for that. About 6 hours. No. 2 hours max, I think, and probably a good deal shorter than that, I'm hoping. I mean, there's a fundamental issue which I've got to make a determination on, obviously, and that relates to the Jeanette Campbell's submission. But other than that, there's just... Now, let me just ask, in terms of the specifics that people have asked for, quite a few of those have been addressed already. Can they be pulled together so that in a tabular form in terms of council's response on the whys and wherefores, basically a simple table on those? I mean, you've done quite a few of that already. I'm not quite sure whether some of those we've done today in actual fact are covered by that, but that would be quite helpful. Yeah, so a yes, no, why not? Yeah.
That's achievable by the 5th.
Yeah, it is.
As I say, I think you've done most of it anyway in terms of your previous briefs. So.
Yeah, and I have something not so detailed in my rebuttal, so it's not so hard to put it together.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. All right, we're adjourned in that case.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, everybody.